Death trampled death. In Russia there is a revolution. Mother Earth trembled. The white light became clouded. Shaked by the hurricane of war, the world staggered, drunk with blood. Cruisers and dreadnoughts wandered across the seas and oceans, spewing thunder and fire. Submarines and Minolayas crept behind the ships, densely sowing the water deserts with the seeds of death. Airplanes and zeppelins flew to the west and east, flew to the south and north. From the heights of the clouds, the pilots hand threw hot brands into the hives of human crowds, into the fires of cities. Across the sands of Syria and Mesopotamia, across the trench-pitted fields of Champagne and the Vosges, tanks crawled, crushing all living things in their path. From the Baltic to the Black Sea, and from Trebizond to Baghdad, the hammers of war thundered incessantly. The waters of the Rhine and Marne, the Danube and the Neman were muddy with the blood of the warring nations. Belgium, Serbia, and Romania, Galicia, Bukovina and Turkish Armenia were engulfed in flames of burning villages and towns. Roads, troops, artillery, convoys, hospitals, refugees walked and drove along roads, soaked with blood and tears. The year 1916 was setting in a terrible crimson glow. The sickle of war reaped the ears of grain of life. Churches and mosques, kirks and Catholics were overflowing with weeping, grieving, wailing, prostrate. Trains rolled with bread, meat, rotten canned goods, rotten boots, guns, shells, and the front devoured all this, wore it out, tore it apart, shot it. Cities writhed in the clutches of hunger and cold, villages groaned to the very sky, but the military drums thundered incessantly, and the guns roared angrily, drowning out the squeals of dying children, the cries of wives and mothers. Grief was a guest, and troubles made a nest in the villages of Chechnya, and under the roof of a Ukrainian hut, in a Cossack village, and in the huts of workers' settlements. A peasant woman wept, walking behind a plough across the field. A city dweller wept, dropping her head on a mournful leaf, on which, opposite a dear name, burned the terrible word, killed. A Flemish fisherwoman sobbed, looking longingly into the sea, that had swallowed up a sailor. In a camp of refugees, under a cart, a Galician woman sobbed over the cooling corpse of a child. The cries swirled without ceasing at the recruiting stations, barracks and train stations of Tallinn, Kursk, Leipzig, Budapest, Naples. The banners of grief fluttered over the whole world, and, like the glow of a huge fire, there was a groan. Heart-rending soul-tearing cries of despair blazed. And only in the gilded palaces of Moscow, Paris, and Vienna did music sparkle, drunken joy blaze and debauchery rejoice. War until victory. The military nobility in moneyed Wales unanimously clinked glasses of boiling wine. War until victory. And there, in the fields, fiery brooms, like garbage, swept into mass graves Hamburg stevedores and miners from Donbass, nomads from Arabia and gardeners from the banks of the Ganges, dockers from Liverpool and Hungarian shepherds, proletarians of different races, tribes and dialects and ploughmen, earning their daily bread in the sweat of their brows on the land of their fathers and grandfathers. Crosses and graves, graves, and crosses. The Balkans, Kurdistan, the Carpathian valleys, the belly of the Polish land, the forts of Verdun and the hills of the Meuse were tightly packed with soldiers' meat. In the mines of the Ruhr and Krivoy Rog, in the pits of Siberia, and in the chemical plants of Germany, at the most hard labor, prisoners of war worked. Prisoners of war languished in camps behind barbed wire, finished their accounts with life under the whip of the schutzman and the corporal, died in barracks from boredom, hunger, typhus. Hospitals, shelters of sorrow, refuges of suffering. The maimed, frostbitten, shell-shocked, gassed, with shattered bones and stinking wounds, tossed about in delirium on hospital beds and operating tables, where blood was mixed with pus, sobs with curses, groans with prayers for orphans, and despair with hopes shattered into smoke. The legless, armless, eyeless, deaf and dumb, mad and half dead, knocked on the doors of government offices and charitable institutions, or, begging for alms, crawled, hobbled, rolled in carriages along the streets of Berlin and Petrograd, Marseilles and Constantinople. The country was drunk with grief. The shadow of death circled over hungry cities and impoverished villages. The girls' unkissed breasts were cold, women's sleep was turbid and restless. Children, hoarse from crying, fell asleep at their mothers' empty breasts. The war devoured people, bread, cattle. In the steppes, herds of horses and flocks of sheep thinned out. Weeds covered abandoned fields. Snowstorms covered unharvested grain felled by autumn winds. The first homeless children crawled along the roads and drove wherever their eyes looked. Industry failed. There was a shortage of fuel, raw materials, workers, factories, and plants were closing. Transport failed. The warehouses of Siberia and Turkestan were filled with grain. The grain was burning, but there was nothing to transport it on. In the Kalmyk and Kazakh steppes, mountains of meat prepared for the army were piled up under the open sky. Worms were pecking at the meat. Dogs were making nests in the meat and hatching puppies. Letters from the front. My priceless wife. I bow low to you, and to all my relatives. I'm still, thank God, alive and well. Vasily Ryazantsev was killed near the Turkish fortress of Bebut. Ivan Prokhorovich was seriously wounded. His entire jaw was blown out. He is unlikely to survive. Shmeroga was killed. Ilyushka Kostachev was killed. Go to the farm. Tell his mother Fiona. We went into battle with my brother-in-law Grigory Savalich. 2 pounds of meat were torn out of his thigh. We envy him. We sent him to the deep rear for treatment. And by sewing, look, he will show up in the village. One of our Palikashka dances received a new cross and sergeant's stripes. Says, I will fight for another 100 years. Well, until the first battle. Otherwise we will shorten this bitch. Look, Marfinka, don't be free there without me. Keep your husband's honor and keep yourself neat. I read your letter every hour and every minute. I'll clean up the horse. Come to the dugout, lie down and read. At night my heart will ache. I'll take the letter out of my pocket and read. Have you heard anything about peace in Cuban? Soldiers ask each other with bitter melancholy, why are we losing our blood, ruining our health, and laying down our brave heads in some damned Turkey? All this is in vain. I sign this, Maxim Kizil. Women's tears washed away the scribbles of letters sent from the front, and more than one trembling hand placed a candle before the icon, begging for salvation for their loved ones and the perishing. And there, in the distant fields, youth was covered with snow and blizzards. In heat and cold, waist deep in snow and neck deep in mud, soldiers advanced, soldiers retreated, soldiers lived in earthen dens, froze in trenches under the open sky. A shell fragment and a bullet overtook a frontline soldier in battle, at rest, during sleep, in the latrine. Somewhere within the walls of the headquarters, the hand of a general scribbled, to the commander of the Sumy Rifle Regiment. This 5th of January at 12 o'clock in the morning I order the entire regiment to attack the enemy in the area entrusted to you. Report the results of the operation immediately. And so, in the dead of night, the command, transmitted in a trembling whisper, flew through the trenches and dugouts, prepare for the attack. People took apart their rifles, tightened their belts weighed down with cartridge belts. Some hurriedly crossed themselves, some whispered a prayer, some poured out furious obscenities through clenched teeth. The regiment was pulled up to the first line of trenches along narrow communication passages, and at the command, with God, come out. People climbed onto the parapet, crawled across the snowfield torn by craters. A headlong shower of lead, and a whirlwind of exploding steel, like a hail cloud, fell upon the regiment going into attack. The earth hummed and groaned underfoot. In the ghostly light of rockets falling in blue cascades, with faces distorted with horror, they crawled, ran, fell, collapsed. A hot bullet smacked the bridge of the nose of fisherman Ostap Kaleda, and his white hut on the seashore, near Taganrog, became an orphan. The Sormovo mechanic Ignat Lysachenko fell and began to wheeze and twitch. His wife with 3 little children in her arms will suffer hardship. The young volunteer Petya Kakirin, thrown up by the explosion of a landmine together with clods of frozen earth, fell into a ditch like a burnt match. What joy will the old people in distant Barnaul have when the news about their son reaches them? The Volga hero Yukon hit his head on a hummock and remained lying there. He will no longer swing an axe or sing songs in the forest. Next to Yukon lay the company commander, Lieutenant Andreevsky, and he was dear to someone, and he grew up in his mother's caress. A hissing grenade rolled under the feet of Siberian hunter Alexei Sedik, and the entire blast hit him in the stomach. Alexei Sedik roared, fell backwards, spreading his powerless arms, which once tore apart a bear's mouth. Riddled with machine gun fire, fellow villagers Karp Balshoy and Karp Menshoy hung in a web of barbed wire. Spring will come, the steppe will smoke like blue chicken, but the sleep of the ploughman in the mass grave will be deep. The staff general slept, and did not hear either the beating of hearts broken by fear, or the groans that filled the battlefield. Streams of fire and steel washed away the continents of armies. Mobilization orders were pasted on fences, in the villages, they were announced in churches, and on market squares. People of hard labor and petty officials, zemstvo doctors and public school teachers walked. Flag officers of accelerated graduations and students who had not finished their studies. Children of the fields and city outskirts walked. Artisans and craftsmen walked. Clerks of fashionable shops and thugs from the highway walked. Bearded men walked. Fathers of families, young men walked. Straight from school benches, healthy, strong, loud-mouthed walked. Cripples returned to the front. War-torn grooms from the embraces of their brides. Separated brothers from brothers. Took away a son from a mother, a husband from a wife, a father and breadwinner from children. War, war. Under the roar and screech of accordions, hearts boiled, voices boiled. Birch, birch, green twigs, have pity on us. Girls, we are not cool these days. Crazy, torn apart, screaming, in gangs. We wandered the streets, broke fences and wattle fences, smashed glass, danced, cried, bawled lost songs. A copper measure thundered over my head. My darling cried more than her own mother. Have fun, boys. Our last days. Have fun. Defenders of the Tsar, faith and fatherland. Tsar? Fatherland? Don't tell me these words anymore. I was there. Drank mead and homebrew. Your words are like a stick to a dog. Brother, shall we have a sip of grief? Let's have a sip, brother. Brother looked at brother, shook their heads. Our heads are gone, gone. Petrarca shook off his wife hanging on his arm, tore the accordion in two, and, having smashed the half against the corner of the hut, began to squat. We'll dig up all of Germania. Calm down. His wife, who had not seen the light, tried to calm him down. Calm down. Bottle of turpentine. Petrarca was torn from the shafts. Don't bother me, I'm a government official now. The old woman, her face like a rotten nut kernel, stretched out her earthy hands. Grisha, let me hug you one last time. Don't grieve, Granny, not everyone is killed in war. My heart is sick. Grisha, my dear grandson. Pray to the church, darling. Matchmaker, farewell. Good hour. War. Oh, I don't expect to end my suffering. It's not the wine that's rocking me, it's grief that's taking me. And you, Grishadka, don't get drunk on duty. Listen to your superiors. Waking up, Granny. The last hugs, the last kisses. And far beyond the outskirts, in the circle of silent fields, the wild songs, cries, lamentations gradually died down. And for a long time beyond the village, having fallen into a snowdrift, the old mother screamed, the last. Ugh. It would have been better if I had given birth to a stone. It would have been lying at home. Ugh, my dear, Alyoshenka, my little grape flower. Or without you the king wouldn't have had enough people. The wind whipped the black hem of her skirt, fluttered the grey hair that had escaped from under her headscarf. They took the last one. But he didn't even have time to grow up. The last one. Oh, my sons, my victorious heads. But the dear sons did not hear their mother, and only from the distant ravine, to her howl, the wolves responded with a howl. Along the Kuban and Don roads, along the highways and country roads of the Ryazan and Vladimir lands, along the rivers of Karelia, along the mountain paths of the Caucasus and Altai, along the remote taiga roads of Siberia, all around, for thousands of miles, in heat and frost, in mud and in clouds of dust, they walked, rode, swam, galloped, made their way to the railway lines, to the cities, to the recruiting stations, in the reception rooms, passion and trepidation, mountains of grief and reckless daring and hilarious swearing. The garrison clerks asked the naked conscripts about something, quickly felt them, and listened to the doctor. Fit. Next. The conscripts dragged the lots. Forehead. And the extended term career non-commissioned officer snipped a lock of hair from the conscript's forehead with scissors. Forehead. Hair of all colors lay on the trampled floor, which only yesterday someone's loving hand stroked and combed. They flew out of the reception room, as if from a bathhouse, red, steamed, with the numbers of the lots crookedly pinned to their hats. They grabbed dirty snow from under their feet in full handfuls and ate it. Shaved. Dad, they took the soul out of me. Petrovan, listen, you got your Lenka. They have a fat pocket. Dad, they'll get it. What are you going to do? It's all God's will. Serf, you're not the first, and you're not the last. Vaska, the woman pushes through the crowd. Have you seen my Vasenka? Let's have a look at him. Get drunk, off your feet. He's lying in the ditch behind the tavern. Ha ha ha, covered in oil. Oh, my grief. How many times have I told you, don't drink, Vasenka? No, you've had enough again. Farewell, Volga. Farewell, Forest. Barracks quick training prayer service station. A 5-year-old boy, who had lost his mother in the crowd, stood by the peeling wall of the station. He was wearing a neat short fur coat, and his father's hat, which was slipping down over his eyes. He cried bitterly, without taking a breath, cried inconsolably, and in a hoarse, broken voice he sang, Dad, darling. Dad, darling. The locomotive roared, and everyone's heart sank at once. The crowd began to seethe. The buffers clanked, and the train slowly moved. The women's shrieks blared with renewed vigor. The cries of despair merged into one continuous wail, from which it seemed the earth was ready to split. The boy in the sheepskin coat cried more and more bitterly. With his left hand he fluffed up his father's hat, which was falling over his eyes, and with his right hand, with a melted gingerbread clenched in his fist, he extended it toward the cars flashing by, and, as if under a knife, he kept shouting and shouting, Dad, my dear. Dad, my dear. The wheels ticked off my laughter mile, stage after stage. The trains rolled to Riga, Polotskaya and Tiraspol-Tiflis, Erevan. The soldiers drowned their homesickness, their longing for freedom, in cologne, polish, and varnish. They danced at short stops, were photographed by station photographers, and in the big cities they rode in cabins to brothels. In Samara and Kaluga, Vologda and Smolensk, in a Cossack village, and in a wretched Vyatka village, the sleepy muttering of a half-drunk deacon never ceased. Remember, Lord, the souls of your departed servants, Christ-loving warriors, Ivan, Semyon, Eustathius, Peter, Matthew, Nikolai, Maxim, Evsey, Teres, Andrei, Denis, Timothy, Ivan, Pantelei, Luca, Joseph, Pavel, Korny, Gregory, Alexei, Thomas, Vasily, Konstantin, Yermolay, Nikita, Mikhail, Norm, Fyodor, Daniel, Savity. Remember, Lord, those who laid down their lives on the battlefield and received the crown of martyrdom. Accept, Lord, those killed into the village of the righteous, where there is neither illness nor sorrow, no sighs, but life without end. Eternal memory. The Lutheran pastor and the Catholic priest, the Tungus shaman and the Mohammedan Malay echoed in unison with the Orthodox deacon. A funeral song was spreading over the world, but in the blood-soaked earth the seeds of anger and revenge were ripening. Petersburg was silently agitated, and the first stones were already flying into the windows of police stations. 1934. A speech to Private Soldier Maxim Kizel. There is a revolution in Russia. All of Russia is a rally. Our regiment was stationed on the Turkish fronts when the revolution broke out, and Tsar Nicholas II was overthrown. The frontline soldiers were amazed. At first it was from the old soldiers and no one really believed it, and the conversation through the lines dragged out boo boo boo, boo boo boo. We'll wait and wait. Probably, the order of the division commander, a coup, the abdication of the emperor from the throne. Here you have the Duma, here the provisional government. Roll on, brothers. Thanksgiving prayers. We are glad to try. The bugler lost the assembly. The regiment was lined up in a triangle. Right, align yourself. Attention. Hats down. The Chaldean lit the censer, shook his sleeves. Blessed be our God. The soldier's hair stands on end. The chills tear at his skin. We stand, not breathing. It's too pitiful, and seems to bring a tear to your eye. Let us pray to the Lord in peace. We cross ourselves, fall to our knees, and hit our foreheads on the ground. Our God, the soldier's God, unkempt, unwashed. And where are you, God, your immaculate, unpumped, unsashayed self? Where have you gone and abandoned us, like a bad shepherd his sheep? Why have you abandoned us to be torn apart by an evil fate? And why do you, a lousy soldier's God, not pity our bitter soldier's life? The priest shook the censer, only their hair fluttered in the wind. The cheerful soldiers looked at each other so brightly, and straightened their chests. We prayed, recovered, and waited to see what would happen. A divisional general rides out in front of the formation, a grey beard, a chest covered in crosses and a bulging voice. He rose in his stirrups and waved the telegram. Brothers, His Imperial Majesty, the Sovereign Emperor Nicholas Alexandrovich, is no longer with us. The general waved the telegram and began to cry. But the soldiers were frightened and kept silent. Only the fireworks expert Pimenenko did not lose heart and boldly unfurled a red flag he had prepared in advance. Down with the Tsar. Long live the people. The spirit is up. The music has begun to play. Those who were weaker in character really did begin to cry. We stand there, not knowing how to look at the flag, not knowing how to listen to the general. Brothers, the old regime is over. The praise of ranks is abolished. There will be no more excellences, no more honors. Mr. General, Mr. Colonel and Mr. Platoon Commander, we have lived to see freedom. We are all equal. But, whatever happens, keep the oath in your head. Remember, brothers, Russia is our mother, we are her children. It burst forth. Hooray! 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 The music stifled all our cries. The general wiped his neck with a handkerchief, cleared his throat, and went on to the soldiers. Remember the regulations. Love the service. Do not forget the faith, the fatherland. You are Grey Eagles, the honor and glory of Russian arms. The whole world is watching your selfless heroism. Again it thundered and rolled across the entire regiment. Hooray! 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 We suffered. Watered with blood. 300 years. Enough. Bravo. The Tsar to the Shah monk for Lenten cabbage soup. The old man honored us with a kind word. In the old days, the lower ranks were spoken to with a thick stick, but here His Excellency turned it out. Whether you stand or fall, all are equal. Glory to the Grey Eagles. He stirred up the hearts, stirred the soldiers' blood. We began to shout hooray even faster, and some of the young officers carefully pulled the general from his horse and began to rock him. The regimental orchestra grabbed him. The old man caught his breath, smoothed his beard, and with a dashing bearing, so easily, on tiptoes, approached the line. Let's kiss, brother. And in front of everyone, the division general kissed the right flank of the 1st Company, our private soldier Alexei Matrykhin. The regiment gasped. We stood like stone, and only then did we truly believe that the old regime had ended and a young freedom had been born in full form. The ranks wavered. Everyone got mixed up in one heap. Some were crying, some were kissing. It seemed that everyone was ready to go together, both soldiers and officers and clerks. Only one long-term career Sergeant Major Fomenko listened to us, listened, puffed and puffed, but still, the scoundrel, the snub-nosed dog, did not obey, goggled and started screaming at the top of his lungs. It's not true. We have a Tsar, and we have a God. His Imperial Majesty was, and will always be, now and ever and forever and ever. God and the power of the cross are with us. He crossed himself, spat thickly, and, swinging his arms forward to the buckle, and back to the limit, walked away at a drill pace, a drumskin. We had no time for him. The orators talked until nightfall, the commanders talked, and the soldiers talked, their tongues tangling in their teeth. Everyone was as if drunk. The regiment took the oath with a signature, kissed the cross, gave a revolutionary oath to the provisional government. I remember, the matter was done during Lent. We unfurled the red flag over the trenches. Wales to war. We lived for a month, then another, spent Holy Week, Trinity Day. There was no war, and nothing good was seen. Like bears, we lay around the dugouts, rolled the clay bunks with their sides, stood the required hours on guard duty, went on patrol, wheezed hoarsely at all sorts of routine work, and gushed with an irrepressible longing for our home. As under the old regime, the lice gnawed at the skin, melancholy crunched the bones, and the privates knew nothing, and, as before, remembering the field regulations, endured hunger, cold and carried out frontline service. On the occasion of the revolution, we plundered the divisional armory to the last drop. I got 4 skeins of twine, canvas pouches, worthless junk, but I thought I'd come in handy when I got home. 2 Poltava men from the 9th Company stole the regimental cash box, and how the devils helped them, the evil spirits, I'll never guess. That box weighed 10 puds, or even 50. Committees all around, arguments and talk in the committees. In each regiment there was a committee. In each company there was a committee. In the corps there seemed to be a committee. And what's more, every lower rank was his own committee, as long as his throat thundered. I have, let it not be said as a boast, no brains on a stick. The front taught me, and 2 Street. George's crosses were not for nothing. The second company decided in one voice, be you, Maxim Kizil, a constant comrade, be our deputy and support our soldiers' interests with your calloused hands. Either from fear or from joy, my hands are shaking, I'm rolling a cigarette, but I don't show it, and, lighting up, I answer, I serve the Tsar, I will serve the huntsman. I'm poorly educated, but I'm not shy, and I will give my soul for a soldier. Cut it out, Kizil. We will not let anyone offend. Faithfully and truly. I twisted my mustache like a pretzel, and to the committee. In the open air, the committee, in the officer's tent. Sometimes, you can't reach this tent 4 steps. Stop. You stretch out, and look, your skin will burst. Woof, 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 allow me to come in. Now, you naughty one, whoever wants to, and climb into the committee, as if it were your own home. The grey one comes in, and holds the officer's hand. How did you sleep? And then it's even cleaner. The grey one sprawls out like a Sultan Pasha, lights up some Turkish tobacco and blows smoke right under the officer's nose, so coolly, and his honor, doesn't seem to notice. And it's funny and wonderful. I'll return to the company, I'll tell you all about it. The guys are laughing like stallions standing, and they breathe freely. And then, more, they start talking about home. Will it be soon? How? It's about time. Sit here, like a damned one. Abandoned, abandoned. Defenders, speechless beast. The soldiers section and the committee would occasionally slip in a word. How is it going? Wait, brothers. The newspapers are writing that soon the Germans will be given a salute, then there will be peace and we, like world heroes, will peacefully disperse to our homelands. 3 years, your honor, the newspapers promise paradise, but there is no sense in it. Remember the duty of service. The duty is too long, there is no end in sight. We have waited a long time, we must wait a little. Here our conversation would dig deeper. Is it not enough, your honor, to amuse the bourgeoisie? Our grief is a laughing matter to them. A prayer to God, service for the motherland will not be in vain. We are tired of these songs. The soldier does not want to fight anymore. Enough. Home. The chiefs, their own, our mother Russia. We, home. They just keep repeating, heroism, laurels, duty, and we, home. They, the honor of Russian arms. We point blank, to hell with it, and with honor, we say, home, home, and home. Did you take the oath? Oh, we have nothing to say, I guess we did. And what bitch came up with this oath to our destruction? Although we have nothing to say, we began to cool off a little towards the officers. Out of grief, out of frustration, we decided to contact the neighboring units. A few of us comrades gathered. We come to the 132nd Rifle Regiment. It's hot, sickening. The soldiers are here in their undershirts, walking around with their belts unbuttoned, and some are barefoot and without caps. Where is your committee, countrymen? They went swimming, and the chairman is on duty at headquarters. We burst into the headquarters. The chairman of the committee, Jan Samara, with his sleeves rolled up to the elbows, was shaving with glass in front of a chipped mirror, sharpening the glass on a brick. Tell me, chairman, what business do you have? Business, he says, is poppy. And so on, and so forth. We rolled along in a cheerful soldier's conversation until Samak shaved. He wrapped the remaining piece of glass in a rag, stuck it in a crack in the wall, and, having washed his cleanly scraped cheekbones, shook hands with us. Well, servicemen, I see that your people, seasoned people, will not give in to either the little imps or the devil himself. Get him into the dugout, I'll treat him to some tea. We drank tea brewed with rye crusts, nibbling on it, with dried wild berries, and Samak had collected the berries while on reconnaissance, and the chairman told us how they transferred their regimental commander to the kitchen as a cook for his vile fanaticism, how they sent a deputation to the corps committee demanding that the regiment be withdrawn to the rear forest, how at a regimental meeting it was decided to wear the rank of a soldier and hold the front, as long as we have patience, otherwise the whole world would break off in a council and go home. Home, then together, we say, and we don't think of spending the winter here. That's true. It's more fun in a hood even in hell. Cermak saw us off, joking again. Life, brothers, has come to an end. We have freedom, we have Kerensky, but we have no one to warm us. We laughed all the way, remembering Cermak. We've been living for 5 and 10 months, but we don't see an end to our torment. You crawl out of the dugout in the evening. Forest, mountains, thorns, a wretched land. It's like our Cuban. Their quiet rivers flow, silky grass grows there, steppe. Yes, such a step. You can't take it in with your eyes or your mind. You sit like that, you get sad. From the Turkish side, the wind carries the muezzin's prayer. Alavar, Alasahi, Alaraman, Rahim, Larada Haril Larallahu, we Muhammad Rasulullah Layaki. Out of boredom, they would visit the Turks and drag them to their place, feed them borst, and play horse fights. Black, smoked, as if they hadn't washed in a bathhouse for ages. It's sickening to look at them when you're not used to it. They'd bring tobacco and goat cheese. We'd sit on the grass, like in the summer, smoking and talking with our hands like that. Kardash, do you want to go home? The Russian would ask. Chok, iced a chok. They'd bare their teeth and shake their heads. That means they really want to go. Why are we sitting here, keeping watch over each other? We've had enough fun, it's time to go home. Ours has jumped off the throne, and you push yours. They'll start chattering again, baring their teeth, shaking their shaved heads, and squinting their eyes. But the Russian understands. War is not for them, the grimy ones, and the officer is leading their brother like fish on a fishing rod. Yaman, officer? Sekimbashka? Uu, Chaki Yaman. Dog Yazbashi, Kopak Yazbashi. Yaman. Bazimkhanin Kavakit Ajdia. We are talking like this one day, and Tolomakaka Sichev is sitting on top of a cannon. He pulls lice from his bosom, threads them with a needle onto a bobbin thread in a chain and shouts, running. Trotter. The size of a pig. The Russians laughed, and the Turks laughed. That evening they had the holiday of Urach Bayram. They rolled in a barrel of sour grape wine, dragged in a lamb. The lamb on hot coals, the barrel in a circle, dancers, singers on the horse, and we had fun. It didn't burn, didn't hurt, it was smooth, and they never aged. The dashing tail allured one Osman, stuck his paw into his fly, and by the tail, by touch, pulled out a louse indeed. He let it go for a walk with his own on the palm of his hand and asked Osman, do you see? I see. Your insect and my insect, my baptized one, your infidel. Guess what breed they are? Both of the soldiers breed. Osman answers in Turkish. Hepsi Baraskali. True. Makaka Sichev yells. Why should we bear anger at each other? And why should we shed innocent blood? Isn't it the same louse that eats us? And is it not the same crust of bread that we gnaw? Kardash, Chokyakshi, Chok, the Turks shouted, and having laughed at that joke, they all began to revile the gentlemen officers. And how dare they hide freedom from a soldier in a wallet? We listened to Turkish songs, both for 1 and 2 voices, and choral ones. Nothing special heartfelt songs, but in dancing, I think, no power can keep up with the Russian soldier. Our Ostap Duda came out, pulled up his pants, pulled his hat down over one ear, turned his shoulder. Let's go. The balalaikas started playing. Ostap stamped his feet. The earth groaned and cried, and his heart called out to his distant native land. Once we got together as a whole platoon to visit the Turks. We arrive. Salam alaikum. Compassion, compassion. Ragged, hungry, basking in the sun, catching germs. Buddy, what did you catch? Asks the Russian. Flea. Like a flea. Alas. Flea. Why white? Young. Why doesn't it jump? Stupid. We laugh, smoke, talk about this and that. You can tell by their mugs, they want to go home to death, but they won't let them go home. Yaman, Yaman. The Turkish dugouts are even worse than ours. The logs are not rolled together, as is customary among the Russians, but stick out like trestles, and other dens are made of flagstone. The grooves are sealed with clay and camel beef, mold, and mushrooms grow on the walls. You can neither stand up nor stretch out lying down in such a den. In the officers' dugouts it is both clean and dry. The floors are strewn with fine sea sand. Here you have flowers. Here carpets and pillows are piled up in mountains. You can tolerate this. These ones will fight for another 100 years and not groan. We exchanged goat cheese, tobacco, and oven soap for cornbread. One of our rearwigs managed. He stole the officer's Morocco boots, and we crawled back. We reach our position and see awakening. The regiment men are running, pulling on their greatcoats as they go. The regimental dog barked and yapped and galloped like crazy. The musicians dragged drums and trumpets. Where are you going? To the division headquarters. What's up? Run, every last one of you. The commission has arrived. Is it about peace? Anything is possible. And what about the trenches? Our front line. Let Borken keep watch. It's 8 miles to the division headquarters. We are running. Our heels are burning. Peace. Home. Give it to me. Lord. We've fallen. Our tongues hanging out. People have come running. People. The regimental banners and red flags are waving. The orchestras are playing the Marseillaise. Who's arrived? The Civilian Commission for the elections to the Constituent Assembly. Thank God. Quieter. Quieter. The divisional officer galloped past, and the regiments rose. Here's something Daddy babbled, but we are not interested in listening to him. One of them climbs out, wearing a woolen jacket, took off his beaver hat, and started bowing in all directions. Citizens, soldiers and dear brothers. A deep bow to you from the free motherland, from the great mother Russia. The whole division screamed with joy. The earth and sky trembled. The speaker just kept turning around and shaking his hair. The front hundreds listened to him, and the back ones, thousands, tried to guess what he was talking about by the waving of their hands. Although not every word reached our company, it did reach us. Citizen soldiers. Heroic tribe. State Duma. Defense of human rights. Deepening of the revolution. Revolution. Front. Revolution. Rear. Our valiant allies. Old discipline. Servants of the old regime. Conscious soldier. Party of Socialist Revolutionaries. Freedom, equality, brotherhood. With our own hand. One more blow. Revolution. Counter-revolution. War until complete victory. Hooray. The division was rocked, as if by a storm. Hooray. Ararara. Arararara. Someone, not understanding a word, shouted so that the veins on his forehead stood out. Another shouted because others shouted. The division was accustomed to a single blow, and another was simply glad that he saw loving Russian people. And, they say, they have not forgotten about us. In those days, the rank and file understood little about politics. We considered any party good that would reach out to a soldier with a kind word and warm him. The unfortunate one, in its bosom. Me and the committee member Ostap Duda shouted hooray along with everyone else, and then looked at each other and thought. War until victory, I say. Such words are worse than poison for us. Ostap Duda gritted his teeth. No matter how beautifully they call us, we will not fight anymore. Where is the enlightenment of a soldier if we are set against our own officers? This is said by the detachment Pavlyuchenko behind me. We ourselves scold them, and you, real louse, do not bite. Although they are not very good, they went through the whole war with us, choked on the same cracker, crawled under the same wire, the same bullet hit us. There are quite a few of them, just like us, the grey ones, buried in the ground, quite a few crippled ones lying around in the hospitals. They started talking around, right, wrong, down with the white-headed ones. Ostap Duda turns to Pavlyuchenko and shakes his head sadly. Oh, you, Buffanish Petrushka, you're squealing God knows what. You found someone to pity. We don't have to pity the officers. Most of them are fighting of their own free will, and we are being driven into the offensive with 3 whips. The quartermasters who swallow the soldiers' money are our first enemies. They call you a free citizen and force you to serve without smoking for 75 kopecks a month, while a corps general, according to the clerks, gets 3,000 rubles a month. These generals are also our first enemies. Our freedom does not harm the Turks. It does not go to the nose of those who sit on soft sofas. I went on vacation to Tiflis in the summer. The heat is stuffy, over 40 degrees. I walk the streets in a winter papaka and winter trousers. And the bourgeoisie rides in cabs, dressed in silk and velvet, hung with diamonds and gold. Officers sit in taverns, unbuttoned jackets, smoking cigars, sipping wine and la 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 la. This is not a fairy tale. You can go to the city of Tiflis and see for yourself. It's time to put an end to their bliss. The civilian deputies and our officers spoke, the division commander and some front commissar spoke. Whatever correct words they expressed, to us they all seemed wrong. No matter how much oil they dripped on a soldier's head, we shouted, "Tar." No matter how much they softened us, we carried our own. Monks to the front. Manufacturers to the front. Landowners to the front. Policemen to the front. Someone shouts, "Where did they put Sonikoloshka?" The one in the cloth jacket answers, "We are thinking of trying him." You are thinking for a long time. His trial is short. The Tsar and his whole pack should be tried in 24 hours, like they tried us. Let them send gendarmes and landowners here, laughs the fireworks artist Pimenenko. We will tear them apart ourselves, and not let them get to the Turks. Tell us his story, Ostap, about Tiflis, about the grey cats. Tell us. We listen to them, let them listen to us. Ostap dudested with his feet on our shoulders, and began to pour. And his throat is healthy, it was heard from far away. Gentlemen of the deputies, Ostap Duda shouts loudly, you suffered in prisons and hard labor, for which we thank you. You, fighters, have defeated the bloody Tsonikoka. We bow to you to the ground and thank you, and will forever be grateful, and we will order our children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren to thank you. You tried for us, you did not spare either your lives or your health, you died in prisons and damp mines. As the song goes, we ask, try again, untie our hands from the shackles of war, and lead us from the dirty road to the high road. Wasn't it sweet for you in hard labor? And for us here it is worse than any hard labor. There are 3 of us brothers, all 3 went to serve. One went home without a leg, the other was killed on the spot. I'm 25 years old, and I'm not worth a 100-year-old man. My legs are cramped, my back is bent, all the blood in me has rotted. Look, gentlemen deputies, he pointed around. Look and remember, these mountains and valleys are watered with our blood. We ask you first of all to break the war. The second duty is to increase wages. The third duty is to improve food. We bow low and ask you, gentlemen deputies, to wipe away the tears of our wives and children. You give the order, attack, and from home they write, come, dear ones, quickly, we are sitting hungry. Whom should we listen to, and what should we think about, the offensive or the families who have not seen their fill of bread for 4 years? Was it for this, that they sent you to persuade us to shed blood again and again? There is a shortage of shells, a shortage of machine guns, we will not see victory, as if our own ears, but only we will disturb the enemy, and the war will begin again. They'll beat us here, the families in the rear, will die of hunger. The generals are alive and well, the bourgeoisie is drowning in lush flowers, Tsar Nicholas is alive and well, and you're driving us to the slaughter? We are losing patience, we are about to submit to our free will, and then, hold on, Russia. We'll abandon the front, and move with entire divisions, corps to smash the rear. We'll come to your offices, and take all of you, party ministers and non-party socialists, at the tip of a bayonet. What did I say wrong? Don't be offended, comrades, it's been a pain in the ass. End the war quickly and quickly. We, hooray, hooray, hooray. The deputies whispered, quickly explain to us who to vote for, and, into the car, and, relalala. And we roared after them, me-I-I-I. Our regiment voted for 3 days in a row by direct and equal, secret, and universal suffrage. The ballot box was stuffed with voting slips. An honor guard was assigned to the ballot box, and it was decided, as ordered by the higher authorities, to store our votes in the regimental committee until further notice. We live, not a peep about peace. The officers received newspapers from Russia, but they didn't tell us anything. Anyway, they said, a private, a ram's head, won't understand a minister's speech. Letters from home rarely reach the front. Letters were read publicly, like manifestos. Our family circumstances were the same. Our relatives informed us about their sad lives. We are suffering at the front, they are suffering in the rear. You listen to these letters, anger flows through all your veins, but you can't really think of someone to be angry at. The desire to return home, as soon as possible, to look at the farm and family became even more intense. And so they lived, languishing, waiting for some order about general demobilization. They did not go to classes, did not bother themselves with work, were tired of playing cards, and there was nothing to smoke. The gang found out that in the city of Trebizond at the rallies about vacation off explained to the letter. The regimental committee calls for volunteers. 3 of us called out, Ostap Duda, machine gunner Sabarov and me, and went to Trebizond to reconnoiter. The weather was wet, the mud was up to our lower lip, we had been trudging for 100 miles without rest, we were afraid of being late for the meeting. Our fears were in vain, there were no meetings to watch or listen to, in the bazaars, in the taverns, and on every corner there was a meeting. At the meeting, a secret picture was revealed to us, beat the bourgeoisie, down with the war. Fair words. I was shaking with anger, and my swollen heart felt like a rusty knife was slashing. There's no point, I say, guys, wasting time. No matter how much you listen, you won't hear anything better. Freedom for all. Everyone is given the opportunity to breathe freely, and you, grayskin, sit in rotten trenches and click your teeth. Let's leave as a whole regiment, and farewell, Maka. My feet are frozen. My comrades hold me back. Wait, Maxim, wait. We need, as good people, to have some tea and a bite to eat. Have it your way, I say. We go into a tavern. There are plenty of soldiers. Some drink tea, some chebyuki, and some, out of old habit, kill bread. If there is money, they pay, and if not, he eats, wipes himself and goes. It is known that a soldier's service is not easy, and the salary is cats. At the end of the 17th year they began to receive 7.5 rubles, and sometimes a soldier would get 3/4 a month. You don't know, to buy shoe polish. You don't know, tobacco. The last shirt is crawling off your shoulder. A louse sits on you. You need an all and soap. Here and there the defender of the faith, the Tsar and the fatherland dances, like a Crucian carp on a hot frying pan. The pocket does not allow a soldier to be noble. Conversations all around. The ear withers from conversations. What kind of government is there in Russia? There is no government in Russia. The Duma? Our provisional government? All our rulers have been bribed wholesale and retail by the bourgeoisie and Kerensky, but no one listens to him. They scold the Bolsheviks. They sold the motherland to the Germans for a carload of gold. They scold the dog Grishka Rasputin. How he, the scoundrel, did not stand up for the soldier. The emperor is being plucked. Only fluff flies out of him. One tipsy corporal shouts, beat them all in a row. The Bolsheviks, the Mensheviks, and the gold-bellied bourgeoisie. The soldier suffered. The soldier died. The soldiers must take all the power down to the last kopeck and divide it equally among themselves. He spoke hotly, the son of a bitch, but, having sucked down some tea, he licked a silver saber from a Terek Cossack and disappeared. Russia is an orphan without power. Don't grieve, countrymen. If there are sides, a stick will be found. Marvelous. The most marvelous is yet to come. Where is that head that is more important than all heads? Every head is its own chief. And the Constituent Assembly? A cross for the Constituent Assembly, laughs the Siberian marksman from under his black papakha. He takes a piece of paper from his cuff and hands it to us. Now we ourselves have mustaches. Damn her soul. Read, countrywomen. Read aloud. I'm here before you. All in all, the Siberian Regiment, the Penal Battalion, the Abukov Detachment. The paper, the mandate, was given to him by the company committee, which company committee in battle formation ordered right and left. Firstly, to transport the revolutionary soldier Ivan Savastyanov from the Turkish front to his homeland, the Irkutsk province, at the expense of the republic by the most urgent train. Secondly, at all intermediate stations the stage commandants were promised to supply the said Ivan with all kinds of welded and tea rations. Thirdly, since he is an evil hunter, he was allowed to bring home 5 puds of live ammunition and a rifle. Fourthly, fifthly, and 10thly, he has privileges everywhere, advantages everywhere. The mandate, wow, it takes half a day to read. Where did you get it? We began to interrogate him. Where did you get it? It's not there. Still, guess. We were jealous. We pounced on the Siberian in a crowd and started to bother him, tell and tell. I bought it from the company clerk for 3 rubles. Well, a holy icon, he said and laughed. How, the son of a bitch, he laughed. It's like cats are scratching here. A man will have luck. Ivan Savastyanov hid the mandate in his sleeve, threw the bag of cartridges on his shoulders, looked at us proudly, and went to the most urgent train. In the city of Trebizond I met the Cossack Yakov Blinov, a Cossack and a godfather, 2 times relatives. In the old days we did not have a hot friendship. He was a natural Cossack and looked askance at me, a peasant, but now we were very happy to see each other. Hello, Yakov Fyodorovich. Hello, service. We hugged and kissed. Far? To home. What brings you here? I swear to God, to home, he says. An order. I gave myself an order. Are you lying more? I'm telling the truth. How so? So. How so? Like this, he laughs. He has a frontline weapon on him, carpet sacks and a homemade saddle etched with black under the silver. Let's go, Maxim, to our native Cuban, to delicious Vareniki, to the green steppe, to our dashing women. Damn the war, damn it, damned Satan, I'm sick of it. That's right, Yasha, I'm sick of it. My heart is swimming in blood, but how are you going to go? You can't jump from the stove to the sleeping platform. Hey, let's sit down and go. Everyone is going, everyone is running. And our 4th Plaston Battalion left the front. We got here, the watership was arrested. We'll load up by evening. And, engineer, turn the engine, get it moving. I see, that's right. The wind is twisting the forelocks on the sea, and the watership is waiting for Yakov at the pier. I was torn in my thoughts. Should I go or not? Polchin is a little ashamed. They sent me, as a household, and I will run away. And I must admit, it's a pity about the splits. No, Yasha, not a hand. In vain. You never know. No one in our family was a deserter. Grandfather Nikita served for 25 years, but he didn't run away. There's nothing to mention, Godfather, about what happened under Tsar Koza. And you don't go with me in vain. Mark my words, in vain. Bow to the side of my native land. See my Martha, relatives. Pay them many bows. Let them not grieve. I will return soon. Make my joy. There are no more battles at the front. Whoever remains alive will live. And also strictly order Martha to look after the house, and not to sell the last horse. I will return to the yards. The horse will be useful. Yakov listens to me, and does not listen. Twirls his mustache, grins. Put down the bottle. I will teach you to say goodbye to the front. Otherwise you will sing for a long time. Chubaraki chubchiki. You will teach me to jump in a hoop? I'm not joking. Teach me. I will not stand behind the bottle. I will put the bottle. The whole regiment signs up for the Bolsheviks and go with God, whoever wants. The villagers' words seemed mocking to me, so I asked, have you heard what they say about the Bolsheviks? Sold them out, you hear? Lies. Really? A dog barks even at the ruler. What kind of Bolsheviks are they? A party, down with war. Peace without any contributions. A party that suits us. Is that so, Godfather? A matchmaker's business is sacred. Are you a Bolshevik yourself? Hey. So, home. A direct route. A light breeze. My heart ached inside me. I thought the Cossack would roll away to his homeland, and I would have to trudge another 100 miles through the mud. Again the hateful trenches. But then I remembered my company and my comrades, with whom I had fought off death itself more than once. I said firmly, no, Yasha, it's not a hand. Expect me by Christmas. Cut up a fatter boar, brew a drunker moonshine, and I'll come to visit. A long song. We drank a bottle of wine together in a tavern, and went to the sea. The Cossack told me about his service. For 2 winters our battalion trampled the black paths near Erzurum. For 2 winters the Cossack girls were hungry, cold, called upon God and cursed him. Graves and crosses were laid out in our wake. You think about home. You can't take in the land with your eye. The yard is full of cattle. The bird is not counted. The wife, as if washed by the sun, is bored under the window, shedding painful tears. And you, grief, sorrow, foreign land, stick around in the damned Turkey, languish with mortal fatigue and whistle in your fist. Freedom smiled from behind the mountains. All the loops and knots burst. We were drawn home. So drawn, no patience. In our battalion there was one such political Cossack, a bookworm. So he says, so and so, brothers, it's time for us to come to our senses. We thought a Cossack thought, guessed about our dog's lot, and decided to roll over to the Bolsheviks with the whole battalion. Grips, brothers. And I say the same. Well, a sack of onions. The port was swarming with soldiers, a soldier in the port, like gnats. On each one a rifle, a mess tin and a flask jingling. With noise and hubbub, more and more people poured out of the city and the suburbs. trampling each other, roaring like bulls, climbing. The dock bridges sagged under them. Everyone was shouting their own words. Everyone was trying to get on the waterway. There was no room on the waterway. Only about 10 people were sticking out on the pipe itself. From the roof of the dock office, some cadet Yakovlev, who had arrived from Novorossiysk, was giving a speech. His hat with braided trim was cocked to one side. His soldier's greatcoat was wide open. He cursed the bourgeoisie and praised the Bolsheviks. He cursed the provisional government with the most vile words and praised the Bolshevik Soviets. He called on people to enroll in the Red Guard and persuaded them to sell their extra weapons to some military committee. Some listened to his voice and stopped. Some walked past. The Godfather wrapped his healthy hand in a bandage and shouted, "Step aside, lousy crew, let the wounded man through." The soldier stepped aside, making way for the Cossack. He made his way onto the watercraft and waved his papaka to me from the side. "Farewell, Maxim, think about it." The woman was thinking over the trough. The watercraft roared, shook itself and swam like a white goose. Those who remained on the shore were ready to eat dirt out of frustration, swore at the cross, gut, liver, and spleen. And the watercraft further and faintly could be heard. From distant southern lands, from the Turkish side we bow to you, dear one, your faithful sons. I began to persuade my comrades not to waste time, to return to the regiment as soon as possible. I told them about my meeting with Yakov Blinov, about his Cossack cunning and dashing manners. We stood there, chatting peacefully. Night was rising over the city and the sea. Soldiers were wandering along the streets and, not afraid of running into a marching company, were singing Russian songs at the top of their lungs. And then we heard, "Hooray, Guard, Allah Allah." At the market, the artillerymen rushed to beat the Asians. Their shops and stores were destroyed. Every comrade was lying around in the open. Everything was snapped up. Machine gunner Sabarov got away from us and stayed in the city, and Ostap Duda and I lit up a cigarette and walked back to our position. The whole regiment came running to listen to us. The regiment stood close together, shoulder to shoulder, and head to head. I climbed onto the cart and spoke at the top of my voice, so that everyone could hear. "Frontline soldiers, blood of my own. I'll tell you what a secret picture was revealed to us in Trebizond. I stand above the whole regiment. Or 1,000 eyes are picking at me, or 1,000 shoulders are supporting me. I don't feel my feet beneath me, or my head above me. Evenly drunk, I easily throw out my fists, and with a clear conscience, reveal our adventure to Trebizond, who we saw, what we heard, for what sins we are shedding our blood, what is the trick, and what is the secret." 7 sweats, like 7 sheepskins, came off me while I was speaking. Whoever shouts is right. Whoever is right, and whoever only moans in anger. I was itching to keep talking until the most wretched soldier would understand what the catch was, and what the essence of the matter was. Ostap Duda also went berserk. He was completely enraged. The man was so exhausted. He pushed me away, and Ostap Duda shouted, "Russia? What kind of Russia is this? Russia is a den of the bourgeoisie. End the war. Throw down your weapons. A soldier's throat is a cannon's mouth. Or 1,000 throats, or 1,000 cannons. From each throat, a howl and roar, we've dug in. Kaba Bay. Talk some more. Exhausted, tormented. Fight. Whoever is tired of living. We've suffered for 307 years. Down with the war. Throw down your weapons. Home." For a long time, shouts clashed over the regiment. Curses exploded like bombs. Then quieter and they fell silent. I looked back. Ostap Duda looked back. Standing behind us on a cart, like hateful death, Privolzhskaya, our regimental commander. He twitches his mustache, looks at us so dustily, and his whole muzzle burns with bast shoes. The regiment feared Privolzhskaya for his tough character, his nobility was in hand, and loved their commander for his officers' bravery. Few of them were desperate, most often they beat out victory marches on the soldier's skin, but this one served with the regiment together. At Izerdzin, he himself twice went ahead of the line in a bayonet attack and smashed the Turks himself. A bullet pierced his shoulder, another grazed his leg, but he did not want to leave for the rear, and was treated in the field hospital with his unit. Privolzhskaya also liked to go on reconnaissance missions. Near Mamahutin he captured 2 Kurds with their horses. "Soldiers, The commander shouted, but no one showed him their eyes, and no one, as in the old days, raised their heads at his call. Soldiers, where is your conscience? Where is your honor? And where is your courage? And we ourselves are not happy with our former courage. We stand with our eyes fixed on the ground. The commander began to talk about the recent valor of the regiment, about the duty of service, and began to prattle on like this. It is sad to listen to. Motherland, abyss of shame, world struggle, Corky Marky, Chofakata and so on. The soldiers' heads drooped heavily. He says his own thing, we think our own. Some scratch in their fly, some in their bosom. Once, by chance, I glanced sideways at the hairy fist of the chief, tucked into his belt with a finger, and immediately forgot both his vaunted bravery and his daring. Something else crept into my head. In our company, when we were still hanging around in the rear, there was a Vyatka guy named Vanaku Daumov. The soldiers, in their stupidity, still teased him. Vanka, scare away that sparrow, sit on the mast, the barge will sink. A clumsy and impudent guy, trouble. And underarms with a full load of 72 pounds he stood for hours. They put him on bread, on water, they drove him at a goose step. He endured countless battles, but still could not comprehend the simple-minded soldier's science and often forgot which leg was his right, which his left. Hey, 2, 3. Give me your leg. Wave your arms. This was the toy, from morning till night. The companies circled around the barracks yard, as if they were dazed. The blizzard clogged their eyes, the frost twisted their hands, but there was no need to sort it out. The worst thing was when the company commander, Privolzhskaya was still a company commander then, was in a bad mood. Who could His Highness take out his anger on if not on a soldier? You can beat him, you can torment him, he won't let go of his hands. The company commander would fly up to the line and start to cheer them up with his fist in their teeth. Head up. Pull in your belly. Look brighter. At such an evil hour, a predatory beast would run up to Vanka, and he, like a bad soldier, would always hang around on the left flank. You don't know how to stand in line. Whip him in the ear. A green snot flew out and slapped the company commander on his polished boot. Bang in the other rear. Get out of my sight, you lousy devil. And the Vyatka looks through the officer and smiles quietly, as if he were spinning ropes in his sleep. Then he fell. Blood began to flow from his ears. They laid him on his greatcoat and carried him off to the hospital. To the military. There he became deaf in both ears, grew pale and sank, poor thing, into a black grave. I felt sorry for Vanka, sorry for myself, sorry for our whole orphan peasant life. You were born, guilty, you live, you are afraid of everyone, you die, guilty again. I stand there, shaking, I'm so angry, that I'm sick, and he, the raspberry commander, grabbed Ostap and me by the collars, and lifted us over the cart. Here, he shouts, your deputies. Let's twist their heads off for undermining discipline. A fool is purer than a fool, and maybe even German spies. They swayed, poked their heads, breathed loudly. Are they spies? There. You, sir, don't pick at our ailments. They're bad, but your own. A predatory bastard, he should have had the old regime. Spies, do you hear? Give him, kizzle, bam, a frog-like blow, turn him over like a monkey, 3 guts, a nasty arsehole. Give him, he has the golden spirit of Nicholas II. My heart choked in me. I tore my crosses off my chest with the flesh, showed them to the colonels, and to my commander, who hung my crosses on me. What's this? Everything around trembled and groaned. Give him. Hit him twice. Me. What's this? Privolzhskaya was silent. Look carefully. You are our commander. You are our own father. Look, don't blink, or I'll drive these 50 kopeck pieces into your eyes. And with these words, unable to bear my heart, I lashed the commander in the teeth with crosses. Privolzhskaya falling caught his spur and overturned the cart, but they didn't let him fall in the cramped space. They lifted him up with their fists and carried him. It was sore, boiling over. Let me hit you at least once. Everyone roars. Where would there be enough for everyone? We tore apart the commander's ribs, trampled his intestines, but our brutality was only gaining strength. The heart in each of us was moving like a wave, and the fist was asking for a blow. We went to catch the head of the economic department, Zudilovic, nicknamed by the soldiers for his small stature, 2 arshins with a cap. He sees that there is no escape, and he himself, with his hands on his hips, leaves his office for the last judgment. The villain has become timid, his stature seems to have become even smaller, and his eyes, green thieves, have been darting from side to side. Since spring, the regiment has been eating naked Turkish water and stale lentils. Previously, they were afraid to feed horses with such lentils, the wool falls out from it, but now they feed people. We'll pile on the pot in a gang, don't gape, only the spoons whistle, and squeak behind the ears. You mash, 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 mash. Your belly swells like a drum. You still want to eat, but there's nothing to eat. Out of boredom, some poor fellow will go, unbelting himself as he goes, sit down in a hole under a bush, and start thinking about politics. You, a fool, a great portion, serve the tsars, you serve the kings, you serve the little kings, but not a single devil will guess to feed you to your fill. He groans and groans, but he can't come up with anything. Fight, right, don't grieve and don't ask for food. We began to torture our chief. Where do the unfortunate crumbs of the soldiers go? Who eats the soldiers' bread? Who smokes the soldiers' tobacco? Who sips the soldiers' tea on the side? I have nothing to do with it. 2 Arshins with a hat spins like an awl. The delivery is bad. The journey is long. Tell me, son of a pike, who drinks our blood? Who snacks on our liver? Again, it's not my fault. The divisional ones are stealing, and the orders were sent out a long time ago. We are expecting transport any day now. Why is the porridge rotten? Why is there chopped straw, bitter reeds and all sorts of junk in the porridge? The porridge is quite good. Rotten. Good. Rotten. We shout. Excellent porridge. Zudilovich repeats. Then they brought him a bowl of corn porridge for 6, and put it in front of him. They gave him a big spoon. One joker guessed and mixed some gun oil into the porridge. Eat. Let's see what happens. Eat and get dirty. Our chief squatted over the pot and started eating the porridge. Everyone was silent over him and followed each spoonful into his mouth with their eyes. He ate and ate, hiccuped and cried, I can't take it anymore, gentlemen. We grabbed him by the mustache. Eat. Eat, breadwinner, to your fill. We've been eating her for 3 years. We can't stop praising her. He got out of hand. Let's eat again. The paramedic and the clerk argued whether Zudilovich would burst or not. According to medicine, he should burst, said paramedic Bakhtiarov. Not only in our regiment, but also far around. He was famous for irritating wounds for which daredevils received short-term and long-term leave to return to their homeland. No, he won't burst, argued the clerk Korokov, and told how their orderly at headquarters Sivrayagin, on a bet, crushed 10 pounds of sausage and a loaf of bread at once and didn't groan, rolled around in the grass, and that was it. Well, you're lying, my friend. Me. Am I lying? Even if it were so, says the paramedic, that's your Sivrayagin, and that's an educated man. His guts are thinner, just push them a little, and it's done. They bet 50 kopecks. 2 Arshins with a hat jokes, but choose, and our hearts have already left. We talk eloquently, laugh, we don't cover our teeth. It's delicious, I bet, with pleasure. Scoop it up to the brim. Dig to the bottom. Scrape off, uncle, with a spoon. Scoop off, it's not far to the shore. His spoon is Titov's. The chief ate the porridge and licked the spoon. Is it good? We ask. Should I add some more? Not porridge, separation, he answers, shedding tears. Remember our lesson. I repent, brothers. They took him by the arms and, showering him with unpleasant words, led him to the guardhouse. At the same time they thought to intimidate the quartermaster Dunaya, but they did not find him. He sniffed out and disappeared. We dispersed to the dugouts. The units around are wondering, says the scout Vasily Brovko. It's time for the war to break up. It's time. It's time. The other day, listen, the Samara regiment withdrew from its position and went to the rear without permission. The Astrakhan people also said, by winter, probably, not a single Russian foot will be left here. Our people are unfriendly, each throat is like a fire hose, there is a lot of shouting, and there is little to do. If we were more friendly, we would have been sleeping at home with the women long ago. Cusa, you should be pulling nails out of boards with your ass. We'll all run away. Who'll hold the front? Asked career soldier Zirubalov. I'll be with it, with the front. And Russia? That's none of our business. Russia will have some pity as there are so many of them hiding in the rear. They live, the bastards, half-heartedly. It's a pity. The Caucasus will be lost. How many of our graves are scattered here? You can't bring back the beaten, and there's no point in pitying the Georgians and Armenians. Let them defend themselves if they don't like the Turks. What's the point of sitting here, guarding the dead? Send your spies to Russia and find out who's shouting there. War without end. Take them by the bristles and throw them into the trenches. Or half of us stay and fight 1-4-2, and the other half go with weapons throughout the country from edge to edge. Stab and cut, shoot and hang all the peers of Tsarism, and, having divided the land in forests, factories, and plants according to conscience, return here to replace. If you, mishap, instead of Kerensky, sat in the chair and wrote orders, we would have done a lot of good. Platoon Commander Eliseev remembered Polovtsev and crossed himself. He was a good commander. May he rest in peace and eternal rest. All of them, dogs, are good. I say, I wish I had never known them. The tormented and little Corporal Tochilkin looked around fearfully and said, we'll kill him. They died. But what if there was some kind of ricochet here, brothers? When they were killing the chief, Tochilkin ran off to the side. He couldn't bear to see blood after he had once been in a bayonet attack. Keep an eye on them and watch them. We won't give in. What are we waiting for? Pray tell. We should have transferred them all to the soldiers' cauldron long ago. You can't go far in a cauldron. Their honors need to step on their very tails. A pagan ensign on a Frinko ran into the committee tent and reported about the secret meeting of the officers. They were deeply offended because of Polovtsev. They were thinking about how to unleash the Cossacks on the regiment, and they themselves were agreeing to disperse to the rear and abandon the regiment to its fate. The soldier is cunning. There are secrets there, and secrets here. They have secret conversations, and we have a company on standby every day. Which duty unit is it today? I ask committee member Semyon Kapizin. The 12th duty unit. Kapizin answers, and, cocking the bolt, sends a live cartridge to the place. They became alarmed. Don't gape, guys. What's there to gape for? Life threatens death every minute. Come out. Don't make too much noise. We run to the second line of fortifications, and I loudly give the command, 12th, to arms. The soldiers of the 12th company fly out of their holes. Some are dressed, some are barefoot and without hats, but all with rifles. We, the committee members, briefly explain why the alarm has been raised, and the company, spreading out into a line, heads quickly towards the forest. We surround the armored dugout of the officers' meeting. The three of us enter the dugout. Hello, gentlemen officers. I say boldly, and put my hand in my pocket on the bomb. Hello, self-seekers, answers the battalion captain of the 2nd Battalion, Staff Captain Ignatiev, and, getting up from the table, walks straight towards us. Scoundrels. How dare you enter without permission from the duty officer? And from all sides, offensive words rain down on us. I see that Ostap Duda's face has changed, and his chest has changed to that of a battalion officer. Can't you express yourself more lightly? We are a delegation. We have come to find out what kind of stone you are keeping in your bosom. What is that? Ignatiev yells, his eyes bulging. Oh, you convict foreheads. I don't remember how I stepped forward. Know the edge and don't fall. I won't climb over yours. Stop mocking our brothers. Stop pulling our sinews. The 12th company is for us. Kapizin screamed from behind me. The regiment is for us. The entire mass of the soldier wave is for us. You can't intimidate us with Cossacks. This is not the old regime. Marachap, traitors, motherland, treason. The battalion commander pulled out a revolver. I can't. I'll shoot myself. And he raised the revolver to his temple. Go ahead. You alone will perish, but there will be many of us left, says Kapizin. He changed his mind. He lowered his hand with the revolver and said in a quiet voice, you are sons of bitches. The officers surrounded him, pushed him into a corner, and began to calm him down. Gentlemen deputies, then the young and clean, as if ironed, Adjutant Ermolov addressed us. Gentlemen, in my opinion, there is a misunderstanding here. We do not hold a stone in our bosom, and we have no special secrets. We simply, like a family, gathered to drink tea and joke around. Take my word for it, we have never been interested in politics. We are not against the provisional government. We are not against the revolution, but, he looked back at his people, but, We will not allow, Ignatiev shouted, some scum to besmirch the honor of the regimental banner, under which Suvorov himself once led our regiment in an attack on Izmail and Rymnik. Our banner. And he went on and on to speak about the regiment's merits. They calmed him down with difficulty. That adjutant came up to us again and whispered, "Don't be angry with him, gentlemen. He's a man with the most wonderful soul. But, he doesn't restrain his tongue. Revolution is, you know, such a thing. We know what revolution is without you, Mr. Lieutenant," says Kapizin. "Tell us better. How do you keep a soldier at the front, and then conspire to desert? Lies, nonsense, crap. Trust your immediate superior more. A soldier shouldn't listen to anything from the outside, from some rogue agitator. He should learn all the news through his superior, and go to his superior with all his grievances. Haven't we been together at the position from the first day of the war? Don't sit around," says Ostap Duda. "Don't sit in the trenches up to your asses in water. You, dry and clean, sleep on chairs. Didn't we serve together honestly, and shouldn't we die together honestly in these positions? For the motherland, for freedom, we, I say, don't want to die. Thank God, we live to see the revolution and we don't want to die. Budaya, we died." Kapizin also got involved. "For 3 years we've been bashing our foreheads against death. We are tired of it. We want no deception, no annexations and contributions. Bolshevik speeches? We don't care whose speeches. We want to get to our yards, as soon as possible, and you, gentlemen officers, tie us hand and foot. 3 years. 3 years. Battalion officer Ignatiev jumped out of his corner again. "And I have been serving for 15 years. No family, no home. All my wealth is a change of underwear and a government issued overcoat. Now you get this, you get that, and we, old commanders, get nothing. You get freedom, and we get lynchings. Boors, sons of bitches. Don't rejoice and don't be merry. The discipline of the new government will be even stricter, and you, scoundrels, will still come and bow at our feet. Let's go." Ostap Duda shoved his elbow into my side. "There's enough talk here to last the whole night, and there the company is getting wet in the rain." We turn around and leave. The company surrounded us. "Well, what did they treat you to there? What did they treat you to?" "We were scared of them," laughs Kapizin, "and they were scared of us. They started barking at each other, and then to the sides. Too bad there wasn't a fight. It wouldn't hurt to rip the skin off another nobleman as a warning. You can't avoid biting them anyway. While you were chatting there, we tore off all the telephone gear in the forest. Well, guys, keep your ears open. Machine gunners are to remain in their places at all times. Post a guard at the battery. Send out posts to the roads. Everyone be ready in case of an alarm." In the morning, the regiment was assembled for a meeting. They tried and argued for a long time. In the end, it was decided to arrest the battalion commander Ignatiev and urgently send their delegates to the Cossacks and the 132nd Rifle Regiment. The battalion commander did not allow himself to be arrested. He shot himself, and the delegates were sent. We had hardly dispersed when an orderly galloped from the division headquarters with orders to immediately take the ballot box with the soldiers' votes to Tiflis, where the all-army committee of the Turkish front was quartered. Send Maxim Kizil, Pimenenko, Trofimov. Each of us wanted to go to the rear, to see a free life, and to be closer to home. Artilleryman Polozorov spoke for everyone. "There is no point in us, brothers, yelling in vain. We need a reliable man here. Maybe through the leaflets, some kind of liberation will come about. Having blessed ourselves, we will send one of our committee members. Nothing more reliable can be invented." They heeded his word. In front of the whole regiment we drew lots. One draws, misses, another, misses, a third, misses. Luck fell on me. I pulled out a nickel with a notch, and it began to play in me. I raked up the junk, stuffed all sorts of curd and murder into one bag, the soldiers' voices into another, and sat down on the watermelon. Farewell, fellow countrymen. Goodbye. Come back soon. What is he doing here? Stay, Kizil. Voices, write to us about the rear formations, and go to Kuban, and then we will roll up. Some are trying to kiss, some are pouring tobacco on the road for me, some are shoving a letter home. The driver took apart the reins, barked, and the horses harnessed by a pair took off. I looked back from the pass for the last time. Far below, the trenches were black, dugouts were visible, machine gun nests, a battery in the woods, and the whole wide valley was strewn with soldiers, like a handful of shag. Farewell, Devil's Side. I haven't cried for 3 years, I've been praying and cursing, and then it burst. 1925 to 1926. The fire is burning, flaring up. There is a revolution in Russia. All of Russia is at loggerheads. Mountains, forests, broken roads. Soldiers were carried along the beaten paths, along goat tracks, like garbage in spring streams. Soldiers surrounded the stations and stops in clouds. At night, the glow of fires rose to the sky. Everyone was rushing to board, but there was no boarding. Trains rolled north, thundering with songs, hooting, whistling. The rattling boxcars were filled to the brim with people, like sacks of grain. Fellow countrymen, put us in. Nowhere. Should we go or not? We've been waiting for 2 weeks. Go, we won't hold you back. Somehow. Enough. Comrades. Enough. Turkestan Regiment. Where are you going? Afonaya, stick a hot firebrand in his beard. Deputy, I'm bringing votes, Maxim shouted hoarsely, and, like an icon, raised the urn with the soldiers' voices in front of him. No one listened to him. Groans, screams, shouts. Trains flew in clouds of smoke and dust. Thousands of hearts rolled, overtaking the wheels, and knock 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 knock, to my. Maxim untied the last loaf of black and heavy as earth bread from his sack, and began waving the loaf in front of the cars running past. Hey, hey. The pockmarked Cossack grabbed the loaf on the fly, pulled Maxim's sacks and Maxim himself through the window into the car. Let's go with nuts. It's a bit crowded, but we can go. Close the door, it's cold, growls one from under the bench, and the door has been torn off its hinges, and burned long ago. The windows in the carriages are broken. Be patient, you're not going just anywhere, you're going home. Lobosty, hanging his head, cropped by the steps, from the top bunk, and with mischievous eyes sparkling, was telling a fairy tale about Rasputin with bated breath. Grishka comes into the Tsarina's loud whir, takes off his plush trousers and starts chopping wood. They laughed heartily, laughed a lot, burst into laughter. It had accumulated over 3 years, and there was no time for fun at the position. Anyone who was there knows. What's this? The one who growled crawls out from under the bench. Close the door, it's cold. I'll tell you a story, and it's a story. His story unfolded at the big hour. It was full of the strange adventures of a soldier on leave. How many simpletons he had deceived. How much good stuff he had stolen. How much green wine he had drunk and how many girls he had maimed. In the same carriage, rode an old colonel, beaten black and blue, and robbed by soldiers. His bare feet, entangled in strings, dangled in the mud-spattered felt scraps. His shoulders were covered by a tattered, government-issue sheepskin coat. He picked up scraps from the floor in a crumpled copper pot and sucked them. Strands of grey, matted hair were sticking out from under his cap with a red band. He slept, like everyone else, standing or sitting on the floor. There was nowhere to lie down. The old man wants to go to hell, but they won't even let him in the door. Climb, they shout, through the window, like we climb. Maxim felt sorry for the old man, moved over a little, and invited him to sit down on the bench. Thank you for your kind words, brother. I'm not worthy, that's what, to sit in a row with the soldiers. For my years of service, that's what, I've been discharged. And he didn't sit down, but his own tears were rolling down his bristly cheek. From all sides, they threw curses at the old man, like logs. Glot. It's high time to die. You're living someone else's life. Look, they've melted his mug. Maybe they threw it at him out of mischief. They won't beat him in vain. They're beating him for a reason. Throw him out of the window on the move, and that's it. We've walked. Let them walk. Come on, guys. Maxim stood up for him. Why torment the old man? He keeps riding, not taking up someone else's space. Everyone wants to ride. That's right, the big-headed storyteller from the top bunk supported. Whoever he offended, he screwed him, and it's none of our business. Of them too, who had a clue before our brother. That colonel was traveling to his daughter in the village of Tsimlyanskaya, on the quiet dawn. Maxim fed him all the way to Tiflis, and gave him some woolen stockings as a parting gift. Here, wear them. At every stop, soldiers seemed to grow out of the ground. Roaring and barking, they climbed into the windows, hung on the running boards, stormed the buffers. There was not enough room to sit on the roofs. They rode on the pillars, astride the locomotive. Unlubricated wheels squealed under the trains. The rails sagged. Sit on the buffer, hold on to the pancake. There's a traffic jam near Tiflis. The siding is clogged with trains. The hungry soldiers had been sitting in the carriages for 2 or 3 days now, cursing the bourgeoisie, the revolution, the counter-revolution, and the whole world. Others, with kit bags, bundles, and chests, were cutting off the sleepers, heading for the city. However, most of these hurried men, frightened by the monstrous rumors, were returning from the road, huddling in groups near the head of the train, and holding meetings. Each group had its own chatterbox, and each chatterbox, biting the bit, kept on talking whatever came into his head. One was persuading them to send a peace delegation to the Georgian government, another was advising them to first shell the city with a hurricane of artillery fire and only then send a delegation, and the rather tipsy Cossack sergeant, winding his thick, foxtail-like moustache around his fist, boomed in a deep bass, "Brother soldiers, listen to me, an old and experienced man. We don't need any delegations. We have no business arranging a bitch's wedding with those Asians. Let them get shaken. Let them all die. Let me and the Cossacks go ahead. Like a fiery broom I will clear the road and cut down all the new rulers to the devil's father, starting with Tiflis and ending with the Kagalnitskaya village, where I myself come from. That's it, little soldiers, brothers." Noticing the sly smiles on the faces of some of his listeners, which seemed offensive to him, the sergeant frowned, threw his mustache over his shoulder, and, grabbing himself in the chest with his fist, so that the crosses and medals jingled, spoke with even greater fervor. "You, scallops, why are you grinning there, like that priest's dog at a hot soup? Shut up, you devils. I'm not some kind of liar or flirt. In the 6th year, while on active service, I myself was a party member. Our commander, Ensign Terenukha, a kind Cossack, God rest his soul, he could eat a whole ram in one sitting, lined up our company on the parade ground and said, 'Cossacks, these are hard times in Rus. The Jews and students are rebelling. Soon our regiment will be driven to that damned Odessa to be pacified. Remembering the oath and our Orthodox faith, we must enroll as a whole company in the party, or the Union of Archangel Michael. We are glad to try, we answer, it's all the same to us.'" And it seems that the eloquent sergeant would have continued orating for a long time, but then two Cossacks squeezed through the crowd, and, saying reproachfully, "Stop showing all your nonsense at once, Semyon Nikitovich, save something for tomorrow," they grabbed him by the arms, and led him away to their echelon. On a dry hillock they were playing heads and tails, throwing highlight copper coins. Two of them started a Russian-French wrestling match, gathering a crowd of spectators around them, almost every one of whom was giving advice to one or another of the wrestlers. Several people were sitting and reclining in casual poses around an outstretched overcoat and playing cards. The senior guard of some escort team, a dashing-looking sergeant major who had already been to Tiflis and Baku, threw down a bank and was telling a lively story. Georgia, as is well known, broke away from Russia. The Georgians are tired of sitting behind the broad Russian back. They want to live as they please. They have their own money now, their own laws, their own rulers. Well, let's go crazy. What party are they? What are they fighting for? A red-haired, terribly thin soldier asked abruptly. Who? Georgians? They have more parties, my friend, than fleas on a dog. And they all refute each other, and they all don't recognize each other. And who is fighting for what? Who is right? Who is guilty? Even the bishop himself can't figure it out. I saw one of their ministers in the city garden at a meeting. Well, nothing special, neatly dressed, with a watch and a cane. I couldn't understand his speech. He didn't speak Russian, but his own. I read the Tiflis newspapers. I also didn't find out for sure what was what, but I heard from an ensign at the market. Georgia, they say, is leaning towards the Mensheviks, has handed over all power to them, and the Mensheviks, they say, used to be subordinate to the Bolsheviks, like the apostles of Christ, and now it seems that those apostles have become enraged. They do not recognize either the Tsar or the Lord. And they are already taking Christ himself by the throat. The Tiflis prisons are packed to capacity. A nation, he is a nation, sighed one of the players. He likes blood instead of lemonade. They are quick, lively. The sergeant continued to talk about the Mensheviks, but, like hares, they are afraid of everyone. They are afraid of the workers. They are afraid of the soldiers. They are afraid of the Russian generals. They are afraid of the Turks. And most of all, they are afraid of the Bolsheviks. These rulers are worthless. These rulers are temporary, until the first frost, the red-haired soldier said again in his dull sepulchral voice, choosing a ruble from a pile of crumpled money clenched in his fist. Give me a card. Give me another. Trembling, he slowly picked up the last card and, as if burned, pulled his hand back. Too much. Mamayev, the district police officer, served with us in Kimry for 40 years in a row. What a ruler he was. He gallops around the village sober, and not a single dog, what an incomprehensible creature, dared to bark at him. And when he gets drunk, don't let anyone catch your eye, he'll tear you apart. The peasants hear the bells, Mama is galloping, and scatter in all directions. Some will hide under the hut, some will bury themselves in the straw in the threshing floor, whoever. With him, it used to be that until the mass or vespers ended, you wouldn't show yourself drunk in the street, or play the accordion. He was a real robber. The grass withered in fear before him, and even then, 3 months before the revolution, he ended up on the peasants' pitchforks. And how many of these mames did that I have? Where are they? They've all been boiled to death like cockroaches. Now the people have despaired and are mad. They won't let any ruler hang around their necks. For a while everyone was silent, following the game with interest. Then the conversation resumed. And it's nice to be a guest, but it's boring, thoughtfully said Maxim, who was watching the game from the side. Good people, I suppose, are fixing a plow and a harrow, and we, like lost souls, wander and wander in a foreign land. Isn't it sad? I don't understand why the hell we are sitting here, exclaimed a boy with the stripes of a volunteer and a new street George on his chest, who had already tried several times to get involved in the conversation. The young hero kept glancing worriedly at his insignia, as if wanting to make sure, had he lost it? We beat the Germans, we beat the Turks, but these scoundrels can be split in 2 counts. In my opinion, if we deploy a combat regiment properly, provide the flanks with a sufficient number of machine guns, give each company. The old soldier's burst of laughter so confused the boy that he choked on his own word, coughed until he cried, and fell silent. Quick, the sergeant winked. Stick your nose in, they'll show you what 100 combs cost. What? That's right. You're still young, you haven't raked a croup yet. The banker played with his shaggy eyebrow with a significant air, and, spreading out his extremely tattered cards again, continued to narrate. Under the national banners, the Georgians are gathering their army, the Armenians, the Tatars, as is well known, they have a shortage of weapons. And so the Menshevik rulers rolled out their armored train to the Ganja region to disarm the trains. They disarmed few, but at the Shamka station they took a lot of us by surprise with machine guns. My god, what was going on there? The wounded, like locusts, were taken to the cemetery for 2 days. Unfortunately, some hospital with serious cases was evacuated, and all these poor fellows burned to death in their carriages. Well, it's a well-known fact, the soldiers went berserk. They would catch a Georgian, a Tatar or an Armenian, and then they would give him a smash, hit him in the watermelon with a cleaver, hang him by the neck with wire and hang him on a telegraph pole, and hang stones on his feet. I feel bad, but you, Karapet, are also exhausted. I'm a witness to this. They pinned one of their officers to a fence with bayonets, drowned another in an oil tank. Maxim listened to so many of those speeches, his head was spinning. With a heavy heart he returned to his half-empty carriage and fell asleep. He was awakened by the tramp of many feet, by loud cries, and the sharp light of the prickly electric lights flashing outside the carriage window struck his sleep-clogged eyes. The train, swaying on the switches, and jingling its buffers, was approaching Tiflis. The signal lights blinked, some buildings and poplars floated by, their dark tops reaching right up to the starry sky. The train, having passed the station, rolled off into the darkness, onto the sidings. The soldiers jumped out of the carriage as it moved. Maxim grabbed his bags and jumped off. At the station he found the stage commandant, wearing the epaulets of a lieutenant colonel, who was sitting alone in his office, and, as if in delirium, muttering something to himself. "What do you want?" What regiment? Why without a belt? He fixed the wondering, crazy eyes of a cocaine addict on Maxim. Maxim handed over his travel certificate and mandate. The latter glanced at the papers and threw them at the delegate. I have no bread, no tobacco, no sugar, get the hell out. He fell silent for a short moment and then began to babble again, muttering, looking with horror somewhere past Maxim into the corner, legality, order, ideals. Everything is falling into the abyss. Everything is going to hell. Ah, Ninochka, Ninochka, how you have upset me. How you have upset me. What do you want, soldier? What regiment? What kind of fool is your commander? Why is he not dressed in uniform? Oh yes. So, my dear fellow, the General Army Committee of the Turkish Front has been transferred to Yekaterinodar. Go there with your votes, even though it's useless. These scoundrels have already dispersed the Constituent Assembly. They destroyed the cradle of Russia, the Moscow Kremlin. Everything is lost. The country is perishing. The culture is perishing. You, cattle, can't understand that. Cubanists, you're probably happy, you scoundrel. I'm sending a train from the 5th track now. Get a pack of cigarettes and go to hell. Everything is collapsing. Lord, the foundations of centuries. Woe, woe to the Russians. Geda and Troika, fluffy snow, frosty night all around, he sang, and, covering his face with his hands, began to sob. I'm drunk, thought Maxim, and went out. There was no food point or bread shops at the station. Hungry, growling and groaning soldiers wandered around. The entire area near the station was cordoned off by a regiment of the Georgian People's Army. They weren't letting the frontline soldiers into the city. They were afraid of pogroms, and they were pushing them further in packs to Baku. The trains were leaving for the east every now and then, one after another. Oh, some corporal sighed heavily, standing in the open doors of the freight car and threatening the city that was slipping away from sight with his rifle, from where, despite the early morning, the sobbing of orchestras could still be heard. They saw us off to the front with flowers, and now you're greeting us with burdocks. Aren't you sorry for a piece of bread? Well, just you wait, Katso, won't you get caught in a tight spot somewhere? Don't get angry, fellow countrymen, your liver will burst. Maxim slapped him on the shoulder. They recognize the Mensheviks. They are a good party. God bless them. We'll go further. Maybe we'll get to know them even better. Yes, it's really offensive. The newspapers write equality, brotherhood, but they themselves try to grab you right under the solar plexus and don't give you a crumb of bread. Okay, Maxim said again, and if any curly-haired one gets under our paw, let him not beg for mercy. We won't give him any slack. The main thing, guys, don't part with your rifle, another one responded from under the bunks. Until your death, keep it, mother, at the ready, and no dog will approach you, because although it likes to bite, it only has one head. The war began behind Tiflis. The mountaineers attacked trains in large and small detachments. If they were lucky, robbed them and sent them down the slopes. People were starving on the tracks. Horses were dying. The trains stretched in a continuous ribbon, one behind the other. At night there was no light, no voice on the trains. Having posted patrols and outposts, they stood in full combat readiness. They traveled alone, in teams, regiments, with artillery, wagon trains, with headquarters. Separate units of the 4th and 5th Rifle Corps moved in marching order, sweeping gangs from the way. Akstafa, Ganja, Yevlak. At each station there was a shootout, confusion, hubbub. The Elisavetpol station was burning. The Kyurache kerosene pipeline station was burning. Small stations were burning along the entire line. The railway employees, track guards and repair workers with their families and belongings fled towards Baku. Abandoned houses, booths and workers' barracks burned. Tatar villages and villages of Russian sectarians burned. Cannons thundered on the approaches to mountainous Armenia. Cannons thundered on the borders of Georgia, Dagestan and Azerbaijan. The whole of Transcaucasia was blocked by screams, groans and smoke from fires. Bulgar. All the access roads were already clogged with trains by the very weekend, and from the direction of Tiflis more and more new ones rolled in, and there was nowhere for them to stop. They stopped behind the semaphore, in an open field, from where the delegates streamed in single file to the station, talking loudly. Who's holding us back? All the spirit has gone out of the locomotives. Listen, they won't take them. All the white-throated ones must be killed. Around the station, and on the tracks, right on the ground, and on the wild stone, there were feet scattered in broken boots, bast shoes, stoves, hands cracked from dirt, rags, painted tattered chests, sacks, tousled heads on the sacks and chests, faces, exhausted, tormented, and mugs, swollen either from prolonged insomnia, or from a large shoal. Not far away, in the mountains, a regular Cossack regiment was fighting with the Tatars, who sometimes retreated to the line of their oars, then themselves, with a whoop, a squeal, rushed into the attack, trying to break through the pass, to join up with another detachment. The echo of rifle volleys rolled in the mountains. The silence of the gentle morning was thundered by cannons. The frontline soldiers determined the caliber by the clearly audible explosions. 3-inch gun. Also, listen, a miner. It must be this. They don't have guns. Are you an architector? Have you checked what they have, and what they don't? Oh, what a toad croaked. Bomb thrower. Yes, this one will hit you in the back of the head. You'll probably lose your footing. A stray shell behind the semaphore ZZZ boom. Splashed mud and panic. Some crossed themselves. Some grabbed their rifles. Some grabbed their hats and ran away. They're hitting. Bitches. They've gone around. Get lost. Ganka. Get out. Ganka. Where's my bag? Stop, brothers. Stop. Don't run. They're fighting the Cossacks. They won't touch us. Of course. They'll pat you on the head. Oh, my god. You choked. You'll die like that before you reach your term. We should send a delegation to fraternize, like at the front. So and so, comrades. Take off your pants. Go to bed. They'll get so much that you won't see the light of day. There lie those poor guys, decorated for their faithful and diligent service. In the doorway of the plundered storage shed, on brand new mats, 2 slaughtered infantrymen of the Gunner regiment lay in a row, covered with greatcoats. Dirty dead feet stuck out from under their short greatcoats, heels together, toes apart. Yesterday, both were sent away from their echelon to negotiate with the Tatars. Today they were found in a ditch under an embankment. Here came several Gunner residents, one with a bleached shovel on his shoulder, exchanged a short word, and dragged the slaughtered men straight on the mats to a nearby hollow, where the earth was softer. There they would quickly bury both of them in one hole, then disperse to the wagons and roll away. It would rain, the grass would rustle, the quiet dawns would burn, but never again would a single close soul come to cry, to moan at a soldier's grave lost in the steppe. The fires splashed in the wind. The resinous planks of the sleepers, the splits of some boards were burning hotly, and the wagon paneling was burning well, boiling paint along the ribs. Pots were sticking to the fire from all sides, and mamaliga and corn were bulging in the pots. The big black-bearded soldier pulled a motley chicken out of the bag, which didn't even have time to cluck once, as he, with a crunch, bit off its head, and, listening to the rare gunshots, sighed, "They shoot and shoot. Lord, your will. And why can't the damned stay at home? And what do these hairless dogs want? It's us, my fellow countrymen, who are tired of war, but they are eager." PL licked a chicken impaled on a blue bayonet. The lad, gnawed by illness, shivered, wrapped himself in his overcoat, shoving his sleeves deep into his sleeves, blinking his inflamed, festering eyes, and, greedily flaring his nostrils at the soot of the chicken feathers, obsequiously agreed with the black man. "A vile people, still enough rich, worse than dogs. She's afraid. And the chicken is burning. Don't be afraid, it won't burn. Run. Run, run. Still enough rich, don't expect anything good here. And the chicken is something, keep an eye on it. If the Tatars were alone," said the militiaman wrapped in stinking rags, "we would quickly dispose of them, but our positional officer is fighting for them. That's hot." "What are you saying?" "True word. How is that possible?" "Well, here's how. Yesterday, beyond the Kura, our scouts caught 2 Asians and a Russian officer with them. Fine. They brought them to the station. Then they started twisting their tails, asking what god they pray to. Fine. You can't ask much of a Tatar. Belm, belm. They slapped their sleeves along their thighs, smacked their tongues. There was a lamb. There was a horse. There was a young wife. War came. The lamb went away. Freedom came. The horse went away. Bolshevik came, shouting, bourgeois, bourgeois. He took away the last of the meat, took off the cheddar from his wife. lamb, oh, horse, oh, young wife. Ayayay, Urus, with all his might the pork voyvoda went. Laughing at the Asians, we tore our guts out, but we approached the officer more harshly. Okay, what party? We asked him. He answered, non-party. You're lying. So be it, said one of the committee members. Non-party members, like cockroaches, should sit on the stove and not hang around among the tatters. Okay. We asked him what unit he was from, how long ago he had been out of the line. He was silent. We asked him something else. He was silent. Then the committee member turned around and hit his honor in the face, and then he started talking. Russia, allies, this and that. We want, they say, to stop your shameful flight and turn the army back to the front. Clean. They're cooking potsherds. They beat us there, and they beat us here. They confused us there, and they confuse us here. The chicken was ready. Blackbird broke off a burnt wing, licked it himself, but got burned, and threw it to the boy. Here, Fedyunka, do something out of boredom. Right next to it, behind a stone fence, on a reed sheaf, a fat Armenian woman was letting go to both a pedestrian and a horseman. There were 3 crowds in the station garden. In one, they were playing heads or tails. In another, they were killing the station master. And in the third, the largest crowd, a Chinese boy was showing tricks. Schindler, Mindler. Oh, Motliaya, Shaliklukalozia. As, Dua, Fo, Poegla. Kuashalik Poegla. Northeast Sniasi, Spasi Nata. Twisting his grimy, bootleg-like face, he slyly whispered to his wooden idol and joyfully shouted, ah, sleepy, Kuashalik Poegla. Maa Godoblaya. The speech of the admiring spectators. Ah, demon. What a demon. A splinter of a boy. Yeah. Our Russian would have been cut to pieces long ago, but this one, go away, I'll break free. A big black bearded soldier, pushing people aside, and sucking on his last chicken leg as he went, flew like a hawk, to finish off the station chief. They said he was still breathing. A cheerful company of tipsy Terek men was walking along the platform. They were joking, laughing, heartily laughing at their own pranks. One, the youngest and stupidest, with his head turned as far to the side as possible and his eyes half closed with pleasure, was amusing himself by banging a spoon on an empty copper kettle and quickly spouting out the most monstrous obscenities in tune. Another tried more than once to sing a Terek song, but his voice always broke. 2 more were competing to see who could spit higher. They had already spat all over the front of the station, but the dispute was still not resolved. The squad leader's orderly, Foka, was also walking along the platform, seemingly a silly fellow, but a great rogue and rascal, the likes of which the world had never seen. He walked, and all his attention was concentrated on not spilling the sour cream, a full dish of which he carried in his outstretched hands. The revelers surrounded him, and bombarded him with questions. Where did you go? Where did you milk the milk? Oh, that's sour cream, exclaimed one of them, dipping his finger into the dish, and sucking on it. Ah, delicious. How much did you pay for it? Tell me, Foka, how you washed a Tatar woman in the bathhouse in Yerevan? And another one dipped not his finger, but his whole hand into the sour cream, and the one whose throat was catching, while singing through a cigarette, but into the sour cream, which caused the whole company to burst into wild laughter. Foka put the dish at his feet, and, covering it with the hem of his overcoat, implored, Cossacks. But the Cossacks were pressing. One had already pulled his cap down over his nose, another was pulling a dish of sour cream from under him, and the one who was playing with a spoon on an empty pot was shaking him. Foka, Foka, come on, tell me something without thinking. I have no time to even chat with you, fool. Get lost, growled the enraged Foka. All you have to do is laugh and giggle, and then there's food there. Eh, what's the point of talking to you? The line that had formed for the uniform let out a booming volley of curses and dispersed. What a dog our Foka is, one of the Terek soldiers said admiringly, wiping the sweat from his face with his cap. Now, I bet, he's pleased Yakov Lukich with some Vareniki, and licked some sour cream right next to him. So much for saying something without thinking. The telegraph operator, pressed against the wall, muttered some pitiful words, as if he were drunk or half asleep. Soldiers' chins, dirty mustaches, sweaty, maddened faces, and wide open, screaming mouths danced before his eyes, melted with horror. The leader's paw was already reaching for the telegraph operator's throat. Tell me for the last time, will there be locomotives or not? We'll rip them out with the meat. We'll go anyway. A collar on a white sole. A gooseneck extended from his starched collar. His white lips trembled. Comrades. My dears. My God. I'm for the new regime myself. I even fought for it. I have the necessary documents. The locomotives do not depend on me. Voices began to shout. Kalia Kalia, in half and in two. Don't take your eyes off us. Get out the locomotives. Death or life. You must try hard. You eat the peasant's bread, but don't you want to show respect to the peasant? Holidays, parties? You've all sold out to the bourgeoisie. We've been driving for the second mile for 5 days. These are bad jokes. Why should we squabble with him? We need to shake him up, then he'll give us the locomotives. Brothers, I give you my honest and noble. The soldiers I was smoking with malice. Hands reached out for the telegraph operator's soul, and the bright buttons fell from his uniform jacket. Speak, won't you give me some locomotives? Brothers, hit me, you son of a bitch. A telegram to Baku. Call Mirza's apparatus for locomotives from Baku. If Terets Foka had been in the telegraph operator's place, he would have rushed to Mirza's apparatus with the greatest readiness, and, despite the fact that all the wires along the line had long since been torn, he would have started shaking the apparatus with all his might and turning it in all directions. Then, having realized it, he would have rushed to the long defunct telephone and, puffing out his cheeks, bulging his eyes fiercely, he would have started cursing the Baku bosses with the most vile words and demanding that 40,000 locomotives be immediately sent to his disposal. The hopeful frontline soldiers would have treated him to some tobacco, complained about their bitter fate and dispersed quietly, peacefully, and then perhaps the cloud would have dispersed somehow. But the simple-minded telegraph operator was not good at inventing things, and at the demand to send a telegram to Baku he only threw up his hands, which in the inflamed consciousness of the soldiers was refracted as an unwillingness to try and respect. Lukin, a broken and despairing voice. Lukin, slap him. Spat into his fist. Patriot, the war is until victory. And he slapped. The telegraph operator hit the back of his head against the wall, covered with posters freedom loan. At that moment there was a roar and explosion, glass splashed, the walls of the station shook. Recoiling from the telegraph operator, they rushed out. At first no one could understand anything. The platform was shrouded in smoke. In the smoke, groans, anxious cries and a clear command. 3rd 100, form a line. Orderlies here. Squadron, to the horses. Kiryaka, where are ours? Little by little the smoke cleared. The wounded and shell-shocked lay here and there on the platform, face down and on their backs, crawling and groaning. Orderlies ran with stretchers. Several boxcars were torn off the rails on the approach track. A short stocky artilleryman of the Kars Fortress Artillery stood leaning against a lamppost tarred by an explosion, smearing blood over his round cheeks, and, looking in surprise at his tattered knitted cap, muttered, "How can this be? Oh my God. It's the poor guy, his grey cap." Then, having come to his senses a little, the artilleryman told the soldiers surrounding him more coherently, "Our battery officer Pancho blew himself up, a true Christ. We went to the village with him for lard, but we didn't find a single piece of lard. Well, we drank a bottle of wine. We were walking back, quietly and humbly talking about domesticity, and Pancho, you should know, had a sack full of bombs and dynamite on his back. He was taking it home, the poor guy, to knock out the bourgeoisie. We didn't have any lard, we found it. We wanted sausage to death. We couldn't find any sausage either. While we were walking, we drank another bottle, but we didn't get very tipsy, just half drunk. We reach the station. We are having a sedate conversation. No one is helping us, and we are helping no one. We look. What a wonder. Our carriage is gone. We looked and looked, but the carriage was gone. This is a mockery of us, says Pancho. There was a carriage here, and there's no carriage. This, I say, is very offensive. Let's go to the station attendant, have a quiet, noble talk with him. Only Pancho and I, God bless us, had reached this place, had just started asking how we could get to the attendant, when out of nowhere a scumbag guy appeared. Who the hell is standing in the way? He shouts, and the bastard hits my friend on the back with a teapot. Pancho, of course, hissed and exploded. All that was left of him was his hat, and what a good guy he was. Oh my god. How it used to be, we'd go out into the street, in our village, like we'd burst into two accordions. Oh, they gasped, cursed, and a bloody, government-issue knitted hat with tufts of red hair stuck to it was passed from hand to hand. The shooting in the mountains died down. The Cossacks returned from battle to the sound of a song and the jingling of marching drum. Dogmalak and Kurdish papakas, weathered stern faces, strong teeth and eyes still burning with anxiety and fighting spirit. From a daring raid the Cossacks are going home. Hey and Liuli, the Cossacks are going home. They brought with them Tatar horses as light as the dawns. They chopped up the prisoners on the way. The soldiers greeted the Cossacks with a thunderous hurrah. The trains, under which there were locomotives, broke loose and, rattling iron clamps, rolled to the east. The trains, under which there were no locomotives, were left to starve at the destroyed station. There is a traffic jam in Balagiri. 100,000 mares have accumulated, the collection of the Mother of God, various provinces and units. There is nothing to travel on. They are afraid to travel, but they still have to go. In the carriages, wrapped in burqas and sheepskins, the Cossacks and Turkmens, tarred by the fat sun of Mesopotamia, slept and lay around. They carried home only bridles and saddle fenders, and their horses sank in the sands, died in the campaigns. The soldiers of General Beratov's expeditionary corps dried out and dozed by the fires. For 3 long, bitter years they had walked all the roads and wolf trails from the Caucasus to the Mosuldial positions and back. Some had never even smelled real bread during the entire campaign, and had long forgotten the taste of good water. Their scurvy gums oozed pus. Tropical malaria broke their cast peasant bones. Ulcers and scabs ate away at their languid skins. You are impassable Urmian mud. Sharp are the stones of Kurdistan. Deep are the sands of Sheriff Kane. A heavy voice spread. The fire snatched from the darkness the bleached fittings of a rifle butt, the bamboo crutches of a wounded man, or wild eyes, as if cut into a hungry face. In the trains, accordions laughed and cried. Songs blazed. Between the tracks they picked up a Russian and a Hopak, in blackened faces, scorched by heat and cold. Eyes sparkled with cheerful anxiety. With stomping, whooping, and clapping of hard palms they drowned out melancholy, hunger, fear, and despair. On the horizon, the rich lights of Baku shimmered, but in Balagiri it was cold, hungry and uninviting. Crowds flocked to the city, but there was no bread there either. A warlike wind rolled in from the sea and stormed the mountains with a black groan. From the city, day and night, in cabs, in cars, agitators from different parties arrived. The soldiers listened with interest, but in the streams of oratorical eloquence and abuse they were more eager to catch news about their homeland. In Russia the Constituent Assembly had been scared off. In Russia the peasants were smashing the landowners. In Russia the struggle for power between the two currents was in full swing. The Bolsheviks and the bourgeoisie. In the Caucasus the mountaineers were shouting, "Down with the infidels." In Chechnya every rich man and every robber had his own party. Everyone was cutting each other up. The Ingush had raised the white flag of submission, and Dagestan was surrendering to Islam and Turkey. The locomotives roared. The soldiers, without listening to the end of the long resolution on supporting the Bolsheviks, began to scatter with shouts, "Right, right, down with the war." The trains were being exhausted into the open. A rope with a bell was stretched across each train to the locomotive. They were sleeping with one eye open. At the slightest alarm, bells began to ring, guns to fire, horns to blare. They fought off the attack and rolled on. The wheels clattered, stations fell down, faces days nights. The troops had a wild look. People were making noise everywhere, like drunks. Which regiment? The 15th Rifle. And you? The 2nd Zaporozhian. To the yards. Hey. Which village? Platnerovskaya. And we, uncle, are Russians, from the Kursk province, Gravoran district. We are going to crush the bourgeoisie. God willing. On the left, the Dagestani mountains stuck out, and on the right, like a dump, the Caspian Father was blazing with blue whirlwinds. At Kasavayat, the villagers met the frontline soldiers. Tangled in their sheepskin coats, they ran in front of the carriages and wailed in different voices, "Servicemen, protect. Dear ones, protect. What is it? The Chechens are bullying us. Robbery, murder. They held a meeting and decided to provide assistance against the Chechen attacks. It was night. They fired cannons in the direction of the mountains without unloading them from the platforms. A group of hunters gathered and attacked the nearest all. The all was burning, crackling, sparks were flying, women and children were howling. The Chechen was shooting to the last. They exchanged bread for weapons with the men and rode on. The cast iron body of the stove was red hot. The city walls of the boxcar were blazing with heat and glow. People slept sitting, standing, each as best they could in their place. Maxim, exhausted by the heat, hugged the sacks and dozed on the upper bunks. Under the rapid clatter of the wheels, he saw himself threshing, devouring the sheaves. The thresher was knocking with an even beat. Grain, hissing, flows into capacious sacks, in the bitter grain dust, embracing a sheaf. Marfa floats. The sun is blazing. The veins in Maxim are groaning. The insides are trembling. Towards morning the Caucasus released the train from its stone embrace. The mountains began to lag behind. Ahead the Mozdok steppe boiled with snow foam. We broke free from the curse Russia. The days rushed by swiftly and furiously. Dust, smoke, thunder. The further from the front, the more mischievous the soldier was. At the destroyed stations they themselves heated boiling water, themselves rang the bells, giving the fastest departure to all trains, and in all directions, roll on. On the Kasavurt, Mozdok, Grozny stretch the road was dismantled in many places. On both sides of the embankment, crippled locomotives, tanks, and carriages lay strewn about like children's toys, upright, on their sides, with their wheels up, and in all sorts of ways. In the wake of the repair teams and sapper teams restoring the road, gangs of marauders crept like jackals and again tore up the rails and scattered the sleepers. Trains would suddenly break loose and fly, not breaking either on turns or down slopes. The carriages would sway, toss and turn. Soldiers would be thrown against the walls, thrown off the roofs and buffers. Then, wheezing and straining, the locomotives would sluggishly pull the long trains, often stopping and standing for a long time, belly deep in the snow. Some Cossack units were moving in mounted formation, others were marching in order, observing all precautions. There were also those who walked along the sleepers, pulling empty carriages behind them in the hope of getting hold of a locomotive somewhere. For the most part these were Siberians or natives of the central and northern provinces, reasoning sensibly that they could not avoid going and parting with the carriages was not a good idea. At night, a severe glow, in clouds of resinous smoke, covered half the sky. The Grozny oil fields had been burning since the summer. All over the Caucasus, class, national and estate wars were raging. Old grievances, overgrown with the grass of oblivion, surfaced. The hand of the hungermonger reached for the throat of the sated man. Horse masses flowed along the mountain paths and roads. Terek, Ossetia, Ingushetia, Chechnya, Karachay, Greater and Lesser Kabarda were shrouded in gunpowder smoke. Fire sparkled in the smoke, blades sparkled. The peoples of those lands were engulfed in a blaze of ferocity. The village was already raging, looking askance at the city, and threatening its sword with its old enemy, the mountain dweller. The villagers held violent rallies. At the train stations, bazaars, and squares, the horsemen of the Wild Division returning from the front, clutching their daggers, screamed, "Tsar, or, we don't need a Tsar, we need land. Kazakh, or, we don't need a Kazakh, we need war. The land is ours, the water is ours, the Caucasus is ours." The Cossacks, as in the old days, drove the cattle to pasture under strong guard, set up guard posts on the burial mounds, and at the river fords, and slaughtered the highlanders caught on their land, and sometimes drove them with a rope around their necks to the land border, where they beat them half to death, and released them with the order, "Here is your border, Bonora. Remember, damn mother, and order your children and grandchildren to remember. Don't set foot on my land, it will be taken away." Korolov, the acting ataman of the Terek Cossack army, a member of the State Duma, issued a cry, "Cossacks and Highlanders are brothers. Cossacks and Highlanders are the masters of the Caucasus. We will drive the peasants and all the city rabble from the Caucasus with whips." The frontline soldiers met Korolov at the Prokladnaya station. One carriage was attached to the locomotive, and began to talk, swearing, "How do you, Mr. Ataman, keep the Cossacks at bay? The bourgeoisie is tearing their throats out for the Tsar, and who will think about our brother, the peasant? Get out, you devils, the Ataman's forelocked hayduck barked. Don't make noise near the carriage, their high nobility is deigning to rest. The soldiers didn't even bat an eyelid, they added to their shouting, how do you, Mr. Ataman, set the Asian against the Russian, the Cossack against the worker, and the peasant against the Cossack? When will such brutality end? At this moment, another hayduck came running with a bunch of multicolored dispatches in his hand, and, throwing "let's go" to the engineer, also disappeared into the carriage. The locomotive hooted and hissed, ready to move at any moment, but the soldiers stood on the tracks like a solid wall, and did not think of giving way. How is it, Mr. Ataman, that you are the only one rolling back and forth on the locomotive, while we have nothing to go where we need to go? How is it that you are putting on meat and fat in the rear, while our last skin is peeling off our bones from anguish and hunger? The invalid squeezed forward, limping on his broken leg, and began to beat his crutch with fury on the varnished wall of the carriage. Get out, you bastard. His exhausted face was wrinkled with anger. Get out, you bitch. Get out, the others picked up. Get out, we want to go ourselves. A sleepy sullen Ataman appeared in the window. For a while he silently looked at the raging soldiers, then, half turning, said something to his hayduk-san. Machine gun, the invalid screamed wildly, and, grabbing his crutches, hobbled away. And indeed, many saw the barrel of a machine gun in the carriage window. Then, no matter how many frontline soldiers there were at the station, they all tore their rifles from their shoulders, and began to load them into the blue varnished carriage with volleys. That is how Ataman Kirillov was executed. And now he and his hayducks are thrown out onto the platform, and the battered carriage is packed to capacity with soldiers. The soldiers are located on the roof. A young Cossack boy is speaking from the locomotive cab. Gentlemen soldiers, you are tired of fighting, and we are tired of fighting. You are running away from the front, and our 1st Volga regiment has completely fled from Pyatigorsk. Your generals are scum, our atamans are scum, and the city commissars are scum too. They do not want to listen to our grief. They do not want to wipe away our tears. From now on and forever they will not see our submission. They will not wait for our bow. They are trying to set us against each other. They are trying to leaven the earth with the blood of the people. It will not happen. They are few. We are many. Let's tear off their shoulder straps and medals. Kill them all to the last one and run to our native cairns. To plow the land, drink wine and love our wives. Everyone liked that speech. The fraternization of soldiers with Cossacks began. Nearby, around the platforms loaded with guns, Kabardians in tall papakas, with whips in their hands, were scurrying furtively. They looked into the polished barrels of the guns, not without timidity, hesitantly touched the gun breech blocks, carriages, and shield covers. Russian, sell. Buy. How much do you take? How much will it take to run away? Why are you joking? The Kabardians, squatting in a circle, conferred, muttering all at once, and clicking their tongues. Then they examined the guns again and asked again, soldier, does the gun fire? Do you have any powder? Ready, loaded. Put your head out, I'll try to fire once. I have only one head, it's a pity. Shoot please, there, at the mountain. What a dog, do you understand? Sell the buck? What do you need it for? You need it, you really need it. Ingush is a dog, Chechen is a dog, Adai is a dog, Natak is a dog. Oi, a lot of dog here and there. I'll fight, sell it, buy it. How much? Rubles a pound. Ha, why did you laugh? They dressed up until night. And at night the artillerymen dragged tied lambs and huge flat cakes of sheep's cheese into the wagons. Then they counted, and, cursing, divided the silver of the Tsarist coinage from the platform on their hands. So as not to cause unnecessary thunder, the Kabardians rolled the guns and harnessed their spirited horses to them. Rattling their gun shields, the team started off, raced into the mountains, burrowed into the night and the wind. Maxim hung around with the people, listened to what they were saying, and returned to his boxcar. The bag with clothes was gone. Only a box with soldiers' voices remained. What a mess, he grunted sadly, sitting down on the soldiers' voices. People's conscience has disappeared. They're tearing it right out from under their hands. What kind of conscience do we have these days? The militiamen responded, chewing lard. The day before yesterday near Durban they didn't pick up their wounded. It's a disgrace, Maxim said again. If we steal each other's hats like this, then freedom will be neither honorable nor useful to us. We'll all end up in the gypsy party. Exactly, the militiaman agreed and glanced sideways at the trash can. What are you carrying? Voices. What about? Soldiers' voices. Uncle's barn is strange. There's been no bread for 7 years, and the pigs are digging. It's strange, but it doesn't hurt. And I thought you were trading something. What do you gain from them? A deputy. I have to present to the Constituent Assembly. Hey, my dear, I've forgotten. Or haven't I heard? In Grozny a big-nosed lad said. Bye bye, Constituent Assembly. Hit it in the side with a stick. Now the Bolsheviks are sitting on top all over Russia, and these, my brother, are such people. Such people. They show gingerbread from one fist, and smear the mug with others. And you, my brother, will not be praised for your entrenchments. They will not be afraid of your red moustache. Shut up. The hungry Maxim jumped up, glaring at the militiaman's cheeks, greasy to the ears. I wanted to beat them, the Bolsheviks, and the Mensheviks, and you, fool, along with them. I have no entrenchments. The regiment sent me. The regiment entrusted me with their votes, and I will hand them over honorably where they belong. Oh, you've gone mad. The militiaman backed away. What do you mean? I'm okay. My business is in tatters. On the shelf RRR. Under the shelf RRR. A cheerful voice from a dark corner. Battery. Fire. And the fun began. Devil, open the door. I can't breathe. The militiaman, saying his prayer before going to bed, settled down to sleep. Soon the whole carriage began to snore with a whistle and intermittent snores. At one of the stops, Maxim put a young accordion player on duty, who promised to play for free all the way to Armavir. Come on, shake it up, Maxim asked, settling himself more comfortably on the bunk. I used to play too, when I was single. I had a 3-row Saratov one, with bells. How it used to be, if you let it go, give it all away, and it's not enough. The accordionist knitted a Livyanka from a tablecloth, threw the strap over his shoulder, and, yanking the bellows, let out a ringing trill. The stove had cooled down, the people were disturbed by the cold, the accordion woke them up. Quacking, spitting, and yawning sleepily, they got up, rolled up cigarettes and listened silently, with obvious pleasure. The tattered, frayed at the corners Livyanka told about the atom and Razin, about the grief of the barge haulers. The accordionist played all the strummings and waltzes he could, sang all the songs he remembered, and, putting the accordion aside, began to kindle the stove. A fire glimmered in the damp grey smoke, the fire roared in the tin pipe, and melted the silence. A sharp-toothed, freckled sergeant major called out to the accordionist, "Hey, you, Cap, 7 sheets, 1 rivet, who's a you?" "Me. I'm from Armavir." "So you play, amuse the people. And what do we, painters, have to do with a day of merrums, a week to dry? Have you traveled far?" And he added a hot word. Someone laughed, and the guy joked, Uncle, how clever you are. Well, try to do it. Catch a flea or a louse in your fly, stick it with a fight, and hold it by the ears until the crow caws." They exchanged a couple more evil jokes, and the sergeant major, having exhausted his eloquence, fell behind. The accordionist put the accordion on his knee, and, quietly fingering the frets, began to tell about the party at his sister's wedding, from which he was returning. He was interrupted by voices full of envy and hidden resentment, and fight there. The rear is the rear. We fight, and they live in luxury. Stormed by cheerful memories, the accordionist threw back the hem of his jacket and dashingly stamped his battered patent leather boot, as if to show that he was ready to start dancing right now. Fellow countrymen, time goes by, time rolls by, whoever doesn't drink, doesn't like girls, will come to his senses. I've outdone all the dancers there, and my heels are still buzzing. My business is young, my business is single, the factory closed, now is the time to take a walk, and scurry around the mountains and valleys with a rifle. I should go under the Turk, there is where to scurry. I'm not interested in the Turks. I'm interested in tracking down a counter-revolutionary and slapping him. We've been scurrying with them for 3 months now. With whom? With whom, my son, will you scurry? With the Cossacks, with the officers. They either raise an uprising for the glory of the counter-revolution, or go on strike in the villages, and don't bring a speck of bread to the city. But we don't want to die in vain. So you're a Red Guard? Exactly. Tell us, what kind of people are you, and what is your goal? We've been hearing the bells all the way, but we can't figure it out. There's no trickery here. We are for the Soviets, and for the Bolsheviks. Our program, comrades, is the most correct, fundamental. That's it. So. And how much bread do you get? Kissel, sour cream and everything in the world is ours. Comrade Lenin said it straight out. Rob the rob, drive the sharks of the bourgeois class into the grave. Yes. We get 2 pounds of bread per snout, 24 zlotniks of sugar, a can of canned goods, and the same salary for everyone, both the commander and the private. 1 salary and 1 honor. An elderly soldier, with a wide and pockmarked mug like a sieve, approached the Red Guard, and, poking him in the eyes with his spread fingers, said clearly, "Son, you shouldn't live by a program, but by the truth." Little by little, everyone got involved in the conversation, and began arguing about which party was better. Who needed such a party that would allow the common man to look up, who wanted to learn to walk on the ground first, and who didn't need any party, and wanted nothing but to fall home, hug their little children to their breasts, and fall on their own wife. Some shouted one thing, others shouted another, but the accordianist stuck to his guns. Parties, he says, are all leaning toward revolution, but each has its own way of doing things and its own dance. The Socialist Revolutionaries, Lynxes, are a good party. The Mensheviks, bastards, aren't bad, but the Bolsheviks, bitches, are the best of all. The Socialist Revolutionaries and the Mensheviks have started to chant the same thing and just keep on hammering away. Quiet down, comrades, quiet down. And we shout, give us some steam, get the ball rolling. Our cry has lashed out like fire all over Russia. The worker has gone to beat the bourgeois, the peasant has gone to smash the landowner, and you have broken the front, and are rolling home. Our Bolshevik party, comrades, is worth a lot. There is not a single fat-faced person in our party, a party without tricks, a party of workers, soldiers and the poorest peasants. I call upon you, comrades. In the rear you are all heroes, the smart sergeant shouted shrilly, having cleared his throat after a pinch. You crowded into the factories and plants like sparrows into raspberries, and you chirp, war until victory. For 3 years you raked in the dough, worked for the defense, and now you have to pack up, and go to the back, and you turn around. We are 100, comrades, and you are 100, comrades. How we froze in the passes, and in the mountains of Kurdistan, haven't you seen? How we died of scurvy and typhus, haven't you seen? Have you not heard our tears and groans? There is no need for us to breathe poison on each other, said Maxim. What kind of times are these? The times are such that, well, the accordionist picked up. The spirit of the people has risen. Each one has heard his own strength. Yesterday you had a front. Today we have a front. You shed blood there, we will have to shed even more blood here. Every city is a front. Every village is a front. The counter-revolutionaries are crawling out of every crack. You were driven to the front with sticks, and more than half of our workers from the factory signed up as volunteers and went to the position straight from the meeting, singing, playing. Those who wanted to pester our detachment from the outside began to pester us, but many of the villagers were not interested in the idea, but in profit. We occupy, God bless, the first village. Shooting started. Everyone is running. One cow died of fright. The residents are crying and thinking that the end of the world has come. Give us the right to take away weapons and conduct searches. That's when Krylenko's decree was received to shoot the marauders. We put one earwig against the fence, he says. Give your last dying word. We gave him the word. But he could not utter anything more from fear, and they shot him. After that, the searches were honest, and no one stumbled anywhere. We spent the night in the village. In the morning we received the order, raise the battery, retreat to the previously prepared positions. We picked up our babies and happily began to retreat. That same day, 2 of our guys died from bread with strychnine, as was recognized by medicine. And the Cossacks treated us to bread. What bastards. Again a war, someone sighed, that we have really got into a fight. There is no restraint. Well, how is it, son? Is it not scary for a Russian to beat a Russian? At first it really seems awkward, answered the Red Guard, and then, if the heart is inflamed, there is nothing. It is difficult to fight with Cossacks, they are accustomed to weapons from small claws, and our brother, Dirty, relies more on fists. Near the village of Otvazhnaya, a Cossack company on foot rushed to attack us. We were lying in the trenches, shooting, and they were coming at full height. We just kept shooting, and they were unharmed. Sweat was pouring off us, we were shooting, and there they were, right next to us, waving their sabers and shouting hooray. We saw that things were going badly. We crawled out of the trenches, grabbed our rifles by the red hot barrels, and went towards them, and started hitting them in the forelocks with their butts. 6 of us were wounded then, and the mechanic Kokomukin was hacked to death. Well, we gave them a good beating, they will remember. They surrounded the narrator tightly and began asking him questions about Russia, whether it was possible to travel to this or that province, where and from whom to collect shortfalls in regimental pay, and who and why was disarming the frontline soldiers. We are disarming. They started making noise, swearing. You're living well. And you armed us? How dare you take my rifle away from me when I, perhaps, want to fight the bourgeoisie myself? Yes, I. Don't get excited, fellow countrymen. I'll explain it all to you now. We are distributing weapons to our dear revolutionary troops and sending them off to the Rostov front with greetings. On the Don, generals, officers, and cadets have rebelled against the revolution. The war on the Don is in full swing. If you don't hand over your weapons to us, you'll go on to the Cuban region, where Colonel Filimonov will disarm you anyway. What colonel? He's got no soul. Haven't we tossed them around enough? It's a simple matter. We have Soviet power, and the Cossacks have cadet power. The Don, Cuban and Terek do not recognize the Bolsheviks. We have the Soviets, they have the Cossack Circle and the Independent Rada. They tremble over a pile of their own shit, and we shout, all of Russia is ours. Filimonov is the military ataman of the Cuban Cossacks. He is pairing the military circle with the Rada. The Cuban Rada is conspiring with the Ukrainian Rada about something like that. But we are once and for all against this whole shop. We will have to squabble with them anyway. Now, without seeing anything, there are still battles going on all around. Battles in Taman, battles in Cuban, battles on the Don. What is your title? Asked the Red Guard. Gentlemen, the soldiers answered in chorus. Down with the gentlemen. According to the decree, we are supposed to call each other comrade. We don't care, comrade, so be comrade, as long as they give us the shortfalls in regimental pay and bread for the road. Maxim drummed his bent finger on the vote box and asked the Red Guard, so it turns out that we voted in vain? In vain, countrymen. How so? An entire regiment couldn't have made a mistake, could it? All of Russia, brother, has screwed up. We should have. The locomotive whinnied, the conversation broke off, and the doors of the freight cars swung open to greet the city. Shrapnel exploded over the roofs of the houses. Machine guns began to rattle somewhere very close. From the high bank of the Kuban, the rebellious Cossacks of the village of Prokhnokovskaya were shelling the city. Red Guards, dressed in civilian clothes and hung with weapons, were jostling on the platform. The train slowly approached the station. The dust-filled, smoke-filled freight cars, in the creaking of their cracked ribs, the clanking of their chains, their iron groan, resembled a party of convicts mortally tired from a long journey. Several soldiers jumped out of the moving freight cars and, waving their mess tins, rushed for boiling water. Bombs! Bombs! One of the Red Guards yelled, mistaking the mess tins for bombs, and, run. His comrades followed him, tearing off their belts and weapons. Laughter burst out after them, like a rockfall. The embarrassed guardsmen returned, took apart and hung up their abandoned weapons, cartridge pouches, and looked for their lost galoshes. The station commandant flew out to meet the arriving train, his overcoat wide open, with a revolver in his hand. I greet you, he yelled, turning purple with the effort. I greet you on behalf of the Army Council of Workers, Peasants, and Soldiers Deputies. Heroes of the Erzurum Heights. Defenders of our dear fatherland. Down with your shoulder straps. Surrender your weapons. All around is grey. Go, Russia. They started shouting and whistling. Tear off your shoulder straps. Put your guns down. Braid and shoulder straps down under the wagons. The pillars. Fences and walls were completely covered with posters, decrees, and appeals to the working people of the world. To everyone, to everyone, to everyone. Read and listen. All external distinctions are abolished. Ranks and titles are abolished. Orders are abolished. Officer organizations are abolished. Orderlies and orderlies are abolished. The elective principle is introduced in the Red Guard. Peace to the huts. War on the palaces. Comrades. Across mountains of fraternal corpses, across rivers of blood and tears, across the ruins of cities and villages, hands up, comrades. Bayonets to the ground. Under attack, the Tsars. Under attack, the kings. Tear off their crowns and heads. Proletarians of all countries, unite. The frontline soldiers began to cut off their shoulder straps and stripes, although many felt sorry for them. That junior non-commissioned officer, that sergeant major, who had crosses and medals. Everyone wanted to show up home in full uniform. Cossacks were sitting in the cars on the tracks and did not want to surrender their weapons. The Red Guards, among whom were soldiers from the Understanding, rolled machine guns onto the bridge and gave the Cossacks an ultimatum: give up your weapons. The horn sounded the alarm. The people were running. The Cossacks wavered and surrendered. From the city they could hear, hooray, hurrah. From somewhere the wounded were being carried on greatcoats. Well, how was it? They fought them off. How much damage was done? The battle was a battle of the Turkish front with machine gun and artillery fire. 3 days without a break. Damn them. Maxim went in search of bread. The military food shops were destroyed. Frontline soldiers were wandering around the boarded up food point with certificates in their hands, cursing bitterly, cursing the new order, and waving the shirts and long johns they had brought for the change. The soldiers went to the market in droves. There was no bread either in the market or in the city. The robbed tradeswomen did not show their eyes to the market, and the city shopkeepers sat behind oak doors and, drinking tea, looked for fatal dates and dates in the sacred books. The bazaar was as merry as a booth. Since early morning, soldiers were sitting on empty bread stalls, on the sunburn, killing lice, and, choking on saliva, talking about vodka. Everyone already knew that at the Kavkazskaya station, the lucky ones were smashing the wine warehouses. A bearded Red Guard was making his way through the crowd, a rifle on a belt, a piece of lard and a bunch of pretzels on a bayonet. The young Cossacks stopped and surrounded the bearded man. By an officer. Uncle? What officer? A good officer, an officer of our 2nd hundred, but harmful to the poorest class. We have arrested him for now, and are keeping him in our echelon, under guard. Why do I need him? You will shoot him. And you yourself? He is not guilty of anything before us. While they were talking, one of the Cossacks cut the bearded man's pretzels and lard off his bayonet, and another took the bolt out of his rifle. So you won't buy an officer? No. We'll strangle them. Even if they aren't bought, they won't escape our hands. Well, farewell. Where's the bolt? Did you drink it away? He grabbed it. There was no bolt. Give it back, guys. Having laughed at the bearded man, they traded him his bolt for 1/8 of a ton of tobacco. A boy who had stolen a pouch with a songbook and a torn tunic was dragged in for the market court's reprisal. That morning, 2 people had already been killed at the market, a card player who was playing for Ritter 2, and some ensign. No one could raise their hand against the boy, stunned with fear. They shouted and decided he should sing and dance in the middle of the market until dark. And one merry fellow added, at night, go steal again, just don't get caught. Warm boyish eyes flashed, teeth boiled in a scream. In the big arsenal castle 2 soldiers are sitting. Both are young, handsome, they talk about freedom. From somewhere they brought in the wounded again, and led them by the arms. Hungry and broken in his thoughts, Maxim tore the wax seal off the urn, and exchanged a piece of rye bread with a woman for all the soldiers' voices. Sitting down to the side, he broke the bread, put one loaf in his pocket, began to eat the other over a handful, without losing a crumb. The pogrom at the market began with trifles. How much for a herring? A quarter. Wrap a couple to whet your appetite. Here you go. The herrings, wrapped in a piece of paper with a soldier's voice, dove into the greatcoat sleeve. A soldier. And the money? Money? Are you crazy, woman? Has the money been paid, or do you want to bend more? The soldier's trader for gills. Give me the money, you robber. Am I the robber? The soldier was offended. He turned around and slapped the woman on the ear. The woman rolled in the mud and screamed for the whole province to hear, and from her bosom, to her misfortune, 2 loaves of bread fell out. A tooth creaked, the soldier's throat roared. Oh, you nation of speculation. The people suffer like this, and she has a whole cooperative in her bosom. The bread was torn and swallowed in the blink of an eye. The first shot being broken thundered under the blows of rifle butts, and then, it went. A bayonet would fit any lock. All the market stalls were destroyed in no time and the goods were bought up. Sausage, candy, tobacco, fruit. Little by little they got it, and over the course of 3 years they shed so much blood, they drank their fill of bitter things. You can't eat it with candy here. They held a rally, and then in gangs they flowed into the city. There must be bread. There must be. It has nowhere to go. It wasn't lifted up by a whirlwind. Really? It was a clever idea, to starve the soldiers. There's plenty of bread, an old man at the station was saying. You hear, the Bolsheviks sold all the bread to the Germans. All the cellars are filled with bread. They're lying. They won't hide it. The soldier will find it. Oh, guys, hit, and look around. In the city, the hungry smashed several bakeries, and that's how it all ended. There was a rally at the station. Speeches were made by supporters of different parties, and also by amateurs. Those who wanted to listen, listened. And those who came under the roof to warm up, or get some sleep, they sat and lay on sacks and chatted peacefully. A boy was darting among them, playing with words like a magician with balls. Here are some roots of makhorka. It cleanses the intestines, sharpens the eyesight, gives encouragement to the soul, dispels the ache in the bones, draws you to love, breaks the blood, calls for love. Come on, come on. A 20 hryvnia cup. An orator was running around the buffet counter, shaking his long hair, and waving his arms. Comrades and citizens. 10,000 soldiers of the Turkish front have elected me to the honorary post of member of the army committee. Comrades and citizens. The criminal and shameful breast piece is pushing the free motherland into the abyss of destruction. Russia is a steamship that has suffered a wreck at sea. We must save the perishing country and ourselves. Enough of discord and hostility. The Bolsheviks want to pit you against Russians like you. Shame and more shame. The people do not need war, but education and reasonable social reforms. Comrades and citizens. The soldiers hurriedly, one after another, gnawed sunflower seeds. With sullen wolfish eyes felt the orator's slender figure, looked at his kicking legs, wrapped in clean footcloths, and decided by a multitude of small signs known only to them. A bitch, a minion of the bourgeoisie. Having lost patience, a small but strong as a hoof soldier jumped onto the buffet. He decisively pushed the slender one aside and waved his sleeves. Brothers. The overcoat worn over his naked body fell open, a copper cross blackened on his combed chest. Brothers, have you realized where he's going and what he's imagining? Don't look at him as a member of some committee. He lays down softly, but will sleep hard. He is a rotten fruit in sheep's clothing. He was painting, they say. You deserve glory, valor. The cries crossed, like lightning. The dog deserved a noose. The gas station is full of lice. He, I suppose, is one of the officers? His mug is painfully clean and stern. Kerensky said the same thing. Citizen, the Zaglarsky jumped up. You have no right. Kerensky is the son of the Russian Revolution. Son of a bitch, the new speaker shouted angrily and loudly, as if from a barrel. Laughter burst out. The listeners greeted the wit with applause and shouts of approval. In the wide station windows, the glass that had not yet been knocked out rang and rattled with the road. The soldier pulled up his falling quilted trousers, a mess tin with a mug, jingled behind his hump, and spoke. He spoke loudly, distinctly, so that everyone could hear and understand. Brothers, I'm a frontline soldier of the 39th Infantry Division, Derbent Regiment. Our division is raising the young Soviet power to its feet all over Stavropol and in some places in Kuban. Our regiment is quartered not far from here, on the Romanovsky farm. I came here for communications. There really is a front near Rostov. There is a front near Yekaterinodar. We have no way home. Brothers, why are you sitting here and waiting for someone? Whoever is weak in spirit, weak in body, hand in your rifle. The rest, as one, organize into companies, battalions, regiments. Drag all your comrades, sons-in-law, and brothers along with you. Choose a commander, receive your cash, food and tea allowance, and turn left and march. Release the fat guts from the bourgeois. Support the young freedom according to the decree and the people's commissars. Or are you worse than others? Or do you want to rake in the heat with other people's hands? Or is freedom not dear to you? Dear. Let's go, comrades. Who should be friendly if not us, frontline soldiers? Of course. We won't perish as a team. And when will we go home? Home OI? Haven't you milked a woman for a long time? There are a lot of bourgeois in Russia too. We'll hang around here, and they'll divide up all the land, and bless all the water without us. Those who wanted to began to sign up for the detachment. Some were moved by the speech, some wanted to be closer to home, and some dreamed of getting to Kavkazskaya station to get some vodka. Maxim also signed up for the detachment. They spent a long time choosing commanders, then they settled into the carriages, and raised a fuss. Let's leave. We signed up not to do garrison duty. The food was distributed, the speeches were made, the trains pulled away with music, with shouts of, hurrah, hurrah, and with guns, fired into the air. And again the telegraph poles, milepost booths, burial mounds, bushes, ravines began to flash and whirl. Soldiers in carriages, soldiers on carriages, soldiers on buffers, and so on, in gangs, flowed along the sleepers. Cossacks, farmers, women, old and young people were galloping along the roads in carts and on carriages, with bottles, quarters, with buckets, jugs, as if going to the Jordan for Epiphany water. On Kavkazskaya, a crowd of people, horses, trains. There was no further progress. The front was near Rostov, and in the direction of Yekaterinodar the partisans were digging trenches, fencing themselves off from the Cuban radar. Behind the village, in front of the wine warehouses, a drunken crowd of many thousands roared and raged day and night. Soldiers, Cossacks and free people not stupidly broke into the gates, climbed over the brick walls. In the courtyard the drunks did not fall. There was nowhere to fall. They stood, supporting each other, swaying like a herd of cattle. Some managed to fall anyway. They were trampled to death. In the room itself the drunks hummed and swarmed, like crayfish in a basket. The light of stearin candles wavered. Thermometers and filters glittered under the nets on the walls. In the fermentation vats the raw alcohol shone with a bluish fire. They ladled it with pots, handfuls, caps, boots, and others, leaning down, drank just like horses at a watering hole. Lost hats, mittens, cigarette butts floated in the alcohol. At the bottom of the largest vat, a sunken dragoon of the Lifeguards Preobrazhensky regiment in a greatcoat, boots with spurs and a kit bag thrown over his head was clearly visible. A copper tap was broken off one of the tanks. Life-giving moisture gushed onto the cement floor. All around, blissful laughter, hugs, curses, tears. In the yard, the thirsty roared like lions, breaking into doors and windows with a fight. Come out, whoever is full. You've had enough yourself, give to someone else. They sit, as if they were guests. Let a pig get a shit, he'll stuff himself. In the open window of the third floor, an old man in a torn sheepskin coat, and without a hat stood, swaying. He held a bottle in each hand, kissed them, pressed them to his chest and yelled, "That's when I got you, dear. Here it is, cocoa with juice." The old man fell on the heads of those standing in the yard, broke his backbone, but did not let go of the bottles until his last breath. A laughing and wet as a mouse, covered in alcohol, soldier crawled out of the basement hatch. Only his ears and neck were dirty, and his muzzle, eaten away by the alcohol, was shining and red, like a piece of raw beef. He pulled bottles out of his pockets, knocked off their necks, handed them out left and right, and squealed shrilly, as if they were cutting him, "Drink. Drink. For all the prisoners and us, the military. Grab them by all means. Break them by all means. Hey, soldier, soldier, soldier." They snatched up his vodka, and, taking pity on him, began to push him out of the yard. "Countryman, go off to the side somewhere. Dry off. They'll trample you." I'm not drunk. Come on, spit over your lip. He, I don't know how. They pushed him out of the crush, and he walked away, writing out thoughts with his feet and singing along with the tinkling. The whole depth of a mother's sorrow is hard to describe with a pen. Here a fight, there a fight, where a torn trouser leg flies, where a sleeve, where a red snot. In the heat of the moment, in the rain and snow, they went to the river to swim, drowned. Many were crushed on the rails. Drunks, having dispersed the administration and employees, seized the station and held it in their hands for 3 days. At night, a sparkling silver column of flame rose above the wine warehouses. In the building, explosions, screams of drunks, a furious and rebellious dance of unbridled fire. A huge crowd surrounded the fierce fire and waited to see if everything would burn or not. One Cossack could not stand it and rushed forward. "Where are you climbing?" They grabbed him by the hem of his Circassian coat. "You'll burn. God does not need me, and I will not give in to the devil. Let me go. I will not burn. I'm not Birch." Leaving the Circassian coat in the hands of the holders, he rushed into the fire. That was all they saw of him. The anxious neighing of the horses woke Maxim. He was sleeping in the boxcar, under the horse's feet. The reflections of the fire played on the station windows and on the walls of the painted carriages. Maxim was so hungover that his teeth were chattering. The Cossacks pulled the horses out of the boxcars, pulled the bags, and, home. The Cuban soldiers stocked up on vodka for the road, gathered in parties, and also went into the steppe. Maxim also joined one of the parties. From Turkey and Persia, from the fields of Galicia sown with bones and iron, from the rotten trenches of Polisia and the burnt villages of Carpathian Rus, from the Aluxed fortifications, and from the blood-drenched rigor positions, from everywhere, like streams from the mountains, the remnants of the multi-million Russian army rushed into the depths of the turbulent country. Or in echelons, they walked on foot, they drove on horseback on baggage horses, having abandoned cannons, machine guns, and regimental equipment. Across the deserts of Persia and Urmia, along the mountain roads of Kurdistan and Ajuristan, along the highways and country roads of Romania, Bessarabia, and Belarus, they moved in entire divisions and corps, wandered in small bands and alone, gathered at feeding places and junction stations, and surrounded the frontline cities like clouds. To Kyiv and Smolensk, to Kaluga and Moscow, to Pskov, Vologda, Syzran to Tsiritzin and Chelyabinsk, to Tashkent and Krasnoyarsk, the soldier echelons flew like ice floes in the glorious spring, 1925 to 1926. Above the Cuban River, there is a revolution in Russia. All over Asushka thunderstorms rumble, showers roar. Between Tursees, like a leopard, lies the Caucasus. Once upon a time, hordes of nomads trampled the roads of the Caucasus. A barbarian club made of wild stone crushed the Iranian and Byzantine culture, and a Mongolian horse knocked down the 1,000-year-old gods of the East with its chest. From sea to sea, the victorious banners of Persian rulers and despots fluttered. Timur's hordes, like a stream of stones, carried small nations along with them, rolled over mountain ranges. The Arabs threw their swords to the splendid, glittering cities of Transcaucasia. The teachings of fanatics and pagan prophets, like a furious plague, swept over the country and overturned the strongholds of Islam and Christianity that had been built for centuries. For centuries, the earth was breaking, the stone was boiling under the horse's hoof, the roar of countless hordes, the whistle of stone balls, the rumble of falling fortress walls, sweeping away entire nations, trampling feasting kingdoms. Blind blood marched. The thick-fleshed Cuban leaned against the Caucasus. Once upon a time, the common Black Sea steppes were deserted. Herds of proud wild horses roamed the green expanse, looking for nests of their favorite herbs, squealing and neighing. Grey eagles wandered alone over the clouds. From behind the clouds, a predator fell on its prey faster than a blade falls on a doomed head. Along the rivers and lakes smoked the rare camps of copper-faced nomads, driving from place to place their vast flocks of sheep. Sometimes, racing with the wind, a raiding band of robbers would rush past, and from smoke to smoke, sleepily jingling its bells, would make its way the slave caravan of an Eastern merchant, whose cheeks were rouged, whose teeth and nails were painted, and whose beard was curled into small rings. The years ran like herds of wild boars. Once upon a time, on the Don, and in the Dnieper Rapids, the Cossacks were Cossacks, who carried off their heads. They lived a free life. They did not sow, but were well fed. They did not spin, and did not go bare-bellied. The Cossacks fished in the estuaries and backwaters, chased game across the steppe, drank wine and fought in wars. The Cossacks gave no peace to the Crimean Khan, the Nogay Tsars, the Circassian princes, the Turkish Sultan, or the Tsar of Moscow himself. The boats of the daredevils, under lucky sails, flew to Anatolia, and to the shores of distant Persia, and the hunters watered their horses both in the Amu-Darya, and in the swift Danube. On the Volga, the lowland minnows of the merchants and the Tsar's voivodes intercepted, sank eagle-shaped ships, destroyed Russian and infidel cities. The Cossacks were the first to instigate any unrest and rebellion. And in flint-clad Moscow sat a formidable Tsar. The Muscovite kingdom grew stronger, and expanded its dominions. Enemy cities and heads rolled under the feet of the Russian Tsar. Having broken the power of Pskov and Novgorod, Kazan and Astrakhan, the Tsar pacified, and brought into submission the Nogais and Finns, the Crimean Tatars and Siberians and many peoples of other lands. Only the Cossack freemen did not submit to Moscow. The Cossacks lived according to the faith and precepts of their fathers, did not give tribute to either the prince or the boyar, and decided matters in a circle. Proud Moscow disliked that spirit, and, gathering its strength, struck the falcons' nests with a firefight. The Don swayed, Zaporozhye swayed, the steppe trembled from the tramp of horses and the thunder of cannons, the steppe blazed with bitter fires. The willfulness of some atamans was chopped off by the executioner's axe, others fell to their knees, begging for the monarch's mercy, and others, lifting their coches onto their horses, gave a whoop, and, washing their faces with tears, went off to Turkey. The disgraced Cossacks, escaping from the Naut and the Batag, fled to Taman, Kuban, Terek, the Volga and beyond the Volga, to Yaik. And for a long time yet, avenging the rebellion of Razin, Bilovin and Pugach, the Tsar smoked out the Cossacks from their settled places, and sent them to the distant Zapolny steppes, ordering them to build fortifications, and baptize the infidels, some with the cross, some with the saber, to take away their lands, and destroy their wealth. The stream of time thundered and sparkled. The country was oppressed by the Germans, the landowner ate, the patriarch oppressed. From Rus, along many orphan roads, to the free life of the Ukrainians, serfs and warriors for the faith of Christ, stubborn and the evil heresies. Above the steppe, threatening the distant mountains with a shining cross, rose Kurd settlements and schismatic skeets. The Cossacks went far, pushing the Russian borders, but the all-powerful hand of the Tsar reached the freemen everywhere. Little by little, the Cossacks were registered, dressed in uniforms, hung with medals, inclined to the oath, and obliged to field service. The Tsar presented the elders with gracious letters, land and fishing grounds, replaced the elected atamans with appointed ones, and confirmed the estates. Thus the free Cossacks were rebuilt into an army of loyal Cossacks. The horde defended every stone, and every patch of their pastures. The wild neighing of horses, splashes of blades and blood, the shining glow. Under the pressure of the Russian bayonet, the villages were breaking. The boot of the Russian soldier trampled the green flags of the crescent, and the Cossack, gaining glory for himself, and wealth for the Tsar, with his saber cut into the heart of Asia. The Kuban River runs turbidly and swiftly, thundering, and fierce mountain rivers lash out in close company. Small channels spread out. Noisy villages and well-fed farmsteads, with all their poplars, windmills, gardens, century-old oaks and sleepy oxen, looked into the fast waters of the Kuban. From year to year, the villages were built up with churches, stone houses, steam mills, oil mills and wool factories. Rich fairs were noisy from one end to the other. Shops were bursting with merchant goods. Bulk stores and elevators were filled to the brim with grain. Whole rivers of Cuban wheat flowed to the markets of Europe and Asia. From the autumn frosts until Lent, from Taman to the Caspian Sea, along wide roads, the Chumak's convoys stretched. Din, song, cracking of whips, steep-horned oxen's heads swayed in the yokes. Heavy carts groaned, loaded with grain, fish, salt timber, shoe and wood chips. Winters blazed with frosts. Snowstorms carried snowy banners from the steppe. The Stanitsas, covered with snowstorms, celebrated weddings, christenings, name days and patronal feasts. In the hotly heated rooms, they walked all night long, ate until they were full, drank the wine of their own crowd, sang olden military songs, danced until they sweated the great-grandfathers, the times of Zaporozhye, dashing dances. And then spring arrived, gentle and hot. The burial mounds were the first to be freed from the winter captivity. The decrepit snows, covered with a deathly blue, hid under the bushes, slid into the ravines, where they perished, struck down by the thundering streams. Winter, straining its strength, was still defending itself. At night, winter flew around the earth, covered with anxious dreams, and plotted where it would cast a frosty pattern on the window, where it would dry up a puddle, where it would encase us as horror in ice, where it would lull a field with frequent hoarfrost, here it would sweep a fast sleeping dog with wet snow, there it would stop the flow of a stream with its cold breath. But as soon as dawn broke, and the sparks of dawn splashed, winter, without looking back, took to flight. In pursuit of it, the twittering of birds rushed, the roosters crowed, and the sun threw glittering spears. More and more often, flocks of larks, these brave scouts of the coming warmth, descended to rest on the dry heads of the mounds. The bare blades of grass straightened up in trepidation on the boundaries. Small steppe animals, having escaped from black captivity, warmed themselves near their holes. Winter retreated in fear, retreated to the mountains, to its native camp, and from here, throwing up the cold from the bottom of the gorges, tearing off sparkling snow from the sky-high heights, surrounded by devoted hordes of muddy March blizzards, winter rushed with a howl into battle on the plains, and here the cold force, torn to shreds and foam, perished ingloriously. Ice twisted, broke, cracked, ice floated up, raised by meltwater. The lakes and estuaries, trembling with the first leaden ripples, opened their arms to meet the spring. The Cuban was overflowing. Playing, the Cuban tore at the banks, throughout green islands, easily carried its magnificent waters. Geese and ducks released from the poultry houses took off, flew to the big water. Because of the birds' cackling and quacks, the human voice was not heard. The cattle, stagnant over the winter, with their tails raised, were carried out beyond the outskirts, to the desired freedom, neighing, roaring, bleating. Every tongue praised the beautiful spring. Fine, hot horses, rushing spring. Over the steppe, protecting its peace, the winter wind spread. The blue smoked, the steppe dried up. The Cossack, having prayed, rode out to the arable land. A week, then another, and the steppe was flooded from edge to edge with green shoots and grey feather grass. Gardens blossomed with joyful colors, and the gardens were overgrown with greenskins. Rivers and lakes were seething with fish, and the nets could not hold fish. Children, throwing off their pants and shirts on the go, shouting, "The water is hot," threw themselves from the steep bank into the floods. For a long time, with the first warmth from the depths of Russia, like flocks of hungry rooks, gangs of reapers and mowers rose up and stretched to the Don and Cuban. In tattered zippers, in wide motley trousers, raising dust from broken bast shoes, and pushing their caps off their sunburned foreheads, they walked and walked, dying on the roads, dying in the thousands in cholera barracks, but the living were stubborn in their aspirations, and, having reached the bread places, they put down roots, and remained to live there. They hired themselves out as herders and shepherds. In the Azov region they replenished the fishing artels. From the visiting rabble a cadre of farm laborers and artisans, traders, and farmers was created. The villagers went out to mow with their whole families, with women, children, hired workers. All around, as far as the eye could see, ripening fields and grass as tall as a man stretched out. The mowers, harnessed by a pair or even 3 lathered horses, clattered with a steely clatter. The whistling scythes glittered in the grass. The damp, faded shirts clung to the backs of the mowers. In the evenings, the bitter smoke of the fires floated over the steppe, and a young song soared up to the very stars. By St. Peter's Day, the steppe was turning brown. The grain stood up like a wall, a roasted ear, ripe grain. The sun showered the steppe with streams of fire. The haze, the fog, the steppe, numb from the heat, breathed hotly. In the valleys, in the hot calm, tobacco was ripening. Watermelons and melons whirled out on the melon fields, like shaved heads on an ancient battlefield. Orchard trees were breaking under the weight of fruit. On the free pastures, herds of horses and endless flocks of fine wool sheep were fattening. Girls were filling out early, ripe for love. The steppe gave birth to bread. Women gave birth to strong flesh children. Bees poured honey rain. Grapes were filled with clear tears, and a hunter in the mountains was breaking an animal. A rich land, a free little side. The village sat astride the river. On one side lived the Cossacks, on the other, the peasants. On the Cossack side, and the market, and the cinema, and the gymnasium, and the large stately church, and the dry high bank, on which a brass band played on holidays, and in the evenings the reveling and bawling youth gathered. White huts and rich houses under tiles, Planks and iron stood in strict order, hiding in the greenery of cherry orchards and acacias. The big spring water came to visit the Cossacks, right up to the windows. The peasant side was flooded by the floodwater, which is why the inhabitants of the lower street were drowning in mud up to their ears all spring. Somehow, as if reluctantly, fenced with reed fences, the half-blind adobe huts retreated up the hill, crawled away into the steppe. In the summer, noisy like the sea, the grain came right up to the yards. The peasants did not plant gardens, considering this to be a waste of time. In front of the huts only stunted trees with branches, torn off for brooms stuck out here and there. And the peasants' cattle were smaller, and the lard on the boars was leaner, and the wool on the sheep was coarser, and the women's clothes were more modest, and the peasants ate bread of simple grinding, and even that, many, not a satiety. From good books and penny books it has long been known that the Cossacks considered themselves native inhabitants, looked askance at the people from other cities who came from Rus, rarely intermarried with them, inflicted all sorts of land restrictions on them, and did not allow them to govern the region. And so it was. The feud had been going on for a long time. In the village we are describing there were 2 cemeteries, the Cossack one, with cast iron bars and high crosses forged from twisted iron, under which the bones of atamans, elders, heroes smoldered. Cattle roamed the unfenced peasant cemetery, and there were only 2 notable graves on it, the merchant Bryusov, a wild glutton who choked on a beef bone at his own wedding, and the elusive robber and devil Fomka. Krivopuz. On the steep bank of the Kuban, with its eyes on the river, stood the iron-roofed stone house of the old Cossack Mikhail Chernohorov. The Chernohorovs were famous for their strong family, horses, valor and wealth. Mikhail was over 60, but his eyes were still hot, and he still possessed indestructible strength. His large face, like a dark oak tree, resembled a piece of hardened felt. A blond beard with a black tint spread over a powerful, bell-like chest. From under his smoked yellow mustache, his teeth, white as boiling water and all intact, gleamed in a grin. His head, raised high, with his hair cut in a bracket, was covered by a uniform cap with a capped visor. In an old, faded green checkman, tightly pulled in with a woven belt, he would walk around the yard early in the morning, looking after the workers, daughters-in-law, grandchildren, finding work for everyone, and scolding everyone for their sluggishness. At the wrong time, no one in the household dared to laugh or sit down in his presence without permission. In his free time, Mikhail would lock himself in a dark corner room, where women were forbidden access, and read the Bible in a sing-song voice, in full voice, running a finger, once broken by a Circassian bullet and crookedly healed, along the line. At times a shadow of deep thought would creep over his brow, and a fiery tear would fall on the yellowed, pock-marked page of the holy book. From the deep pocket of his trousers the old man would take out a silver-bound pipe and load it with a whole handful of homemade tobacco aged to taste. He would smoke, read, sigh, recalling his service, campaigns and his youth, pondering the fate of the Cossacks and the Russian land. He grew up, and throughout the best time of his life Mikhail never got off his horse. He remembered the Khiva campaign and the last Turkish war of 1877 to 1878. An Afghan carpet of dull tones, a memory of the Khiva campaign, still adorned the wall of his little room. And in the Turkish year a story happened to him that is worth telling, albeit briefly. Years later from the very heat of hand-to-hand combat, Mikhail snatched an Arabian horse, and such a one. Such as not everyone could dream of. At the bivouac, the Cossacks came in a crowd to admire the spoils. The oldest Cossack in the regiment, Terentiy Kalanta, led the Arab by the bridle, examined his teeth and nasal passages, felt his pasterns, kneecaps and iliac sacs and said, "A good horse." And the other old men blew into the stallion's ears, measured the ribs and the length of the hind leg, and also said in one voice, "A good nag." And when Mikhail, jumping on the Arab, rushed past the Cossacks like a devil once and twice, Terentiy Kalanta jumped up, and a thunder of delight flashed in his eyes. "Ajejeje," he exclaimed. "Such a horse, even if only for the ataman, would be just right." And the other old men nodded their great chaprins, saying, "Ajejeje, brother, there has never been such a horse in our Cuban army." The praise of the old men gladdened the heart of the young Cossack, for those grandfathers had seen horses in their time. For his bearing, his daring, and the lightness of his blood, Mikhailo named the stallion Berkut. Soon the war ended, and the Russian army moved to its borders singing, In a Bessarabian village, where the Cossacks had settled down to rest, a dragoon regiment, which had migrated from Galicia to Tavria, also stopped for a day's rest. The regiment was commanded by one of the illustrious princes, who was related almost to the sovereign himself. One day, the Cossacks and dragoons were bathing their horses in the Dniester. That's when the prince saw Berkut. "Hey, village," he called out to the Cossack, "where did you steal such a wonderful stallion?" Mikhailo flew up to the prince as he was riding Berkut, naked, with a brush on his hand. "No way, higher up, fool. Title, Your Excellency, I'm a prince. I didn't steal it, Your Excellency, I got it in a fight." "Sell the stallion." "It's absolutely impossible, Your Excellency, I need it myself." And Mikhail turned the horse back into the river to stop this empty conversation. The prince stopped him. "Take as much as you want, but sell it." "I can't, Your Excellency, I'm desperate without the stallion." The prince, with agility that amazed the Cuban, raised his monocle to his eye and walked around the stallion, whose wet satiny coat was burning in the sun. And again he touched Mikhail, and the Arab danced, squinting his fiery eyes at the prince. And again the prince stopped the Cossack and began to talk about his wealth, about his stables, about the Kursk, Ryazan and Saratov lands, of which he was the owner. "I will reward you generously, Cossack." And Mikhailo, frowning, kept muttering "no way" and "impossible." Cossacks and dragoons had already begun to gather around them. "Do you want?" the prince said quietly, so that no one could hear, and Mikhailo saw how his white lips were trembling. "Do you want me, you beast, to bow down to you in front of the whole regiment for this stallion?" "I'm not a god, Your Excellency, to bow down to me," Mikhailo answered loudly and touched him. The prince, as if tied, walked next to him. The most experienced Cossack in the regiment, Terentiy Kalanta, had already realized that things would not end well, and, coming up from the other side, discreetly slipped a whip into Mikhailo's hand. And the prince asked again, "So you won't sell it?" And Mikhailo answered him again, "No way." Then I will take it away from you." And the prince grabbed the reins. "And that won't happen," Mikhail said with anger, trying to free the reins from the prince's gloved hand. And the horse was already shaking its head restlessly, but the prince was tenacious and did not let go of the reins. Encouraged by the smiles of the villagers, Mikhail shouted angrily, "The Turks had many horses even more beautiful than mine. There was work to be done there, and you were eating dumplings in the rear and feeling up Galician women. Get off your back. Get off, Cossack," the prince said hoarsely, and hung on to the reins of Berkut, who was about to lunge. Then Mikhail pulled that illustrious prince with a whip across his forehead. Berkut reared up, the prince's hands were torn off, he fell, but instantly jumped up and cried, "To court! To court! Dragoons, seize him!" But Mikhail did not disgrace the honor of the Cuban army. He fought off a dozen dragoons who rushed at him with a bare whip, and jumped straight from the ravine into the Dniester, swam across the river holding on to his horse's mane, naked as his mother gave birth, and, off to the steppe. On the 5th day he was already in Kuban, in his native Kurn. Later, thanks to the intercession of the acting ataman and abundant bribes handed out to military officials, the matter was hushed up. A piece of paper flew from the Yekaterinburg military chancery to the street. Petersburg chancery with the news that such and such a Cossack on such and such a date was killed beyond Kuban in a fight with the Circassians. That was the end of it. And Mikhailo with a team of hunters wandered on his horse around the Black Sea and Trans-Cuban, pacifying the rebellious mountaineers. Here in the shortest time he grabbed a chest full of crosses and medals. Then he participated in the suppression of the Fergana uprising, and in the pacification of cholera riots, served in the convoy of the Warsaw governor, served in St. Petersburg, and when, after the Japanese campaign, he returned home, he was met by his bearded sons, grown-up grandchildren. Mikhailo let Murat, the son of Berkut, into the military herd, and became a homebody Cossack. Outside the windows, under the cliff, the river and sparkling. The years flew by, playing like the crest of a wave, with days of sorrow and joy. The old woman died, the daughters got married, each scattered to his own place, and the sons. The eldest, Evsey, was cut down in Mongolia by a bullet from a Kunkaz. The second son, Petro, disappeared without a trace in Transcaucasia during the pacification. The third son, Kuzma, having squandered his allotted share and leaving his 2 grandchildren in the hands of his father, went to Ukraine to hire himself as a guard and also, like a stone into water. The middle son, Ignat, had his bride lured away by an infantry colonel and taken away. Quiet and pious from his youth, Ignat went away from great grief somewhere beyond the Volga, to the schismatic monasteries, and for a long time he gave no sign or voice of himself. Son Vasily became addicted to trade, and also broke away from the Cossack clan. For a long time he was a horse dealer, making a pittance on a penny, and he kept bringing peasant rubles, soaked in sweat and tar, to the bank. Before the war, he bought up several small fish factories on the Azov coast, built a 3-story stone house in the city, opened a trade, and lived in luxury. One day he rolled into the village in his own car. Mikhail locked the gates with iron bolts and let the dogs off the chain. The son, having become rich, hung around under the windows of his father's house and left mortally offended. The broken piece and the youngest son Dmitry. He grew up weak and frail. He was afraid of his father more than fire, bursting into tears and trembling from his voice alone. From childhood he loved church singing, served at the altar. He graduated from the village school with a certificate of merit and began to ask to go to the city. His father called him in and kept him locked up for a whole year, adapting him to work around the house. The obedient son took on everything without hesitation, but the work somehow did not go well in his lifeless hands. "You will not become either a good Cossack or a strong master," said his father, sending him out of the yard. "Go, weakling, study." A lot of time flew by. The family began to forget the little rascal, but then Sergeant Sadagin returned from the capital, having served his term, and from him the villagers learned that Mitka Chernoyrov was a lawyer in St. Petersburg and had acquired a wife, a lady. The youngest son, Ivan, took after his father in both character and appearance. The same tough character, natural daring, love of movement. From a young age he strayed from the yard and grew up illiterate. He lived at home only in winter. Every spring he ran away to the steppe to the shepherds or to the fishermen in the Azov floodplains, and only with the first frosts did he return to the village, wine-beaten and ragged, with hands chapped from chicken pox, with rubles jingling in the pockets of his canvas trousers. In our time, there are no wild places left either in Kuban or Taman. Roads run through the mountains and swamps. Rivers are encircled by bridges. Every patch of land is plowed and trampled. The sea itself retreats before man. And where in the memory of old people everything was drowned in impassable tangles of reeds, now farmsteads, fishermen's kurens, and villages have grown up. In search of fun, Vanka climbed into such thickets where even a seasoned hunter rarely went. Confused and unclear, like a hint, paths led him to rusty swamps covered with squabbles, to the expanse of bright estuaries. Clouds of seagulls and cormorants circled above the estuaries. The reeds dozed, rustling with dry leaves. Vanka spent the night on dry hummocks, eating whatever he could find. By the age of 15, he knew how to knit and set nets. He found his way by the stars. He predicted the weather by the wind. He tracked down wild boar and, having speared piglets with a homemade pike, brought them to the fishing camp. In the spring, after the water receded, he knew which lake and what kind of fish went into, where the carp went to spawn. He studied the habits of fish in running and stagnant, freshened sea waters. With great accuracy, by near and distant animal cries, he determined the age of the animal, understood the language of birds, knew when and what kind of bird lives in the steppe, which in the forest. He swam so silently and nimbly that he managed to sneak up to a brood in the reeds and beat the ducklings with a stick. When he was already a young man, he got into the habit of going beyond the Kuban, where, having tracked down wolf and fox paths, he set traps on Circassian land, which was considered a special feat among the Cossacks. There he became friends with Shalim, with whom fate later firmly, and for a long time connected him. He shot excellently, hitting a dagger blade with a bullet at 100 paces. He also worked well with a saber, cutting a silver 50 copper coin in flight. From an early age, he did not recognize field or domestic work, but he was always the first in dances, fights, and trick riding. On weekdays and holidays, he wandered the streets, bulling songs and driving the girls crazy. One dark night knew where the Cossack got the money for the partying. They said that the daredevil hung out with hardened horse thieves, but he was never caught. The war tore the Chernoyrov family apart. They mobilized grandson Ilya, mobilized grandson Alexei. Vanka tagged along with them, not waiting for his year to be called up. Mikhailo put a ban on his son's decision. He still hoped that the boy would settle down and take on at least some of the chores around the house. Dad, bless me. Vanka fell at his father's feet. Don't even think about it. Let me go. Bring the whip, the old man thundered, enraged by his stubbornness. I'll give you about 50 hot ones. This last memorable conversation took place at the base. The son grinned and, maintaining visible obedience, brought the whip. Lie down, son of a bitch. Take off your pants. Vanka was stubborn. The first blow burned through his checkman shirt and grabbed the skins. Blinded by pain, he knocked his father down and rolled him with kicks to the base. The old man kicked him out of the house and, the biggest insult, did not give him a horse. Vanka, against his father's will, got a horse beyond the Cuban, lured his peer, friend Shalim, from the village, and with the Cossack echelon he went to the front. The war rocked the village croaked, parting with its youth. More than one girl's heart moaned like a dove. The heart-rending sobbing of wives and mothers mingled with drunken songs and the roar of accordions. And then came the bearded men of conscription age. The horses carried the Cossacks to Persia, Galicia, to Erzurum, and with the Expeditionary Corps, across the seas and oceans, to distant France. The wind rolled many a top knot of heads across the wild, blood-soaked fields. The revolution came unexpectedly, and swirled and spun the village. The sun peeked out at the Chernoyrovs' house. One day, as if by agreement, son Ivan and son Dmitry with his wife arrived. Hello, Cossacks, their father met them in the yard. I wish you good health, Ataman. Ivan smiled tiredly, throwing his kit bag off his shoulder. The old man kissed his sons. Where did you lose Alyoshka? He asked Ivan. Where is Alyoshka? Our people wrote that that one, but I don't believe it. Believe it, Alexei was killed near Przemysl. Battery officer Stepka Podlazny personally told me. Yeah, right, a Cossack has disappeared. Alyoshka is in captivity. Alyoshka? Captured? So. Two brothers, two big guys. The old man crossed himself, bit his beard, and, standing for a short moment in sadness, turned to his son Dmitry. Well, were you in the war? No, daddy, I was released as a weakling. Rotten. And who, God knows, did you take after? You disgrace our family, our tribe. At your age, I could outrun a horse up a mountain. Dmitry muttered in confusion. I wanted. But it turned out that way. It's not my fault. Now I've come to my native Palestine, to rest and wait until all this red tape ends. Here's my wife, Paulina Sergeyevna. Mikhail glanced sideways at the sharp-nosed young woman fingering a silver reticule in her hands and said indifferently, Liv, I don't mind the bribe. There are so many foreign people feeding around me, and you, after all, are ours. The Chernoyrovsk plant. He led his sons around the yard. The yard was swept clean. A solid building, put weight locks, dogs, like lions. It smelled of rotten manure and rich earth heated during the day. Under the canopy, between two uprights, on wooden hooks hung a harness, richly soaked in fragrant tar and sharply shining with a silver and copper set. In comparison with the past, there was less of everything, but there was still enough poultry, cattle, and bread. In the cellar, tubs of oil, sturgeon carcasses of their own salting, barrels of wine of their own stamping, under the roof bundles of leaf tobacco and bales of Schlenker wool prepared for sale. The old man poured a ladle of grape wine from a capacious barrel, smelling of dewy incense, and, taking a sip, handed it to Ivan. Goodbye, sons. How are you, Dad? Living, and what are you breathing? Glory to the Queen of Heaven. There is something to gargle with. There is something to put in your cheek. One Cossack, and still I stretch out, I acquire. Vanity of vanities and vexation of spirit, as the prophet said. A naked man comes to earth, naked, and leaves. You, sons of bitches, will never come to spit on my grave. From me comes the soul, from you come the good days. Without me you will lose everything down to the last horseshoe nail. Without pants you will leave your father's yard. Mark my words. In vain, Dad, you do this. Dmitry perked up. I earned big money in Petersburg. Had his own carriage, his own dacha, was going to buy a house. What a cold wine, though, it makes my teeth ache. A dacha, a carriage, a millionaire. and he dragged a suitcase on his back from the train. What to do? They took everything. The rest was looted on the way. You, sitting here, can't even imagine what a mess is going on in the capital, in the cities, and on the roads. I myself didn't expect to get out alive. Prison. Yes, I would. Life has turned out cunningly, Ivan said cheerfully. Those who had drank have become nothing. The old man poured another ladle and drank without stopping. Discipline has been relaxed. That's why rebellion has flared up in Rus. There is a lot of stupid spirit. Our sergeants used to present the ataman with monthly registers of the thoughts of each Cossack, and everything was, thank God, quiet. If they had given me a Cossack regiment of the old composition, we would have quickly pacified the rebellion throughout the Kuban. I would have proved it to them. Dmitri waved his hands. Oh, you, daddy, are an old regime man. This cannot be. A revolution, if it does not spill over the banks of common sense, is extremely necessary for our dark Russia. Something similar happened in Europe in the last century. The French even cut off the head of their king. Revolts among the infidels do not concern us, the old man said with conviction. Everyone goes crazy in their own way. The Chinese eat mice, frogs and all sorts of evil spirits. The comics do not disdain carrion. Yes. It was not for nothing that the Cuban army once sang a song, Our Mother, Russia, is the head of the whole world. Everyone here must live in fear. The old man smoothed his mustache and shook a calloused finger at an invisible enemy. If they had given me a regular Cossack regiment, I would have pulled it out with my teeth, and I would have wiped out the sedition in Cuban, just so the fluff would fly out of them. Then I would have presented the Cossacks with a rich treat. They would have drunk themselves to glory, and that would have been the end of it. Well, tell me, Vanka, about your diligence in service and your successes at the front. For his bravery and resourcefulness, Ivan was repeatedly nominated for an award, but the crosses and medals did not stay on his chest. The guy was fiery and wild. He would either crack a joke or be rude to his superiors. They would take away his award, demote him from the rank of non-commissioned officer and junior ensign to private again. Once, for failure to pay his card losses, Ivan beat his centurion bloody. For insulting an officer by action he was court-martialed. He was threatened with execution. The revolution opened the gates of the Tarnopol prison for him. How did you give in to the Germans? Interrogated his father. You disgraced the great glory of your grandfathers. We, to the Germans, you, to the Japanese, what is the use of empty talk? The Germans have rubbed our eyes, taught us the minds of fools. The royal root, father, has rotted. It is time to plow Russia anew. It is time to break the old life. A good stick for you. It does not take much intelligence to fight. What is it, son, that you do not like the old order? Or were you naked, barefoot, or did someone short you of a piece? Roll up your sleeves, get to work. I will die. I will take nothing with me. I will leave everything to you. The house is a full cup. All you have to do is blow. You will live like mice in a box. We do not want to acquire wealth. We are the enemies of wealth, Ivan said dully. The front broke us. 3 years are not 3 days. The faint-hearted are tired, and the strong are fed up. And in my sleep I dream, here comes an airplane or a shell. You jump up and scream. Neither that sir nor I sent you to the front. You went yourself. Bourgeois generals, Bolsheviks, Mensheviks, all of them on the same hook. Tears flow through their shoulder straps and gold. We must expect a new war, Dad. What are you babbling about? What war and with whom? War from right to left. Here you have generals, here scientists, here peasants. I've seen enough of the Ryazan villages. They live poorly, cramped, stuffy. Even though he is a peasant, his belly is all around. He still wants to eat and drink. And a non-resident will say any day now, yours is mine, give it here. It's none of our business, son. The land is Cossack, and the rights are Cossack, and we will drive the peasants out of here by the neck. Let them go, and fight with the landowners. There is a lot of land there. They have forests in Russia, we don't reach for them. There's gold in Siberia, and we don't need gold. The officials and craftsmen get their salaries, and we don't care about that either. We've been sitting here on the roots since time immemorial. Our fathers and grandfathers conquered these lands with blood and military feats, and we won't give them up to anyone. And what will you do with the Highlanders, Dad? Drive the Asians to hell, even further into the mountains and slums. Don't let them, the foes, drink even water from Cuban. That will never happen. All people, all humans. Think for yourself. You won't feel sorry for everyone. What's the point of chatting with you? We, the native Cossacks, don't sleep, and the work is already being done, the old man said meaningfully. What work? It's too early for you to know about this. Have a drink on the way, my son, drive away the melancholy. And he handed over a ladle of wine poured straight up. Ivan drank and passed the ladle to his brother, and said to his father, we must live the way all the common people live. Vanya, don't forget God and your conscience. Mikhailo hissed. When you talk to your father, keep your hands at your sides, and don't be able to reason about what you like, and what you don't like. Brother, you. Dmitry, emboldened by the wine, joined the conversation. You are still young, green and don't understand many things in life. Papa is right. Cuban is for the Cuban people. Don is for the Don people. Terek is for the Terek people. You, Vanya, don't understand the full grandeur and scope of the Cossack soul. Old tales, songs, the glorious history of our ancestors, the Zaporozhian Cossacks, as they sing, get in, brothers, in the light boats. Put a cannon on the bow, brothers. Vanya, don't think that I'm a gentleman. Deep down at heart, brother, I'm a Cossack. It's funny to remember, once I put on a Circassian coat, a papaka and walked along the entire Nevsky Prospect. Come on, sons, into the hut, invited the father, it's time for supper. And the measured days flowed. Mikhail did not trust other people's eyes, and kept order in the house himself. He got up before dawn, and walked around the yard on his first round, looked at the bazaar, chained the dogs Sultan and a Brugay, woke up the workers, gave orders about the household. The women ran to the Chernoyovs, as if they were busy, looked with all their eyes at the street. Petersburg lady and were all dissatisfied with her. She looked like someone had hit her with a shovel from the front and from behind, and her head was funny, and her legs were thin, like a goat's. Dmitry was besieged by the peasants. Tell me, Dmitry Mikhailovich, you are a learned man, you know all the laws crosswise, how will it be? My son-in-law Denis, and I raise 30 deshiyotins for winter crops. I know. You already told me yesterday. It is necessary, uncle, to first organize all of Russia, then we can talk about your 30 deshiyotins. The Constituent Assembly, but how is that possible? What do I need it for? Russia. Did I buy new boots for my daughter? I did. Did you pour a cartload of grain into their barn on Epiphany? I did. And now that son-in-law Denis says to me, I'll knock your eyes out, you such and such. Is that fair? You understand, Uncle Fada, I'm telling you as a lawyer. Land disputes cannot be resolved either by you and me, or by us and it's the community. The Constituent Assembly, or our Cuban Rada will order the land to be divided equally among all. There is nothing to be done. We, the Cossacks, will obey. And if they don't order it, then we will see. But what is there to see then? Everything is being done with a fraudulent purpose. I see that I can't come to an agreement with you. I even have a headache. Come tomorrow, I will write a complaint to the ataman about my son-in-law Denis. Dmitry and his wife were leaving for the steppe. The boys saw them off across the entire village. Like madmen, they whistled and screamed, Master, master, give me a kopeck. Mistress, mistress, the shanks are planed. The steppe lay dead, whipped by roads. Snow still clung to the hollows and on the boundaries, but the sun was already gaining strength. The hills were covered with the first sharp-smelling wormwood. Dmitry was beating the blackened pipes of last year's sunflowers with his cane, and was noisily rejoicing. Space. Beauty. Steppe. Steppe. It remembers the ringing of palovchs and swords and the campaigns of Cossack knights. There is the drunken mound. About 50 years ago, the Cossacks of the guard post got drunk on Trinity Day and were all slaughtered by the Circassians. How many forgotten legends and glorious stories. Yes, more than once the Cossacks saved Rus from the nomad and the Pole. Now they are saving it from the Boer and the Bolshevik. The spirit of our ancestors lives in us, and if necessary, all of us, young and old, will take up arms. No, Paulina Sergeyevna kissed him on the cheek. I will not let you face the bullets. You must take care of yourself. Ivan could not find a place for himself anywhere. Nothing made him happy, and in his own house he felt like a stranger. In the evenings he would meet the clerk's daughter Marinka in the gardens and complain, "I'm bored, Marinushka." "You fool. Why are you bored?" "I don't know. Go to the doctor, he'll give you some powder for boredom." She laughed, as if she were throwing flowers. Her round, ring-shaped eyebrow jumped, a dark blush played across her entire cheek. She was a caviar-colored girl. "Oh, you frozen potato. Not a cheerful look from you, not a joke. You should go dance with the youth, go wild." There was a time when Ivan ran to her for a date and saw his ears from joy, but now everything was not nice to him. "I'm used to fighting, and you have such silence here." "Ah, Vanya, what a restless person you are. You came back from one war, and you're thinking about another. You haven't sent me a single letter from the front. If you don't love me, tell me straight out. I won't chase you myself." Lyuba. Ivan reached out to her and angrily pinched her firm breast. She squealed, hid his hands with a handkerchief with seeds and hissed, "Don't bore. You won't buy it. I'm the daughter of a good father and mother and I won't let myself be robbed for the time being. If you love me, throw the idea out of your head and send matchmakers." Her falcon eyes glittered in the darkness, and, as if in a shiver, she moved her steep shoulder, barely audibly finishing, "Everything will be yours." Which, Mirinka slipped out of his arms, and, laughing, ran away. Ivan was walking towards the yard. His father met him at home. "Where have you been hanging around, you good for nothing? Chasing dogs? Don't lead me to sin. Do you drink? Or do I have no mouth?" "I drink. Or do I still have to ask you for a leave note? I'm tired of the service." The old man stroked his beard and sighed, "You need to get married, Vanya." "I don't want to, Dad. A woman is a curse on our youth. The Cossacks are my home and my family. Your word is golden, son." "And why, I noticed, are you amusing the devil? You don't cross your forehead. Have you never been to church?" Ivan was silent. "Oh, you enemy. And how does the earth bear you? In the Bible, in the Book of Kings, it is said of a blockhead like you. What is the Bible to me? You can't live by one book for 1,000 years. Even the field regulations change. Your tongue will be torn out by the roots for such words. Wait, Vanka, the Lord Father will peck you someday for not honoring your parent." "Well, Dad, will he meddle in our affairs? The first time I went on the attack, I fell away from the faith. The first attack. And now there is blood in my eyes. I don't believe in chalk, or moss, or bird croaking anymore. I'm not afraid of anything and anyone. My soul has turned to stone. How can you, young people, expect people to believe you when you yourselves do not believe in anything? We have been on campaigns, but we have never lost the fear of God. It is bad to believe everything, and not to believe anything is even worse. Faith, my son, is an invaluable treasure." At parties, the bachelor Ivan would sit silently in a dark corner for whole evenings, sucking on his pipe. Everything that the boys and girls laughed at seemed unfunny to him, and the men's endless conversations about farming and land bored him to death. One day, Shalim brought a wild boar killed in the Cuban floodplains to the market. After selling it, he went to the Chernoyarovs, and through a worker, the Karmichalcha, called Ivan. They went to the tavern. "Tell me, my friend, how are you?" "Vanushka, things are still going well. The cow is dead, the mother is dead. The hut is old, the rain is ticking past the roof. The father is old, not a single tooth is missing. The horse is old tuk-tuk. No lamb, no bread, no cheese, nothing. The stupid father scolds, 'Shalim, donkey, bring firewood. Shalim, donkey, bring water.'" Ivan was convulsed with laughter. Shalim complained about his fate for a long time, and kept persuading his friend to flee to the mountains. His thin, cast iron black face breathed youthful courage, his movements were sharp, his gaze was quick and firm. In his long-skirted frontline overcoat and heavy soldier's boots, he tangled like a hot horse in short shafts. Leaning over the table, and flashing his white, as if washed, teeth, he poured out a hot whisper, mixing Russian speech with native words. "In the all of Gabuke lives my blood enemy Saddam Musayev. We will cut his guts. Yanis in Volodya. On the river Shebsha lives a rich Kabardian prince. We will pull his veins. Bilogy, such is your swearing. Vanushka, ours will be a robber. We will not be caught. Everyone will be afraid of us." Ivan sipped rice vodka, a smile splashing in his clouded eyes. He listened and didn't listen to Shalim. He was filled to the brim with his own thoughts, and these thoughts in the glow of fires, in the crackle of gunfire carried him to the Don Ukraine, from village to village, and from farmstead to farmstead. As if in a dream, he saw the steppe expanses, the flashes of gunfire, the sparkle of daggers, heard furious cries, and the horns of buglers, and the rumble of galloping carts, and the clatter of horses, and the tight whistle of a saber over his head. He grabbed Shalim's hand. Akhirat. Kodim? Ah, friend, life is not good for me either. Such boredom, my cheekbones ache. I have to leave. They exchanged daggers. They sat in the tavern until late, and went out into the street, arm in arm, singing. The frontline soldiers brought new songs with them. Exhausted and lice-ridden, they crawled across the villages and farmsteads, and almost every one of them, like a cannon, was loaded with irreconcilable anger toward the old veteran. Ignat Gorlenko returned home, without an arm. The Cossack Vesyoliy, who escaped from Austrian captivity, returned. Red-haired Bobby returned. Savka Kurek returned, on crutches. The Zvenigorod brothers returned. Guardsman Seryoga Ostralkov arrived from Finland. Old Plaston Prokosuk Hobris crawled back with a bruised bottom. That same Grigory Shmiroga, for whom his wife had been holding memorial services for another year, returned with strands of grey hair in his furlock. Veteran Lozerko, covered in insignia up to his navel, returned. Agronomist Kuksevich, who had risen to the rank of staff captain, returned. Yakov Blinov returned from the Turkish front. And other Cossacks and soldiers were returning. Maxim Kuzel also returned home. Marfa, barefoot, with her hem tucked up, washing the floors, ran out into the yard, and threw herself on his neck. She was crying herself, laughing herself. Maxim kissed her, and could not stop kissing her. Rada? That's right, Maximushka, I'm glad, as if the sky had dissolved above me and something had fallen on me from there. She heated up the bathhouse, picked the dirt off him, and, combing his matted hair, kept gasping, my god, you have lice in your head, like wolves. And how skinny you've become, your bones are sticking out, you could hang collars on you. Evil has sucked me dry. The strong smell of hot bread hung in the hut. The table, scrubbed and rubbed, as if made of wax, was covered with homemade food. The samovar, polished to the point of heat, was shining. Sit down, Maximushka, you must have been steeped in the Tsar's service. The door creaked on its hinges. Relatives and simple acquaintances were coming in, asking about the service, about the revolution. Others, having greeted each other, took bottles of cloudy moonshine from their jacket pockets, and put them on the table. Soldiers' wives also ran in. I'm glad to see you, Marfinka. And more than one furtively wiped away a tear. Have you seen mine there? They asked the serviceman. Start making some pies, he will be back soon. The war, damn it, has broken down. The front has collapsed. In a clean shirt with an unbuttoned collar, thoroughly shaved, Maxim sat in the front corner and drank tea. He spoke reluctantly about the war, and passionately about the revolution. Pointing his short fingers at the worn-out folds of a Bolshevik newspaper, he explained who was for what, with whom, and how. Marfa kept her eyes on him. Is the power of the Revolutionary Committee or the power of the Cossack government in the village? Asked Maxim. I don't know, smiled Marfa. They said something at the meeting, but I forgot everything while I was walking home. Oh, you, head with a thicket, laughed Maxim and looked closely into her shining eyes. In our old way, the ataman is the ataman, said Godfather Mikola. They still have a portrait of the sovereign hanging in the government building. What are the people looking at? They are afraid. It is known that the people are tortured, intimidated. Some are happy about freedom, but keep quiet. Some are waiting for the emperor to return, and many are languishing in anticipation of something like this. They will not rise again. God is not without mercy, agreed Godfather Mikola, and looked back at the Cossacks. I figure it out, men. If you look into it closely, power is of no use to us. God bless it. Power, we would like some land. It will soon be time to plow, but there is no land. It looks like we will have to doff our caps to the Cossacks again. Don't be shy, Godfather, you won't have to, said Maxim sternly. Or are they sons of the earth, and we are stepsons? We work on it, but it is not ours. We walk on it, but it is not ours. You, Maxim Ilyinich, Take it easy with such words, otherwise they, the beasts, might devour you. They haven't whistled in their noses yet, so that they could devour me. It was before that we were like Jesus Christ, not drunk, but now, having experienced in the position what even sinners in hell do not experience, we are afraid of nothing. We will go through fire and water, but we will not back down from our own. Finally, the guests failed. Martha threw her strong arms over her husband's shoulders and exhaled with a groan. I've been waiting for you for so long. Oh, my heart itself is gnawed by ashes. He pressed kiss after kiss into her dry, cracked lips. She blew out the lamp and, as if drunk, bumping into chairs, went to make up the bed. Maxim poured her disheveled thick hair in his hand and asked about life and being. She lived. She was full of tears. Into the step by herself, for water by herself, behind the reeds by herself. Here is domesticity. Here is a cow bellowing. She broke her leg on the harrow. The child is dying. All alone. Choked on grief. From care the milk in her breasts turned rancid. Maybe that's why Petenka died. Don't worry, we'll get another. It's easy to say, another. She began to cry. Such a nimble and clever Nuthach was. He climbed everywhere, grabbed everything. Claude. I forgot about Maxim, and my wife's even voice kept buzzing and buzzing in my ear. Such fears have come after the Tsar's ouster. My head was splitting with thoughts. At first everyone was gossiping. Look, Kerensky sold the entire Cuban with its inhabitants to the Germans for 40 puds of gold. Then we heard, look, the Turks will come and start converting everyone to their faith. On Epiphany, the shopkeeper Miroka returned from the city, and at a meeting he explained to the whole community, here comes the Red Army from Rostov, nicknamed the Bolsheviks, advancing on our village. All with tails, all with horns, all with hooves. They stab the old and the young with pikes, and make soap out of women. Such a howl arose, such confusion. With tears, with screams, we, the women, rushed into the church, picked up the icons, raised the banner. The priest walked around the village 3 times with a cross, sprinkled all the roads and paths with holy water, and, glory to the Queen of Heaven, the Bolsheviks passed by. The well-fed Maxim muttered in his sleep, you're an unkempt fool. What do I know? I'm as dark as a bottle. Wherever people go, I go. Such lies are told to frighten the common people by the manufacturers, bankers, generals and all the henchmen of Nicholas's throne, who have harbored the spirit of the old regime. Let them all die. We have a horse. A cow is going between milkings. We'll somehow get by. And then, look, they'll cut up some land, sow some crops, and live happily ever after. A green crystal lamp was burning in the front corner. Vague shadows lay on the dark faces of the saints. A grey winter morning peered through the slanted windows. A cow mooed behind the wall. Maxim thought he heard a bugler playing. He jumped up, looked around and fell back under Martha's hot side. Happy, he fell asleep. The village rocked. News rolled through the village like a wave. The Bolsheviks are gaining the upper hand all over Russia. There is war on the Don. There is war in Ukraine. In Novorossiysk, Soviet power. In Stavropol, the people have established Soviet power. Cossacks are for the people. Cossacks are against the people. Near the village of Enem, officers killed a detachment of Novorossiysk Red Guards. In Yekaterinodar, the military government mashed the executive committee and arrested the Bolshevik leaders. Rostov was taken by the Reds. In the village of Krimskaya, at a congress of representatives of revolutionary villages, the Cuban Regional Revolutionary Committee was elected. Spring turned out to be unfriendly. A clear day will shine, then another, and again it will snow. Snow. Almost until the Annunciation Day frosts would set in, snow would fall, but the time for arable farming and spring sowing was already approaching. The roosters were crowing in a special, fresh and ringing voice. Barefoot children were already playing nuclear bones under the wattle fences in the warmth. Women were digging in the gardens and vegetable plots. The owner was sorting and treating the seed grain, taking the plow and seeder to be repaired. Twice a week the market was humming softly. Day and night work was in full swing in the forge, and the slow lenten ringing of bells floated and melted in the damp expanses of the steppe above the village. At the forges, and at the market, and at the mill, and in the churchyard, everywhere where people gathered, heated arguments inevitably brewed, angry voices boiled up, enmity broke out to the right and to the left. The frontline soldiers gathered in the house of the teacher Grigorov from evening to evening, judged, argued, what kind of government to establish. Old men also came to listen to the bold speeches, but they themselves rarely got involved in the conversation, silently sucked on their pipes, according to the habit adopted from the mountaineers, whittled sticks with knives, and, looking at each other, shook their heads. Once they dropped by for a light at the soldiers' wives. The school watchman Bryusov, an elderly hero of the Turkish campaigns, barked at them with the last words, and pushed them out by the neck. It was none of your business, he said. I think we should pull out the tooth, arrest the ataman, said Maxim, boldly looking around at those gathered. You're dancing on the wrong foot, Maxim. We arrest the ataman, the Cossacks will chop us all up tomorrow, shoot us. They are like that. You're a fool. One of the young Cossacks would stop the speaker. The ataman is as dear to me as a fifth leg to a dog. It's not hard to knock him down, but who will we appoint as the master of the village? Take Yemelka, laughed the podzol Sotnichenko, pushing the farm laborer Yemelan Peresvid forward. It's easy to live with a head like that. Embarrassed, Peresvid shook his shaggy head like a bull, mumbled something and backed into a corner, while voices thundered around him. Get under the bench. He can't even eat a pig. We won't allow every poor slob to stand over us like in other places. Listen, your ears wither. There's a sergeant major, they're a fisherman, they're a sailor runs a village. And Christ was a carpenter, put in the respectable man Potapov, the leader of the evangelical sect. That can't be. Sotnichenko waved it off. What carpenter? Maybe he was a contractor or something. But to be a carpenter, chop off his head, I don't believe it. There was such laughter, as if a woodpile had fallen apart. Knocked off his position, Sotnichenko did not stop. I'm a natural-born Cossack. I deserve to street Georges and a medal. Am I supposed to carry out his order, Yemelkin? It will never happen. Maxim's heart was taken. He fell on the podzol. Exactly, my friend. The general stick has become too boring for you. Put a scarecrow in front of you with scattered epaulettes, and you will stretch out and salute him. Generals and atamans received large salaries. They sucked a lot of people's blood. We need cheaper managers. The whole world, a council, will watch over the affairs. An elected commissioner, even if he is the devil, he is in full view. As soon as he starts giving the wrong orders, hit him on the head. Choose another. We will ask Mr. Grigorov, a talker. He is a talker, but meek. But the matter is, Maxim, as if apologizing, briefly smiled at the teacher and looked him in the eyes searchingly. The matter is leading to war. We do not need meek ones. Grigorov would jump up impulsively and talk about the bright future of Russia and the revolution, about democracy and the coming reconciliation of all nations and classes. A dreamy and quiet man by nature, in the days of his distant youth he was carried away by revolutionary ideas, but when the reprisals against the best began, the weak withered. Grigorov also withered, and left the city. For more than 10 years, he had been teaching in the village, hammering into the heads of teenagers the simple rules of spelling, and the immutable truths of elementary mathematics. He usually spoke passionately and at length, and at the same time, out of painful habit, he would twirl some object in his hands or quickly wind, and unravel the long black cord of his pince nez around his finger. Some, listening to him, were bored, and others were just enticed by the incomprehensible and curly words with which the teacher abundantly garnished his speech, without noticing it himself. When at last, tired and happy, he plopped down on a chair, they applauded him, in the fashion brought from the city, and an approving whisper reached his ears. Burning head. It really is. He speaks as if he were reading from a book. Lord, if it is your will, what will happen to us? Butchered and Milosimibrotov wiped his sweaty face, chest covered with golden hair, armpits with an extremely greasy cambric handkerchief, and, rarely placing his words, wheezed, for me, if anything, choose a good man, and let him walk in half, one day as an ataman, the next day as a commissar. Maxim to him, no, Danilo Semenovich, there is no need for us to hobnob with the atamans. To pull them apart in all directions, and no nut will do. Look at yourself, good people. Kozul himself is aiming to be a commissar. But, don't be naughty, his tail is short. Where would I be? I'm illiterate. I won't stick my nose in, but I won't stay behind either. I'm interested in what will come of it. I can't sleep at night, thinking. Evangelist Potapov pulled his hair malakhe down over his eyes and, making his way to the exit, not looking at anyone, muttered to himself, national prayer, repentance, and forgiveness of sins to each other. And here, the stench of hell, blasphemy, a den of robbers. There will be blood, there will be grief, we will devour and kidnap each other, and the worm will devour us all. The thresholds of our homes will be overgrown with weeds, only predatory beasts will prowl the face of the earth. Who would have thought that in less than a month the new Israelites, old Israelites, Subotniks, Stundists, Jumpers and other sects cohabiting in the village will put up companies and hundreds of their brothers in parties and detachments. Maxim hammered on, we can go there or here, but the land must be quickly. Yes, time does not wait, it is time to divide it. And why divide it? Red Bobby was surprised. It is divided. The bucket of warmth will hit, I will harness it, whistle and go. There will be a sin between us. Old age will come, we will pray for it. You said it wisely, I will whistle and go. You, Alexei Mironovich, have a Cossack allotment of 15 deshiyotins per soul, and there are many souls, 3 sons, a nephew, a grandfather, a son-in-law and a big man himself. With a stupid head you can't immediately figure out what kind of map you will raise for arable land. And don't count other people's, it will screw up your brains. Bobby said. Pay rent at 300 selkashi per deshyotin and weld, plow as much as your strength allows. Where will I get such capital? I don't forge selkashi, and I don't steal. I don't care enough about that. I don't impose myself with my property. They will come to those who need to, and they will even bow down at his feet. Oh, Alexei Mironovich, don't miscalculate. And why are you asking him for his hand in marriage? Ignat, the disabled Savka Kurek joined the conversation. People will leave, and we will leave. People will start sowing, and we will start sowing. The field you like is yours. So, but we won't make you harvest and thresh. We'll manage somehow ourselves. Take off your shoes. We, the frontline soldiers, will not let go of our weapons until we establish our own order. Freedom, equality and no brotherhood with you, boss. All the power is in us. We will do whatever we want. Bark, lame dog. Am I the dog? No, not you, but your grace. Savka picked up his crutches and got into the fight. They pulled him away and tried to talk him out of it. He tried to break loose and shouted in a voice that wasn't his own. I'll twist his head off. Get off me, cripple. Listen to what people are saying about the war. Damn it to hell, this war. You, Ignat, have it easy. Your son earns good money in the city. He'll feed you to death. And my situation, my wife is sick. Her ill health doesn't allow her to work. The house is full of kids. There's nothing to eat. And I myself have nothing to work on. Yes, we've done something crazy with our share, said Guardsman Seryoga Ostrelkov. I don't know about others, but you can't drag me to war with a lasso these days. We've played the hero, that's enough. Now is the time to show heroism to your woman at night. You, a one bag, are fierce to women. If they gave out awards for such heroism, you'd deserve a full bow right now. Oh, the blood runs cold in tired veins as soon as you think about war, and war is inevitable. My little head is a pain. We've reached the wall, says Maxim. The wall needs to be broken down. Who to start with? Where to start? Does everyone have a weapon? The thought was born with difficulty. They argued all night long, endlessly lost in gossip, and yet the vanguard, although slowly, made their way onto the right path. On a festive red day after mass, horsemen wandered around the village and made noise under the windows. To the square. Go, old men. Go, young men. The owner's head stuck out of the window. What's wrong? He's arrived. Who's brought there? His Excellency Colonel Bantish, member of the Cuban Rada, has deigned to arrive. The square is covered with tar. The host, without finishing his tea and pushing away the uneaten piece of pie, jumped up from the table and commanded, "Granny, bring the regimental uniform." And soon, dressed in their best clothes and wearing all their military decorations, the Cossacks were already hurrying to the village administration. Old men and frontline soldiers were hurriedly walking along the street and through the alleys. Children were running at breakneck speed. The soldiers' wives, who never missed a single meeting, were running. The invalid Savka Kurek was hobbling along, dragging his broken leg and shouting at the top of his lungs, "What meeting? It will be our way anyway. All the strength is in the soldier. The Cossacks will not tolerate being against the people. The square was flooded from edge to edge with villagers. Here and there, inveterate debaters were already entering into single combat. And even the timid ones, who always kept silent in public, were not silent. The stuttering baker Galalabov, twitching his concussed shoulder, darted through the crowd and rattled off, "You can't wear a Cossack hat. If you're riding with a cart, turn off. Pay rent, pay for the plan, pay for the arable land, pay for the pasture, pay for the goats. Maintain the fire brigade, watch over the roads and bridges. Stand at the church threshold. The court is Cossack, the government is Cossack, the school is Cossack. Ugh, fall into hell." Hell, suggested the teacher Grigorov, and everyone laughed. Yesterday I was sitting by the gate when Nestorenko and Miska the goat came up to me. "Buy," they said, "a bottle of moonshine, or we'll stab you." And they came at me with daggers. Well, I bought it. PP to hell with such a life. Any cockade with a double-headed eagle will mock you. I'd take a dirty broom. Oh BB, it's a shame. They don't let us look up. You suffer because you live. In a circle of tightly huddled listeners, Maxim loudly read a tattered issue of the Bolshevik newspaper, which he had not parted with for a month. He knew almost all the articles by heart. He read quickly from the sheet and, where necessary, added some pepper from himself, so that it turned out great. Restrained voices and whispers, that's how the Bolsheviks are, sons of bitches. They hit the bourgeoisie and generals with every word. Once, and they're kings. Spies. That's bullshit, uncle. The famous newspaper, it will tear the eyes of the ignorant people. I listen, and anger flows through all my veins. Oh, you, the power of the rich of the golden world, and what have you brought our state to? Quiet, Yega, don't interfere with listening. The heavy hand of the old Cossack Leonty Shakunov fell on Maxim's shoulder. Stop, soldier. Maxim turned around and shook the hand off his shoulder. I'm standing there, I could milk you. How dare you, a dunce, disturb the people? And what is your concern, old man? Are you my boss or an old policeman? Ha ha ha, many throats thundered. Stop staring and don't be rude to me. I'm a full cavalier, I've been on 3 campaigns. Wake up, cavalier, open your eyes. Freedom of speech. I have the right to speak everywhere, and to demand everywhere. Shakunov stretched out his Adam's apple, looking for Cossacks in the crowd. What are you, damn you, listening to all this crap and grinning at? This newspaper should be arrested, and the soldiers should be flogged and thrown out of the village to the devil's father. Aren't you being too salty, grandpa? Shakunov cleared his throat, and, shaking his grey eyebrow, began to speak. Listen, gentlemen of the village, to me, an old man. I don't have long to live. It's a sin to lie. I won't lie. Who are the Bolsheviks and the Red Guards? They are not the old guard, in which the best, the chosen people went to serve, like all life Cossacks. They are penniless, swindlers, a barefoot team, a golden company, the offspring of an eternal hangover. They have no home, no farm, and never have had one. They know nothing about business. They speak with curses, eat and drink with curses. The Cossacks scared them from the Don, and our Rada scared its own from Yekaterinodar. So they roam the Kuban in gangs, like wolves, sniffing out where there is a smell of mutton. Whatever they get, they drink away, gamble away, or squander on cigarettes. Jaime, they feel sorry for nothing. Today they are here, tomorrow God knows where. We have huts, and horses, and cows, and boars, and plows, and maybe someone even has a mower and a reaper. So, gentlemen Cossacks, let the Bolsheviks into the yards, into the huts and say, take our belongings, sleep with our wives. I listen to you, Leonty Fyodorovich, and am amazed, interrupted him the grey-moustached Sergeant Lugovoy. Horses and cows, wild boars and draft horses, jelly and sour cream. How do you keep your shameless eyes from bursting? How do you manage to measure everyone with your saltik? I'm a Cossack, you are a Cossack. One of your sons serves as a clerk in Armovia, another is lackey to the general, and my falcons have been fighting for Russia from the first step of the war, and have covered their brave chests with crosses and medals. He wiped his watery eyes with a dirty rag and sobbed. You have 400 ishiotines of crops, 3 annual workers, and I have turned 65. My old bones are asking to rest, but no, I myself bend my hump over my allotment. Wheat is growing from under my nails. He raised his hands, hardened from work, and showed them to everyone, then struck a match on his gnarled palm. The match flared up. Can you understand this? There is nothing to understand here. You, Lugovoy, even though you are a sergeant, are a fool in all respects. Didn't we serve the same sovereign, and didn't we enjoy the same rights? Who told you not to make money? You should have drunk more lightly, and listen to those who are senior to you in rank. The Tsar's service did not allow me to become rich. I myself served 12 years of extra service, and my sons did not get out of the yoke here until their wedding, toiling for the likes of you. I served myself, and started to gather my children for active duty. I brought out 3 horses, got 3 full sets of ammunition, and started coughing, and I still cough to this day. Today I'm well fed, but tomorrow I may have to go to the porch with a bag. What is it like in my old age? Well, avoid my yard. I'd rather throw a piece of bread to the dog, even though he's a dumb creature. He won't say thank you, but he wags his tail. Because of you, such blockheads, such trouble has come to us. Lugovoy wanted to say something else, but his white lips began to tremble. He spat, and, turning around, left. One of the old men sighed. The priest rightly explained in his sermon today, cowards, and rebellions, and bloody battles. Cuban was conceived in blood, and will end in blood. We must save the revolution, not Cuban. If the revolution survives, Cuban will be safe. Oh, this revolution of yours. It will change the Cossacks' boots into bast shoes. Yes, now some will go here, some here. We will feud for 100 years, and never figure it out. It's not true, said Maxim and opened the newspaper again. We'll figure it out. We are not as dark as we were in 1914. We can figure out where the Kvas is, where the Wirt is, who speaks brightly but thinks blackly. Shakunov glanced sideways at the newspaper. You, soldier, hide it and present it to the ataman today for consideration. You can't convince us Cossacks in the peasant way. For every word you say, I have 10. My story is short. The saber is the Cossack program. My fist is your master. Here it is, unsoaked, 10 pounds. He raised his hairy fist and twirled it over the crowd. Guardsman Seryoga Ostrelkov's eyes flashed. You, Leonty Fyodorovich, first wash your hands after 1905. Your hands are covered in blood. Shut up, son of a bitch. We will deprive all of you, bandits, of your Cossack title and allotments. We will not allow you to destroy the order that our fathers and grandfathers established. You will not see our submission, like a pig will not see heaven. Ostrelkov grabbed him by the throat. I'll rip your throat out right now. They started making noise and growling, but at that moment, a member of the Cuban Rada, Bantish, dressed in a blue Circassian coat of the guard's cloth, came out of the administration building onto the porch, accompanied by the village ataman and old men. The square fell silent. Bantish took off his shaggy papakha, bowed and in a voice hoarse from many speeches shouted, "Hello, gentlemen of the village." The crowd swayed and answered uncoordinatedly, in disarray, "We wish you health, va va va. Look, how brave. An eagle. He is a stranger. He will set us on fire, and then further, and we will have to clean up the mess." Sukhobras noted timidly. "This one will talk a lot," laughed the Cossack Vasyanin. "We once gave a good muscle to one such mustachioed man at the Kiev station." "Quiet, you loud mouths. Listen to the speaker. There is no sense in people. After all, this is not a fat mitayaka or a dog's gag, but his honorable Lord Colonel." Bantish put his leg aside in the ataman's manner and spoke, "Laudable Cossacks. The time has come to say, either we will hold a memorial service for the Cossacks, or we will all shout as one. There is still gunpowder in the powder flasks. The Cossack force is still strong. There was only Rasputin, and how much grief he caused, and now all of Russia is debauched, and her sons are selling her right and left. Robberies, murders, party struggle, destruction of holy churches. Russia slipped in blood and fell, let her rise herself. We did not push her. We, the Cuban people, the descendants of the glorious Zaporozhian Cossacks, must think about how to establish good order at home. Our military council is meeting in Yekaterinodar. We have, thank God, our own Cossack army. There will be a treasury of our own, and laws. Cuban is its own mistress. So, So fair. The old men shook their beards, and in the corners of the square the arguments were already flaring up again. Frontline soldiers Urianov, his eyes shining, waving his arms, shouted loudly, as if he were surrounded by the death. Here you have noble land. Here, monastery land. Here, military land. But where is ours, peasant land? Yours is in the Ryazan province. There your navel was cut. Go there and establish new orders. I was wounded 4 times. Fools are beaten even in church. In my opinion, we, frontline soldiers, should decide with one voice to divide the shares among all living souls, and there will be no more sin. Don't compare me, my friend, with a peasant, with a woman or a small child. We spilled our blood for Cuban, so did with our bones. In our cemetery there are only wives and mothers, and the Cossacks, some perished in the Caucasus, some were lost in foreign lands. We are obliged to serve. And we are obliged to serve. Wait, one-eyed, you'll finish barking. Don't threaten. And I need to gouge out your other eye. Don't gouge out my eyes. I want to live to see the death of such mongrel dogs as you. You won't live to see it. I will. You won't live to see it. I will. The Cossack knocked the one-eyed man over with his fist and began to trample him. The calmer ones dragged the brawlers away and separated them. Near the board, at Bantish's suggestion, they elected a member of the Rada. Dmitry Chernoyrov, as required by custom, kicked back. Dismiss me, gentlemen old men. You don't know me, you don't know where I'm taking you. Choose a native Cossack. We know you, and we know your father and grandfather. Serf. I can't. Serf, Dmitry Mikhailovich. And not far away a young Cossack stood with his feet on the saddle, and, picturesquely crossing his arms over his chest, made a speech. We are not against the Rada, but we do not want to fight the Bolsheviks. Let the Rada defend itself. Gentlemen Cossacks, who are frontline soldiers, it's time for us to come to our senses. Where are we going and for whom? Crosses and medals, awards and golden certificates, that they hung around our necks, fools, are heavier than stones. They threw us at the Tsar's feet. Not to the point, not to the point. Fatherlessness. Get out, you devil. He speaks sharply. Whose is it? Vanka Chernoyrov. Hey. It burns in their eyes, and burns. What a troublemaker, the dog. Old men, how long will you persuade us, and put us in our place? You, loyal servants of His Imperial Majesty Tsar Palkin, are accustomed to stretching out your hands for 50 kopecks, and you are sorry to part with the old regime. We, your sons and grandsons, fought, and you showed your daughters-in-law tricks on the stoves and were blissful. Through the golden shoulder straps, my heart began to ache like a boil. Let us not forget how they, these colonels and generals, mocked us. Burn with them. Down. 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 Get out. Pletyuganov to him. Arrest. Hooray. Vrara. Get to it. Grab him. A whole forest of sticks swayed over the heads of the old men. Ivan fell into the saddle, whooped, and, knocking down the clumsy ones with his horse, broke through into the street, galloped to the village to shell him. Only dust swirled behind him. Spring splashed and rang with the surf of hot days. The steppe shook off the snow, and, rolling out the tight black breasts of the mounds, obediently awaited the plowman. The Cuban river began to play and overflow. Busy starlings and larks flew in. A thick wind brought exciting smells of steamed earth and the first wormwood from the steppe. The night's song, squeals and girls' laughter were dark as pitch. The village rose. Heavy mazas, single horse carriages and carts harnessed in pairs creaked along the sodden roads. The sun played in the blue expanse. Light clouds swirled and flew. Liquid shadows glided along the hills. Dogs galloped along the dry roadsides with their tails curled. The ringing neighing of horses could be heard far away. Every now and then a bleached arrow tooth, a plowshare tip, a harness badge would flash. Lively talk, children's faces jubilant in rosy smiles, women's kerchiefs pulled down over their noses from the sun, the cracking of whips. Tsob, tsob. Maxim caught up with a pair of dapple-colored oxen. With the steppe, godfather. And you too. A fine day. Whoever died yesterday will regret it. Where, Nikolai Trofimovich, are you planning to plow? Damn it all. Come, Mikola muttered something unintelligible and began to whip the oxen with fury. And still, Cum snorted for a long time, pondering something, then looked closely at Maxim. The horse, the newly restretched tires, and, grunting, spoke tightly, with effort. I can't figure out how it will turn out. I looked for myself a good plot of land of Colonel Oltaszewski. Yes, and the land of the master is so rich that you can spread it on bread and eat it. In the fall, Miroshka and I promised the master a deposit and raised a good wedge for following. It would be shameful to give him a handful of groats as a deposit, but there was no big money. He was silent for a long time again, and, once again looking askance at Maxim, he finished, but for you, neither the master, nor Miroshka. Sir, I hear, he commands a Cossack regiment in the city, and his uncle lured Miroshka to Yeisk and put him, the idiot, in his candle factory as a clerk. Well, who knows how it will turn out. Here you have freedom, and then suddenly the Tsar rises up against the people. Half-wit. What a lot to rack your brains over. Go and work. And Colonel Pan Oltaszewski? What if he shows up? He'll eat me unbuttered and uncooked. So mustachioed and loud. How many times have I dreamed of him, the damned thing, until I'll shake you all over and throw you out in the cold. That's the kind of man he is. God bless him. Our comrades have probably skinned him alive somewhere. God grant it. And how big is the plot? There's a ton of land there. 800 deshiotenes of the Lord's land. Some thousand of the army's. Work. Don't be lazy. Well, Uncle Bastard, drawled Maxim. And I'm thinking of taking up rowing. They say there are a lot of freeloading shares in Gorkaya Borka. And you want to drive a horse 10 miles? Come. Mikola pushed his cap off his sweaty forehead and, after a pause, said importantly, I'll respect you. That's the kind of person I am. And for my brother-in-law I'll tear myself in half or in two. You have only one horse and a useless harness, and I still have a pair of oxen. Damn them, they pull. Drive with me? We'll race for deshiotenes as a team, and have some flatbread. Maxim thought for a bit and smiled slightly. Well, come, it won't be a problem for me. Oh, and we'll go. We'll settle accounts later. Well, you'll put up a tip, and someday you'll do me a favor. I'm that kind of person. Walk. Dapple-colored ones. They turned onto a country road. Naked step. Black waves of earth rolled along the plowed strips. Every lump of earth was saturated with the hot power of spring juices. A rook walked importantly, squinting with an intelligent eye, and pecking fat worms from the furrow. The whistle of a gopher, the cries of chasers, the leisurely pace of an ox. Maxim and his godfather made 3 large circles, and stopped to smoke. A red-whiskered man, wearing a dog-like malakhe pulled down to the back of his head, rode up from the direction of a farm looming on a hill. What's wrong with you? He asked. Nothing. Whose land are you digging up? God's. There is no gods in our yurt. That was the land of the Cossack Colonel Oltaszewski, and when he died in the service, the land became ours, the Cossacks. Harness up and get out of here, and don't look back, if you want to stay alive. He says it himself, and his eyes, like owls, stab. Dear sir, we paid rent for it. I'll show you the rent, you devil soul. I'll knock the horns off you, you bull. I'll make you plow the whole steppe with your snout. Come on, make me. Maxim stepped forward. The Cossack stood silently on the border for a while, and then drove off to the farm. However, he soon returned accompanied by 5 more, and, riding his horse at Maxim, commanded, go away. Easy. I'll smash you, you cross-legged ones. And he lashed Maxim with a whip. Maxim grabbed the prepared shaft from the cart, and, waving it, went into the attack. Mikola started to run, shouting, fight for our good, Orthodox. They beat us in this not for our good. But the two, having caught up, began to pour whips on him, and soon pulled the shirt, cut to shreds, from his shoulders. They were riding and running from all directions, throwing off their sheepskin coats, and rolling up their sleeves as they went. Beat them. Evil spirits. We'll spit on them, and blow their noses. Maxim pulled the red-whiskered man off his horse by the leg, and began to trample him with his hobnailed boots, while Godfather Mikola sat in a boundary ditch washed out by the spring rains, and, covering his eyes from the whips with his hands, wheezed, I won't submit. I won't submit. There were more peasants. The Cossacks galloped off for help. There was a meeting in the village, and the meeting again ended in a massacre, after which the old men and the village administration began to flog the young Cossacks, and in Grigorov's house voices were buzzing well past midnight. That night a revolutionary committee was created in the village. They set out for the field armed with rifles, bombs, shotguns, whatever they had. 1929. Black shoulder strap. There is a revolution in Russia. All of Russia was taken up by fire and swam with blood. Kornilovsky Regiment officer Nikolai Kochkurov was lying flat for the second week. Under his head was a kit bag with a revolver and underwear. At his side was a rifle. He was covered in dampness by a cavalry overcoat from the front. He had to warm himself with boiling water and an illusion instilled by the army with smoke. The dirty, poorly heated wood was overcrowded with the wounded and frostbitten in the last battles for Novotcherkassk. The rotten February dampness blew from the cracks in the unoiled frames. Kilogyn's bunk stood by the window. Raising himself on his elbows, he looked out at the street for a long time, then leaned back on a straw pillow made into a pancake, and closed his eyes in a half oblivion. His ears were swollen and flaccid, covered in black peeling skin, and his frostbitten, wet feet, covered in bandages, stank of a sickening stench. The aching in his bones gave him no rest day or night. Rostov was finishing its last dances. In the city council, the cadets, Democrats, and Cossack generals were finishing their final speeches. The evening streets were full of officers, carefree gentry and thoroughbred, noble-blooded dandies. Money tycoons and the capital's nobility were partying in the restaurants. Political operators were scurrying among them. There were members of the dispersed State Duma, demoted ministers, bosses of the provisional government, famous terrorists, illustrious rulers of departments destroyed by the revolution, petty landed gentry, high-ranking clergy, and swindlers of closed gambling dens milling about here, trumpeting their famous names. They all came running to the Don after the October Revolution, intending to sit it out for the time being behind Cossack pikes. Experts in the foul secrets of the secret police and seers of God's miracles, professors wise in science and socialists who had studied the theories of all sorts of movements, and ferments to the last detail, vied with each other in predicting the imminent and inevitable death of the Bolsheviks. Declarations of future governments were written on wine-stained tables. Grandiose plans for the restoration of Russia were worked out. Ministerial portfolios were distributed, and distinguished generals were appointed governors in regions that were only just about to be cleared of rebels. Meanwhile, the Cossack regiments that had failed to live up to expectations were dispersing to their farmsteads and stanitsas from the north. With the roar of cannons, rally cries, dancing and whistling, detachments of frontline soldiers, sailors and worker squads rolled in. A menacing storm was descending on the merry city. The hospital was guarded by high school students under the command of a decrepit colonel. The old man, changing the guards, went around the wards and spread the comforting news. Although they did not believe him, they awaited his arrival with impatience. One early morning, the hospital patients were awakened by cannon fire. The healthier ones were about to start asking for a latiter when the colonel appeared in the doorway. Putting his hand behind the lapel of his shabby uniform, he said distinctly and solemnly, "Gentlemen, this is the very thing. Congratulations." The seriously wounded stopped moaning. Nikolai Kochkurov's neighbor, the mustachioed Sergeant Major Krylov, froze with an unpolished boot in one hand and a brush in the other. The latest news, gentlemen. On the Taganrog and Cherkasy sectors of the front, the Reds have been smashed, that's the word, to smithereens. Yes, to smithereens. 2 enemy regiments have been captured in full force. Everyone succumbed to the joyful mood. Some sat up in their beds, others jumped off their bunks, and surrounded the messenger. Is the information accurate, Mr. Colonel? Why are the newspapers silent? But, shooting right outside the city? What a shooting. The colonel smiled slyly. The villages of the lower districts have risen up, my dear fellow, and are fighting their way to join our units. We are catching deserters in the city, beating bandits, and that's the shooting for you. Heh. Believe me, an old man, I won't embellish it. Yes, I won't. Shuffling in his worn-out boots, he walked into the next room. Aha, said Second Lieutenant Lebedev, jumping on crutches. And what did I say yesterday? Calm down, Yerada. Second Lieutenant, the gendarme Captain Toptagin, who was bringing despondency to everyone with his gloom, said sullenly, "It is at the very least premature for us to rejoice." "Why, may I ask?" "Anarchy, don't forget, young man, has drawn millions of people who have lost their human appearance into its devilish cycle, and the idea of national liberation, no matter how wonderful it may be." Lebedev, grabbing his crutches, sat down next to the captain and began to passionately develop his views on saving the motherland before him. Toptagin listened to him, twirling his fluffy mustache, and only occasionally inserted short, full of worldly wisdom remarks, from which the chamber rolled with laughter. At the common table, having pushed aside the game board, inveterate chess players were arguing. Infantry ensign Sagadarov and the curled, perfumed cornet Poplavsky. Everyone already knew that the ensign was a convinced socialist revolutionary. Poplavsky played with him only because there was no other partner. In addition, by hurting the ensign's pride, the cornet was having fun. During a week of continuous battles, Sagadarov did not win a single game, although victory, as it seemed to him, was more than once leaning in his favor. Poplavsky, rarely placing his words, said with disgust, "Our revolution is deeply national, if only for the fact that we come to everything with hindsight, and with hindsight, Bolshevism had to be strangled in the bud, and now the Russian corps would have marched through Germany, but the moment was missed." "Missed by whom?" asked Sagadarov, leaning forward. "By you, of course." While your socialist Bonaparte was declaiming, Bolshevism spread like a contagion, the front collapsed. We lived to see the shame when every scoundrel, hiding behind demagogic slogans, considers his self-interest legitimate. When, believe me, gentlemen, recovery is near. The ensign addressed the entire chamber. "I give you my word of honor. I know, I believe in the wise soul of the Russian people and their bright mind. The best selection of soldiers will be with us. The working class and the toiling peasantry will sooner or later, but certainly, I emphasize, certainly, reject the Bolsheviks. And finally, we should not forget the bearer of the best ideals of humanity, the selfless Russian intelligentsia. Oh, these intellectuals of yours, ensign." The captain joined the conversation. "I have not hanged enough of them." "What do you mean, hanged?" "Very simple, sir, with a rope around the neck." The captain crossed his plump white arms over his chest hung with medals. "Where are your Zemstvo activists, defenders of order and of fatherland? Where have the free-thinking lawyers and officials of various ranks gone? Scoundrels. Just yesterday they were groveling before the throne and gobbling up pieces of the government pie. Just yesterday." He waved his hand and finished. "Whether our emperor was good or bad, history will judge, but not a single son of a bitch raised a hand in his defense, just as if they were all born revolutionaries." "Excuse me," said the ensign, "this is a deeply fundamental question. The National Constituent Assembly." "Very well," interrupted the captain, "you cast millions of your votes for the Constituent Assembly? It was dispersed. Damn it. Why are your selfless intelligentsia and bright people silent? Isn't the motherland in the jaws of Satan? Are we not threatened by the Bolshevik yoke, even darker than the Tatar yoke? You and your principles are worthless. You are dust. You have strange notions. Honestly, I'm sick of it all," yawned Poplavsky. "It's unthinkable to continue the war. Russia can be saved by a miracle or a good whip. Your folk wisdom, ensign, is so far only enough for arson, robbery and the destruction of cultural centers. Take my father, for example." The cornet began to speak, becoming animated. "A full general, after the Japanese war he retired, lived out his days peacefully on his estate, and nothing, absolutely nothing, except flowers interested the old man. But, my dear fellow, the roses he grew, I tell you, are incomprehensible. Scottish terry, musky light blue, white as the foam of boiling milk, black as the devil knows what. Even foreign magazines wrote about our greenhouse." The mustachioed schoolboy Patrikiev, delighted with the opportunity to show off his knowledge, he shouted from the corner. The ancient Greek poet Anacreon said, "Roses are the joy and delight of gods and men." Absolutely right. Poplavsky turned to the schoolboy and, not paying attention to the fact that many laughed, continued to tell about how the peasants cut down the park, destroyed the greenhouse and drove his father out of his native Palestine. "Tell me, who did the flowers bother? I agree with you, Captain, only a whip and a noose, like in the times of Pugachev and Razin, are capable of calming the passions of the rabble. Let the Germans, the Zouaves, Whoever they want come with this whip. Yes, whoever they want. Oh no. Sugadarov jumped up, blushing. The Russian people suffered for their freedom and will not give it up to anyone. Russia cannot be revived on the shame of military failures. The Germans have not only a cultural, but also a racial aversion to us. Besides, in the event of an inglorious surrender we will lose the support of European and American democracy. The Kaiser will make us clean his boots. Honestly. No and no. In the name of all that is holy we must raise the sword, perhaps for the last time. Nonsense, the cornet answered. Russia needs, at worst, a constitutional monarchy, and all Eurasian freedom, to be swept away to hell with fire and sword. Oh, so. You are a Russian officer. For shame. Enough. Enough. The cornet turned, and, whistling, walked over to the window. Poplavsky felt lonely among the motley hospital crowd. He had served the war in Persia at the headquarters of the Expeditionary Corps. The revolution threw him into a strange city, where there were no connections, no shelter. In no hurry to get to the front of the civil war, complaining of headaches and old contusions received somewhere, and at some time, he wandered from hospital to hospital. Who was Nikolai Kochkurov with? The captain did not count. Some of the thoughts expressed by Sugadarov seemed healthy to Nikolai, but he could not overcome his hostility towards the ensign, whose oaky face was full of hidden cunning, and whose blinking eyes in white eyelashes did not look at the person directly. Poplavsky's insolent tone and lack of principles were outrageous. Nikolai generally did not like staff tricksters. How could one forget Mogilev, 1915, 100-mile positions near Warsaw, trenches piled high with corpses. The best career corps were perishing in the Augustowa forests. The front was cracking under the enemy's pressure. With the rest of the regiment, he made his way to the rear to be reformed, and in Mogilev he saw for the first time the officers of the large headquarters, dressed in corsets, made up and curled. And now, looking at the well-groomed face of the cornet, he caught some resemblance to those Mogilev pheasants. Nikolai Kochkurov, like most career officers, had a poor understanding of politics. The idea of the necessity of a terrible war that would lead Russia onto the brilliant path of power seemed indisputable. The revolution had overturned, if not all, then many of the concepts of the fatherland and duty. From a newspaper, thrown into his dugout, he read that the soldiers did not need the war, and that the commanders were enemies of the people and defenders of the interests of the bourgeoisie and the abdicated Tsar. The first spring of the revolution flew by in a frenzy of rallies and growing bitterness. The discipline driven into the backs of the unresponsive Russian soldier collapsed immediately. The commander did not recognize his regiment. After the failure of the June offensive, the army began to disperse. Nikolai fled to the rear, and along the way, joined the corps of General Krimov, who was advancing on Petrograd to overthrow the provisional government. But soon, as things went on, the corps commander shot himself, and the officers, having arrived in Petrograd, stood up to defend the provisional government from the Bolsheviks. The days spent in the family flashed by like a good dream. Tears, kisses, endless questions. The storm, with thunder and rain, was in full swing. Kochkurov takes part in the defense of the Vladimir Cadet School, then rushes to Moscow to defend the Kremlin, and after the defeat, with the roar of cannons in his ears, rolls down to the Don. Damn it, says 16-year-old cadet Yuri Chernyavsky, his eyes shining. How I would like to get well today, to be on a campaign with my detachment. Otherwise you'll lie here, you won't see anything, and in the meantime the war could end. Mr. Captain, he turns to Kochkurov. How do you think we'll celebrate Easter at home? Yes, Eric, we'll break our fast at home. We'll go and bless the Easter cakes. They'll give us some painted eggs. Vacation. The cadet said dreamily, going over past joys in his memory. I went to my aunt in the Smolensk province for the vacation. There are such wonderful forests there. My older brother took me hunting with him twice. Do you have a brother too? I had a brother. He was killed in Kiev. The orderlies brought a young volunteer with a university badge on his tunic into the ward and laid him down on a free bed. They immediately surrounded him. Where from? What unit? Do you happen to know where the 2nd battalion is? I'm a monk, the newcomer answered with difficulty. Our unit was routed. The commander was hacked to death. Everyone is dying. And the Cossacks? Rumors. Nonsense. Rumors are spread by women and scoundrels. Toptagin said to Poplavsky in a low voice, so that the wounded man would not hear. Shoot them all. Hang them, don't spare the ropes. No, not rumors, the monk said with difficulty. The Reds are advancing. Kutapov has abandoned Matveyev Kurgan. The strikers have captured Taganrog. General Cherepov's units and the Kornilov regiment are retreating from Siniavskaya and will be in the city any day now. The losses are enormous. The best are dying, the bastards are deserting. He coughed, clutched his chest and spat out a piece of thickened black blood. If this is true, Poplavsky said worriedly, then the only way out is to barricade the doors, windows and defend ourselves to the last possible moment. No one answered him. Death. Retreat? Kilogin's thoughts flew rapidly. Where to retreat? Will they have time to take us out, or will they forget in their haste? Death. The end? Captivity? No, better to have your own bullet from your own revolver. At night, gunfire was heard again. Snoring cars were wandering along the dark streets, howling anxiously, and, as if laughing, they clattered on the pavement stones like horseshoes. The high school student Patrikiev escaped from the hospital. Poplavsky escaped. By morning, screaming in delirium the name of his sister, lover Orfianke, the monk died. Sleepy orderlies dragged away his frozen body. A forgotten papaka had remained on a nail above the empty bed. The sky was brightening behind the cloudy glass. Nikolai pulled himself up to the window on his elbows. The rising sun touched the church domes and the bare, as if convulsed, branches of a lonely birch tree with a cold, pink light, swaying in the wind. Suddenly, a detachment emerged from around the corner. Kilogin immediately recognized his Kornilovites. They were walking quickly, almost running. There were so few of them that his heart sank. Lord, is this really all that's left of the regiment? He punched out the glass and leaned out. Kazakh. Volodya. Heads jerked up. They recognized him and waved their mittens and hats. A minute later, two people ran into the room. Ruddy Volodya and Nikolai's bosom friend Kazimir Kostanitsky, with whom fate had brought him together on the German front. Both kissed Nikolai, and turning to everyone, Kazimir shouted, "Gentlemen, please do not worry. The current situation." He was confused. In a word, we are running away. We are surrendering the city. Those who can walk, we will take with us. The rest will be placed in reliable apartments in the city. Silence, confused faces. But where to retreat? Everyone needed the healthy, and now. Do you give me your word, Lieutenant? Kazimir, clearly chopping off his words, said, yes. If the authorities forget about you, then we ourselves will do everything that is necessary. I give you my word as a Russian officer. He saluted solemnly. Both bowed and hurried out. The seriously ill began to rush about and groan. The captain, snorting, tightened the straps of a huge suitcase. Others rummaged in bags and changed into traveling clothes. Others, huddled by the windows, discussed the course of military operations. Sagadarov criticized the tactics of the command, censured the policy of the Don government, and placed all his hopes on the imminent sobering up of the peasantry. If you, ensign, were in the commander's place, we have no doubt that everything would have turned out differently, Toptagin quipped, and, clutching his sides, laughed maliciously. Kilogin was shaking nervously. My ears, to hell with them, but my legs, will they fail me or not? Is it really impossible to pretend to be recovering? If I have to die, then on a campaign, in the company of friends. The cadet, covering his head with a blanket, was crying. People were fussing around him. Yurka, aren't you ashamed? Well, my dear fellow, calm down. Are we really going to abandon you? The carts will be arriving soon. Someone offered the cadet some diluted alcohol. After a brief hesitation, he emptied the mug in one gulp, choked, coughed, and, wiping his tear-stained face with his coat sleeve, gradually calmed down. The shooting in the city was intensifying. Nikolai stood up. The joints of his legs were aching, and the brain in his bones was aching. Overcoming the pain, as if on cracks, he walked around the ward, then settled down on the bed, and began to bandage. Sagadarov advised sprinkling the wet meat with granulated sugar, which, according to his assurances, contributed to the fastest growth of new skin. Kornilovitz, gritting his teeth, tore off the calloused bandages with scraps of skin, untied the kit bag, chose the most worn-out linen, and, tearing long strips, tightly wrapped his legs. Many had already dressed, and were sitting on the bags with rifles in their hands. A breathless colonel appeared in the doorway, holding a bundle in his hand. "Gentlemen, this is it. It's time. It's time." Everyone bustled about. At the entrance, the mobilized cabbies were arguing with the guards. The timid schoolgirls huddled closer to the doors, holding bouquets of the first lilies of the valley and violets in front of them like candles. An old woman was sitting on the steps, holding a handkerchief to her eyes, waiting for someone. Her lace kerchief had slipped to the side. Her grey head was shaking with sobs. Burying herself in the straw on the cart, lulled by the creaking of the wheels, Kilagin slept through the entire night journey and did not hear any shooting or the explosions of bombs dropped from the Bolshevik airplane. He was awakened by the barking of a dog. The convoy was pulling into the village of Privolzhskaya. The sun was shining in his eyes. The manured roads were still firmly covered in snow, although the potholes were already filled with thawed water, like liquid flame. Frequent drops sparkled from the roofs like torn silver threads. Icicles glittered in the sun like bayonets. Valiant spring was oozing and breathing grace from everywhere. The cart turned into the yard. An elderly Cossack, dressed in a dress uniform, stood at attention at the gate, greeting the guests. "We wish you good health, Your Honor," he barked, seeing the officers' shoulder straps. Behind the host, at a distance of 3 steps, women stood in a row and bowed. In a clean, city-style furnished hut, a busty, dressed-up Cossack woman treated the officers to Vareniki. The host stood at the threshold out of respect for the guests. For the sake of order, he shouted at the woman and, grabbing her cap from hand to hand, asked who the cadets were, for whom they were fighting, and where they were retreating. Captain Toptagin, emphasizing more on the Lord's permission, patiently explained political wisdom to the Cossack. Having briefly explained the program of some party, he added, like the refrain to a song, "Hang the enemies, hang them, not sparing the ropes." Kilagin shaved, washed himself with snow water, and, holding on to the walls, went out onto the porch. The wide street and square were filled with troops. A dandy's boot kneaded the slush next to a small horse. The 4 locked on parties and stamped about mixed with ragged officers. The high school students, who had matured during the campaigns, stuck out their chests and, with a full sense of superiority, cast sideways glances at the bespectacled, hunched-over students. The cadets of early graduation, whose noses did not reach the bayonets, pulled themselves up and competed with their elders in bearing. Chirping swallows hung clusters on the telegraph wire. People driven from place to place kicked their feet in unison and waved their arms. Casimir ran across the road, lifting up his coattails. "Hello, Carlier. I saw you," and, with the platoon commander's permission, left the line for a minute. "Well, how are you? Volodka and I were looking for you this morning. Are you full, watered, fed and caressed?" I'm basking in the sun and almost smiling. "Kazakh, get me some crutches. My legs are starting to loom. I think I'll be back in action in a week." "Bravo. When are we setting out?" "As if tomorrow. The headquarters has already decided to send the Markovites as the vanguard and us as the rear guard. We're buying food and horses. The scoundrel Cossacks are charging exorbitant prices for their nags, and there's nothing we can do about it. We have to pay. The command, in order not to quarrel with the Cossacks, has strictly forbidden requisitions. A difficult but absolutely necessary measure. Let's hope that the Bolsheviks will stumble over this stone and turn both the Cossacks and the peasants against themselves." "How big is our army?" asked Kilagin. "Over 4,000 bayonets and sabers. The infantry has been consolidated into regiments, Kornilov, Markov and Partisan. An engineering battalion, a naval company and small detachments have been allocated as special units, having made an ultimatum about their autonomy." "Is that so?" "Unfortunately," continued Casimir, "the game of petty egos is in full swing. The infection of independence has penetrated our ranks. Where does it come from? Just think, the cadets and students opposed the unification and almost flogged each other with bayonets. The cadets call the students socialists, and the students call the cadets monarchists. Both were trying to have their own boss, their own supply department, their own convoy, and, finally, each of the young men would not mind assigning to himself a merciful sister, of whom there are so few. We ourselves have no one to look after. Tell me, are there any interesting ones? Oh, I met one plump woman, and let me tell you, she is a piece of work. True, she is not a beauty, but run on a lunge line for a week, will she become a beauty? No kidding, a wonderful girl. Arms, legs, cheeks, and every 2 or 3 words she sniffles. Ha ha ha. Will you introduce me? With pleasure. Today I'll invite you to do your bandage. Yes, that's what I'm saying. What scoundrels they are. Socialists, monarchists. They found time to engage in politics. We need to hit the enemy with our fists, not with splayed fingers. Nonsense. What kind of politicians are they? They'll get along on the march. The very fact is outrageous. You see, they've opened a meeting. Civil war, Kilogin said thoughtfully, is generally full of absurdities and miracles. The Reds have shoemakers commanding armies, while we have colonels and generals in our platoons. Lava Georgievich delivered a brilliant speech in front of the formation. We were defeated on the Don, he said, but the game is not lost yet. The Bolshevik and they will eat themselves. We must hold out until sobering up comes, and Russia will hear about our deeds. Well, it seems I've chatted with you too long, I'll run. He rolled up the flaps of his overcoat, and walked through the sparkling puddles to his company. Kilogin wrote a letter to Petrograd. Hello, Irina. I'm sitting on the carved porch, squinting in the sun, dreaming of you and my mother. Longing squeezes my heart with a shaggy paw. What evil force has distorted life and scattered us? I got frostbite at the front, spent more than 2 weeks in the hospital. Now I have caught my breath, and returned to the regiment. I'm writing from a village near Rostov, taking advantage of the opportunity. A special courier is traveling to Moscow and St. Petersburg. Irina, I will be frank with you. Our affairs are unimportant. Grey Don, quiet Don, may the devil take it. On the Don, we, Russian officers, fought off soldiers and sailors all winter, defended the independence of the region, and tried to prevent its devastation, and the Cossacks themselves, with few exceptions, showed the greatest indifference to all the turmoil. We are leaving beyond the Don, into the steppes. Have mercy on Mama, she must not know anything. Dear Mama. Tears must never dry up in her eyes. In her dark little room, in front of the old icons, she begs for my life. Will you understand and forgive me for all the suffering I have caused you? All of Russia bears the cross that fate has placed upon it. We have been fighting for 5 years. There is grief under every roof, and in almost every Russian family there is a dead person. A wounded cadet, still a boy, was lying with me in the hospital. The Bolsheviks had killed his brother and father. The courage with which this young man endured his terrible grief touched me to the depths of my soul. How many of them, still children, died with us in the Don steppes? How many unknown graves were trampled? Just think, Irina, how beautifully General Alexeyev said in Novotcherkassk at the funeral of the cadets, I would erect a monument to them, a ruined eagle's nest with the corpses of chicks in it. On the monument I would write, the eaglets died defending their native nest. Where were the eagles? We are going into the unknown. We are alone. What is our political credo? Nobody understands a damn thing, and everyone is angry. Many of our officers serve in Ukrainian national units, thereby supporting the absurd and wild independence. Or what about Cuban, where we will most likely go? In Yekaterinodar, the main forces of Captain Pokrovsky's staff are Russian officers. Pokrovsky himself indulges the base intrigues of the Rada. Everything that makes a person live is trampled and spat upon. Russia seems to me like a burning fairground booth, or rather, a madhouse engulfed in flames, where the cries of the dying are mixed with the wild whistling and mad laughter of the possessed. I repeat, no one understands anything. We are not politicians, but merely sons of our fatherland and soldiers of the dark, hard times. Life will probably force us to understand some things, but we will have to learn under fire. We are alone. The ghost of Russia, bright as the morning dawn, hovers over us and strengthens the firmness of our hearts. We believe in the help of the good old God and in the bright minds of the leaders. Kisses and hugs, Nikolai. February 10th, 1918. The army covered the first 100 miles in a week. The fastest advance was hampered by the muddy roads and a large convoy of refugees and wounded. The exhausted horses sank into the mud up to their bellies. The carts and carriages floated through the muck like boats. The people, having upset all order, trudged along in silence. Only the terrifying cries of the drivers and the whistle of whips could be heard. The cadets and high school students bent under the weight of their rifles, but tried not to show their fatigue to each other. The elderly colonels marched in formation, briskly raking through the mud with their feet. A young woman, having lost her shoes in the squelching mud, and having pulled her skirts up high, walked in stockings only. Her flushed face was tear-stained, her disheveled fair hair fell over her eyes. In a high phaeton, the grey-haired General Alexeyev, who had recently managed the destinies of the 15 million strong Russian army, was riding with his son. His uniform cap was pulled down to his ears, his glasses gleamed sternly from under the captured visor, and his head was shaking on his with a dulled neck from the sharp jolts. Kornilov was racing along the side of the road on a Kabardian horse, encouraging the troops. His karmic face was stern. His voice was hoarse and commanding, and he shouted greetings like orders. His raised head was covered with a black Tekin papakha. He was dressed in a worn-out sheepskin coat. Enthusiastic eyes were directed at the commander, and a strained hooray thundered after him. The Reds avoided a decisive battle, retreated. In Stavropol, near the village of Lyzhanka, the first major clash took place. The Whites, having lost 3 killed and 17 wounded in the battle, burst into the village, where they executed up to 600 people. Anyone who wanted to did the killing. The Cossacks were settling their scores with the peasants. The officers were taking revenge for their desecrated rank, the honor of their uniform, and the anarchy to which they had been powerless witnesses for a whole year. The young men, heated by the battle, were sure that by shooting and hanging people in sheepskin coats and soldiers' greatcoats, they were saving the motherland. Some wanted to test the action of their new, not yet sighted-in rifles. Others practiced chopping on their kneeling victims. Those who had been in the Don steppes were glad of the ease of victory. There would be something to tell. Kilogin did not participate in the battle. He had thrown away his crutches, but he still walked poorly. At dinner at home, Kazimir enthusiastically recounted the details of the battle, who attacked where, which units distinguished themselves, who was nominated for what awards. Listening attentively to him, Kilogin involuntarily blurted out, "What a nasty thing." The officer stopped mid-sentence, and looked at his friend in surprise. "Execute," Kilogin continued, "such a mass of prisoners, and they were also Russian. Was it really impossible to limit themselves to shooting the ringleaders, agitators, or, finally, every 10th one? The hell. Try to figure out who is their boss, and who is their subordinate. What a barefoot team. Today he is a cook, and tomorrow a commander. To be on the safe side, we shot them one after another, like woodcocks. You know, gentlemen." Sagadarov began speaking quickly, afraid that they would not listen to him. "Their front is commanded by a former Cossack medic Sorokin. Honestly, how is it? Or yesterday near Yegorlikskaya a commissar was captured, who turned out to be a real convict. Honestly, it's not about the convicts, ensign." Kilogin interrupted him. "You're talking nonsense." A tipsy, ruddy Volodya stood up, and, smiling, reached out to clink glasses. "Stop being sentimental, Carla, and don't get excited in vain. All philosophy to the woman. We will destroy the Boers. They prevent us from living, loving and having fun. For example, my fiancé is waiting for me in Saratov. Well, someone has to save Russia, right? The time for words has passed. The time for great deeds has come. Let's drink to poetry, and to my fiancée. She is such a girl, I tell you." "I understand," Kilogin said excitedly, "but you have to not love the country one bit, to brand the entire people with the brand of a convict. You understand, and yet you whine." Kazimir responded angrily. "Well, are you going to order them to be taken along, or, after a flogging, let them go, so that you can meet them again tomorrow? Have you forgotten about the lynchings carried out on officers? Have you forgotten about the abuses that each of us had to endure at the front? And what about our loved ones who remained in Russia? Will the commissars stand on ceremony with them? If you and I fell into their clutches, do you think they would spare us? Have you forgotten the village of Kamenskaya, where the sailors subjected our scouts to a cruel and horrible execution? There is no mercy. We are going for broke." "Well, what about the command?" asked Kilogin. The command pretended not to notice anything. "Yes," Kazimir said energetically, filling his glasses with cognac, "Russia is perishing. We are the only stronghold of the collapsed state. We are the conscience of the nation. The people perceive the revolution as a seizure of someone else's property. The bourgeoisie is trembling for its own skin. Isn't that wild? In Rostov, eminent men of the merchant and industrial classes donated pennies to our army, but the Bolsheviks came to replace us, and probably raked in millions. Socialists, like our ensign, are hounding us as enemies of the people. The Cossacks are looking askance. We are completely alone. We are a handful. Are we to preach humanity and spare the enemy who has been brought to his knees? No and no. The top of the nobility and the bourgeoisie betrayed Kornilova with their criminal inaction during the August uprising. Only the career officers remained loyal to Russia. History is counting on us. And then, he turned to the corner, where the cadets were sitting, their ears pricked up. These young people. They must be educated in our spirit. They will be tempered in battle, and will go with us to the final goal. Let us drink, gentlemen officers, to the triumph of our just cause, to the youth, and, perhaps, to your bride, Volodya. The dinner continued. Kilogin went out. The spring night was full of shining stars. It smelled sweetly of rotten manure. In the garden, on the bare trees, a camp of rooks was settling down for the night. An uneasy silence hung over the village, broken only by the sleepy mooing of a cow, the rumble of a solitary shot, or the muffled sobbing of a soldier's wife mourning her husband, as if bursting from underground. At the gate, on a log, resting his chin on a stick and as if petrified, sat an uncle. Kilogin smoked a cigarette in silence, then another, and finally asked, "Are you a Cossack, or from out of town?" "Me. I hang around here as a worker." He scratched his lower back, hesitated, and sighed. So, you're fighting for the Tsar?" Caught off guard, the officer did not know what to answer. The image of the sovereign was inextricably linked with the concept of the greatness of the fatherland, but he, like most of the non-aristocratic officers, had never been a monarchist. The weak Tsar, who had driven the country into a dead end of defeats, famine, and anarchy, had for some time begun to lose his charm even more in the eyes of the officers. "No, not for the Tsar," Kilogin answered firmly. "Why do you have the old order? Excuse me, do you all wear epaulettes and walk under the Tsar's flag? The old banner is dear to us as a symbol of a united, powerful Russia," the officer answered memorizedly, and, after thinking, added, "The old banner is dear to us as a mother's blessing, as a name given at baptism. Do you understand?" "Very clear," the man muttered, and, sighing, hesitantly asked, "Our farmsteads nearby were stolen, and the wasteland was plowed up. Are you going to try them in court now or just flog and hang them? And the Bolsheviks didn't flog or hang you? So far God has been merciful. They are more fond of rallies. True, they shot one gentleman here, but he was a dog. He got the whole Volust in debt. The Germans will come and take us away completely, with the land, with the lice, with the bast shoes. Then we will find out where the crayfish spend the winter. They will not take all of Russia. Russia, it will not let itself be turned. I, Your Honor, in my youth passed through 1,000 cities, countless villages, how many peoples I have seen, and all around you. Do not take offense at my stupid word. One is plowing, and 7 are gnawing at his neck. Now, Your Honor, not only the Germans, but Beelzebub himself with all his army will not tear the earth out from under us. We have grown into it up to our beards. The Germans will come. There will be no return for them. We will strangle them one by one. You yourself do not have any land, do you? They will, the man said with conviction. The day before yesterday at a meeting the society decided to cut out a full allotment for all the poor. I even found a widow for myself on the farm. We lived the old way. We did something weird. Now we want to live the new way. Maybe it will be even weirder, but we still want to, and we will not let any Germans put a yoke on us. He was silent for a moment and sighed. Your general said before the meeting, we are fighting, they say, for the faith, for the fatherland, for happiness. What happiness? You are beating the common people. There they are hanging. In the square in the uncertain moonlight, like pale shadows, the hanged men turned grey. They talked past midnight. Kilogin felt guilty of something in front of the man, but he did not even want to admit it to himself and left, tormented by melancholy. It was stuffy in the hut. The old woman was fussing and moaning on the stove. In the moonbeam falling through the small dormer window, her weeping eyes flashed green. In her presence, 2 of her soldier sons were shot in the yard. Her daughters-in-law were not at home. They were looking for the bodies of their husbands on the dung heaps outside the village. The officer was frightened by the old woman's whispers. What is she, praying or cursing? Dawn broke. In the street, the bugler played the Zoraya. The army was drawn into the campaign. Only the staff officers and the wagon drivers talked about Russia and ideas. The soldiers were completely occupied with the little details of the battlefield, who would go at the head, who at the tail, when and where they would be able to rest and wash their clothes. Would there be hot food at the halt? How much ammunition would they issue? The most savvy managed to start romances with refugee girls and young women during short stops. Nikolai Kochkurov was already in command of the platoon. The Kornilov regiment was young, and, although it traced its history back to the imperialist war, it was only truly formed on the Don under Bolshevik fire. The regiment's personnel, withdrawn from the Western Front, almost entirely perished and dispersed while crossing Ukraine, and in the battles for Rostov and Novocherkassk. Kornilov's protege and favorite, the young Colonel Nizhentsev, managed to select exemplary commanders in a short time, with whose assistance the regiment was forged into an iron fist. Everyone, young and old, was instilled with the idea that the Kornilov regiment was the best regiment. The reinforcement were brought up in this spirit. A newcomer, after a week of service, got used to the old men so much that it was impossible to lure him to another unit even with the promise of a promotion. The spirit of rivalry was instilled in the army and fanned by all means. The 1st Officer Regiment watched the cadets' brave actions with envy. Students competed in military valor with high school students, and the Markovites stubbornly disputed primacy with the Kornilovites. Not only the immediate superiors, but also all the voluntary seekers of glory monitored the execution of each combat mission. God forbid if the friendly chorus of these strict critics caught anyone in showing off. Several young men were assigned to the Kornilov regiment for training. Kilogin's platoon included the agile high school student Shcheglov and the cadet Yuri Chernyavsky, who had recovered from his wound, who became especially attached to his commander and did not leave his side for a single step. He adopted from the officer the manner of wearing a cap, squinting at the smoke of a cigarette, and tried to imitate him in his gait and conversation. In his spare time, with a touch of daring, he would let his platoon commander in on his heart's affairs. He could endlessly listen to stories of exploits and heroism. Nikolai Alexandrovich, the cadet asked, is it possible to distinguish yourself so as to immediately receive St. George of all degrees? Do you really want to distinguish yourself? Oh, yes. What kind of feat do you intend to accomplish? I don't know. Well, I can be the first to storm the Bolshevik fortress, or, if the opportunity presents itself, I swear, I'll blow up an entire train with commissars. Kilogin laughed and told about the awards regulations. He liked to chat with the cadet, because he saw himself in him in a happier time of life. Chernyavsky frowned. There is little heroism in our campaign. Dirty work, lice, my legs are worn out to the bone. I didn't imagine war like this. He was telling the truth. There was little variety in the campaign. The grey steppe, burial mounds, guard patrols loomed on the horizon. Then, shooting, movement in the units, panic in the convoy. Reconnaissance was racing towards the columns, spurring their horses. A horseman was flying up to the commander's retinue. Your Excellency, the village. 2 enemy regiments. A light battery. The gloomy Kornilov, without raising his eyes, abruptly interrupted. Knock them out. The orderlies galloped. The commanders, having saluted, ran to form regiments for the attack. The village greeted the victors with bread, salt and the ringing of bells. The women led people to their huts and gave them milk to drink. On the square, Kornilov or Alexiev gave the villagers a short speech, after which, right there, before the General Assembly, the bearded Cossacks flogged the guilty sons and grandsons, then quickly, to music, buried their dead, and, having spent the night, set out. Again the steppe, the burial mounds. Your Excellency, there is a village ahead, a farmstead on the right. A concentration of Bolsheviks has been spotted. Knock them out. The direct target was close. No more than 4 marches remained to Yekaterinodar. Scouts were sent to the commander of the Kuban Rada, Staff Captain Pokrovsky, with the commander's order, hold the city. Near the Koronovskaya village, the movement suddenly slowed down. The Red Command deployed select detachments of frontline soldiers and young people burning with courage to defend the approaches to the city. The battle roared in the morning. The front deployed from the village to both sides. The shooting merged into a continuous roar. Not even the shouts of command could be heard. Thousands of people flew into the circle of death, like chips into a flame. In the line, no one was aware of the continuity of the firing line. A man was taking aim at a man, a company was looking out for an enemy company in front of it, and, concentrating all its attention on it, was trying to destroy it with the utmost speed. The Kornilovites were moving in chains along the railroad bed, with cadets on their right and the officer Markovsky regiment on their left. The Markovsky regiment, taking advantage of the unevenness of the field, advanced in unison, breaking the flank of the Reds. It seemed that another moment would bring a decisive blow to the flank, an exit to the rear of the Reds. The armored trains noticed the danger in time, and transferred a hurricane of fire to the officers. The Markovsky and Kornilov regiments wavered, began to retreat. Then the commander appeared on the hillock, clearly outlined against the blue sky, surrounded by staff generals and a convoy of Technians. The officers quickly recovered, and, standing tall, without bending, went forward. Firing continuously, the chains approached to within 100 paces and lay down. The armored trains were forced to cease fire. Kilogin and his platoon lay in the forward line. Pressing his chest into the ground, and hiding his head behind a hummock, he inhaled the hot, cloying smell of wormwood. A machine gun coming from the opposite direction was pouring a heavy hail onto the dry ground in a wide fan. Dust was covering his eyes, sand was splashing behind the torn-off collar of his tunic, as if someone was standing in front, and spitting prickly spittle. A cadet lay side by side with his platoon commander, and Casimir a little further away. A shell flashed low, like a shadow, or it seemed to Kilogin that it flashed. The hair on his head was thrown up in a whirlwind. He guessed that his cap was lost. The word was being passed along the line. So and so was wounded, so and so was killed. Casimir gasped. Kilogin, without raising his head, glanced sideways in his direction, and saw how thin, weakening fingers straightened on the butt. Killed? No. In the shoulder. Casimir answered barely audibly, moving his white lips, and cursed. From the running and excitement, the people were out of breath, and therefore, when the command was given, prepare to attack. And from the other side, chain, forward. The chains rose silently. At the same moment, the shooting died down. With rifles at the ready, aligning themselves for the blow on the move, the chains approached in the cold gleam of bayonets. Kilogin saw before him soldiers in open overcoats, guys in city coats and jackets, with a cigarette in his teeth. The sailor of the first-class Vasco Galligan walked, bravely putting forward his open, in thick tattoos, chest to meet death. Everyone's eyes were round, their teeth were bared, their mute mouths were convulsed. A moment of balance. In a bayonet attack, the secret of victory is who can show the bayonet better. The officers showed the bayonet more firmly. The Reds recoiled, ran. Only the sailors and a few old soldiers took the blow. Everyone was mixed up like a pack of squabbling dogs. Those who didn't have a bayonet stunned each other with their rifle butts. Revolver shots flashed. Short screams mixed with growls and abrupt curses. Galligan, hooking them with his bayonet, threw officers over himself like sheaves. Kilogin was participating in hand-to-hand combat for the first time, but he coped with the task perfectly. He stabbed in 2 stages, like he had once done with straw dummies during training. Exhausted, he threw down his rifle, soaked with blood, and began shooting from a revolver at bent backs and hairy necks. From afar, shouts rolled, growing louder. Cavalry! Come on! Come on! Ah! From the hill, turning around and leaving behind a curtain of dust, a Red 100 was galloping down. The snorting horses, their ears back and spread out, flew as if not touching the ground. The riders lay on the necks of their horses, the hems of their Circassian coats flapped above them like black wings, and the sabers thrown above their heads sparkled like anger. Fire! At the cavalry. But it was too late. The commander, turning to his 100, screamed in a piercing voice, "Chop!" And he was the first to burst into the thick of the officers, working his saber with lightning speed. There was a flash. Hooray! They picked up a roar, a lash and a crunch, a groan and a squeal of steel sliding along bone. The officer companies, lined up like a hedgehog, quickly ran away, firing their last cartridges, losing men. One platoon of Markovites that had strayed to the side was trampled by horses and cut down completely. The battle spread to another area. From behind the village, in the breaks in the wind, came the continuous beat of drums and the sharp horns of buglers playing an attack. The battle lasted for 10 hours non-stop. The Whites repeatedly occupied the village, and each time the Reds drove them out. Only after midday was the village finally taken. The gloomy Kornilov galloped along the street with his Tekhins. Several houses were overflowing with wounded. The cries and groans of those undergoing hasty, without anesthesia, operations were heard through the broken windows. Kilagin found his friend. Kazumi had already been changed, bandaged and put to bed. At the head of the bed, Veryasha was crying, pulling a white kerchief over her eyes. Into the bone. Into the flesh, asked Kilagin. It's nothing, don't worry, the wounded man whispered. The bullet hit below the collarbone, the sister said with a mournful smile, grazed the top of the lung, and exited under the shoulder blade. Two Cossacks carried in, and laid the unconscious Vesyol on the floor. One of his ears was cut off along with a piece of his cheek. His arm, cut off above the elbow, was sticking out of a piece of his sleeve, oozing with scarlet blood. The skin was lifted half an inch from the line of the cut. The white bone was exposed. Veryasha began to bandage the crippled Vesyol. A few more battles like this, and the army will be nothing but horns and legs, Kilagin said. Tied up by the baggage train, we are deprived of the opportunity to maneuver. We have no rear. We must win at all costs. Even one single lost battle will mean death for us all. Total annihilation. A bad game. Yes, the chances of winning are illusory. But what can we do? Necessity pushes us to continue the game until the last bullet. Fate, apparently, wants to pay for the grief and shame of Russia with our heads. Wanting to entertain his friend, Kilagin told about the final scenes of the attack. He flies, you see, and straight at me. Mouth, wow. Bit, wow. Eyes, like lanterns, are burning. I click right in his face. What the hell, I think, a misfire. Click, well, gone. The end. And only after the battle I realized that I didn't have a single bullet left in my revolver. Thanks to my Sancho Panzer, Chernyavsky, he stopped the bandit in his tracks. Otherwise, Kazumi dozed off, pressing his faded lips together. The day before, headquarters had had alarming information about Yekaterinodar. In Koronovskaya, reliable information was received that the Cuban Rada and its protege Pokrovsky had abandoned the city and gone beyond the Cuban. The stunning news enraged some and depressed others. The hope of rest was dashed. Advancing forward was pointless. Even if the city had been captured, it would have been impossible to hold it with the forces available. Driven by fear, the army turned south, broke through the ring of the Reds near Ust-Lubinskaya, and rushed across the Cuban River, blowing up the bridge behind them. Across the Cuban, a wall of groans. The revolution reared up and pitted the Cossack against the peasant against the Circassian against both the peasant and the Cossack. The old feud belched forth. The Cossacks had been sharpening their teeth against the Highlanders since the time of the Caucasian Wars, and with the peasants, an old song, they were furious over the land. The peasants organized themselves into Red Guard detachments, seized the landlord's fields, and shouted at meetings that the Highlanders should be killed and the land should be redistributed equally with the Cossacks. The Circassian princes wandered around the villages and gathered national detachments to defend the regional government. The hottest heads of the native nobles and clergy dreamed of breaking away from Russia and restoring, under the protection of Turkey, Great Circassia, whose borders once stretched from Elbrus to the Sea of Azov. The regional council opposed the land reorganization and called on the population to wait for the Constituent Assembly. The council met in Yekaterinodar in the Atom Palace. Not a single bayonet could reach it. All the hatred of the farmers rested on the Olsztynitsas that supported the regional government. The Circassians, united with the Cossacks, attacked the farms, burned, robbed, killed, raped, drove off cattle. The farmers, with the support of the same Cossacks, raided the Ols, burned, robbed, killed, raped, drove off cattle. Thus were destroyed the Ols of Gabuke, Dzadzikhabl, Asokale, Koshakhabl, Shensiai, Vokhepshiai, Lakshake and many villages and farms scattered along the Shish, Labar and Belair rivers. Kornilov burst into Zakubanai, as if into a hornet's nest. The Circassians put a cavalry regiment under his banners, assembled from horsemen of the former Wild Division. The farmers, fearing revenge, rose up to defend their stomachs. The Cossacks stepped aside and began to wait for events. Cadet Yuri Chernyavsky had completely lost interest in the war. He had grown dull from fatigue. His indifferent attitude to everything around him was broken only by outbursts of rage. Sometimes, after a battle, he would remain with his peers on the battlefield to finish off the wounded and captured enemies. Neither side took prisoners. Suffering did not touch him, and blood no longer excited him. The street George cross he had received for the Battle of Koronovsky did not please him either. And how long ago had he been timid from the menacing shouts of his class teacher, afraid to go out into the dark corridor at night, trembled when meeting the curly-haired schoolgirl Stasaya at student balls. And he could only think calmly about his own death. With every beat of his small, stiffened heart, he urged the army to escape from the enemy's attacks, to climb into the wild, inaccessible mountains. First of all, he, Eric, would wash himself in the bathhouse. Then he would fall in love with a Circassian woman. Then he would go hunting. Then fire, chain, fire, machine guns, fire. Chernyavsky, why the hell aren't you listening to the command? Get down. Yuri came to and saw his platoon commander squatting nearby in a ditch. Before the cadet could even figure out what was going on, something banged nearby, splashing him, and a shell slowly rolled under his feet. The end, here, flashed through his mind, but the shell did not explode. The cadet stepped over it, and, catching the platoon commander's eye, blushed with pleasure. Then he dropped to one knee, and, almost without aiming, began shooting at the Red Guards' caps flashing on the hill. It was raining. A platoon, a company, a regiment, the entire army lay in the swampy lowland, and with disorderly shooting drove away the peasants pressing him from all sides. By order of the commander, everyone capable of defending themselves was driven out of the convoy to the line of fire. Professors, lawyers, socialist leaders, dragging rifles behind them, crawled in reserve lines and also fired. Horror, resentment, bewilderment were on their unwashed, overgrown faces. The Reds were scattered this time too. The Kornilov regiment was the lead in entering the farm. Well, Yura, are you scared? Kilogin winked and laughed. Has your spleen given out? No way. Nikolai Alexandrovich, the cadet answered cheerfully. Gentlemen, Kilogin addressed his platoon, and, for greater importance, embellished a little, told about the shell. Honor to the hero, glory to the hero. They grabbed the embarrassed Yuri, and began to swing him. Flying above the heads of his comrades, he held his rifle tightly above himself in an outstretched hand, and almost for the first time in the entire trans-Cuban campaign he felt truly happy. Songwriters, forward. Several people ran out of the line. The lead singer, ruddy, smiling Volodya, turned to face the regiment, and, running easily on his toes, began to chop in a high, ringing voice. Cut off the wicked head. The regiment hooted, with sad joy picked up, and carried the barracks song along the quiet evening street. Suddenly, two soldiers and a half-naked, disheveled woman ran out of the nearest yard, all with rifles. They stood in a row in front of the hut, elbow to elbow, raised their rifles, and opened rapid fire. The lead singer fell. Prince Shakovsky fell. Someone else fell. Everyone was confused by the wild surprise. During the long battle, everyone had spent all their reserves of composure. Machine gun here, schoolboy Shcheglov screamed hysterically. Kornilovites, be ashamed, shouted the regiment commander, Colonel Nizhentsev, and, pulling a revolver from his holster, quickly and directly approached the three. Almost point blank, he shot one soldier, another began to run, but, pierced by several bullets at once, hung on the fence. A Circassian galloped up and knocked down a woman on his horse, and before she had time to fall, the rider with a light and masterful blow of his saber cut off her head clean, right up to the shoulders. The head rolled under the officer's feet, wrapping itself in its lush, flying hair. Light the hut, the commander ordered. Allow me, Mitrofan Osipovich, to leave it until the morning. It's cold for people to spend the night in the open air. Before setting out, we'll set the entire farm on fire. Nizhentsev agreed. They marched forward. The rebellious farmsteads were left behind in ashes, dust, and blood. They began to come across Alls. The mountains that more than one Chernyavsky had dreamed of were nowhere to be seen. The Tsarist government had settled the Circassians on the plain, surrounding them with a ring of linear stanitsas. The Alls were almost no different from Russian villages and farmsteads. Familiar huts covered with reeds and straw, the same vegetable gardens resting their tails on the river, and here and there, churches. Instead of the idle proud Circassian sung by the poet, the newcomers were met by howling people, maddened by the horrors of terror. Respectable old men, crawling on their knees, wiped the dirt from the boots of the victors with their grey beards. One night, in the dead of night, a patrol of cadets came across the army of the Cuban government, which had spent the night in the best step. The wandering armies rejoiced. A civilian ran into the barn, where the Kornilovites were resting on the hay. He looked around, and, noticing people in a dark corner, asked sternly, "What unit?" "Kornilovites." "Anything?" "Impossible. Allow me to introduce myself, member of the Legislative Council Dmitry Mikhailovich Chernoyrov." Everyone, as if by agreement, remained silent and remained lying in relaxed poses. "You, gentlemen, do not think ill of me. We, members of the government, are in the same conditions as the rank and file of the detachment. We are hungry like everyone else. We sleep on our fists like Cossacks, and we take care of our own horses. May I ask, what strategic or tactical considerations prompted you to spend the night in the steppe in the pouring rain yesterday?" asked Cadet Chernyavsky, and, pleased with his prank, looked back at his comrades. "Trouble forced you," answered Chernoyrov. "That damned night, even smoking was prohibited, so as not to reveal your whereabouts. Ha ha ha. You are the legitimate authority in Cuban, and you are afraid to reveal yourself? Nothing can be done. We had just begun to develop legislative work, and then, if you please, there is a war. You will never establish any order in the region. It's your own fault," someone responded from a dark corner. "You put party and socialist interests above state and national interests. Be that as it may, the Bolsheviks will soon be finished. I can tell you a secret. An hour ago a meeting of the Rada was held on the issue of unification with you, and, you understand, gentlemen, there were no disagreements. Complete unanimity. We, the Cuban people, are very pleased that you are joining us. And why not the other way around? It seems clear. You are not very familiar with the local situation. You have come to our territory. You are talking nonsense. I don't know how to title you," Kilogin said angrily. "Cuban is not an African republic, but only a region of the Russian state. I don't understand you. And in vain. We, the Radians, without sharing the political convictions of the monarchists, of course, bow our heads before the bright personalities of Kornilov and Alexeyev, but nevertheless we will resolutely defend the independence of the region, for we have a historical right to it. We, I can tell you in confidence, have already worked out the fundamental conditions, under strict observance of which only can the unification of our army with yours take place. Firstly, you don't have an army, but a detachment," said Kilogin. "Secondly, I wonder what you'll do if Kornilov demands complete and unconditional submission? Well, you know, if the question is so sharp. What? We, of course, will submit." Kilogin laughed, then asked in a different tone, "So, you say the campaign is full of inconveniences? Nothing can be done. We have to put up with it. Today, for example, we were given a school building, where we sleep on a dirty floor, all 40 of us, the entire government. It can be worse. In the attack to Mukhay the Bolsheviks surrounded our army, and, I won't boast, only the presence of the Rada members in the line of fire saved the situation. When the Cossacks and simple troops saw us, their chosen ones, next to them, they were inspired, and boldly rushed into counterattacks, went to certain death, stabbed, chopped, cut, beauty. In the village, where we spent our last day," Chernoyrov continued to narrate ingeniously, "the Bolsheviks plundered everything to the last thread, and, funny to say, I, a member of the government, had to drink tea straight from a horse bucket over the edge. And where did your Rada lose the tea sets? Alas. The retreat was so hasty that the army ataman in his haste forgot his mace in the city, without which, according to old Cossack traditions, he has no power over the army. So, the Bolsheviks really broke your tail. Fortune, gentlemen, is fickle. Behind us is Cuban, the Cossacks, and, finally, the truth." He slung a bundle of hay on his hump and went out. "Fruit," said Lieutenant de Bizet. "And why the hell should we get involved with them? You are not a politician, Prince," responded Kilogin, covering his head with his overcoat. "Let's leave these unpleasant questions to the discretion of the authorities. And I'm proud that I'm not a politician. In our time, we were all taught to fight, not to reason. Soon everyone began to snore. Ivan Pavlovich, explain for God's sake, who is this General Pokrovsky? Alexeyev turned to the chief of staff. I don't remember such a name. A scoundrel, your excellency, the likes of which the world has never seen, answered Romanovsky. In the old army, this goose served in the aviation with the rank of staff captain. During the revolution, he arrived in Cuban and made a career in a few months. The Rada first granted him colonel's shoulder straps, and a week later, general's shoulder straps. Moreover, according to intelligence, he is a desperate intriguer and politician. These provincial rulers are a strange bunch. You can't cook porridge with them. Even before Christmas, I sent a representative of our army, General Erdely, from Novocherkassk to Yekaterinodar. Why didn't they use the services of this energetic and intelligent man, if they don't have their own about the commander? Romanovsky shrugged. The door swung open, and the duty officer reported, His Excellency Lava Georgievich Kornilov. Kornilov quickly entered and greeted. Ivan Pavlovich, what is the occasion of an orchestra playing in the square all evening? I lay down to take a nap, but I can't. My head is splitting. Sent to find out if it's possible to stop. Romanovsky went out to give orders. Kornilov and Alexeyev were left alone. They were silent for a while, then Kornilov rubbed his small dry hands vigorously until his joints cracked and began to speak. It's unthinkable to wander through the steppes and swamps any longer. The people are exhausted, the losses are very significant, the army is in danger of destruction if we don't take the cities in the next few days. What's your opinion, General? Come on, Lava Georgievich, why do you need to know my opinion? To disagree with him? You are the commander, and the reins are in your hands. A spasm of rage flashed across the commander's face, but he restrained himself and continued calmly, they will crush us. It is unthinkable to wage war with a horde of rabble. We need a base. The city can save the situation. Let's raise the alarm. Let's call out the cry. The upper crust of the Cossacks, and every honest man who has retained even a spark of patriotism will be with us. We made a mistake on the Don, relying on the Cossacks. It seems to me that you, Lava Georgievich, are repeating this mistake in Cuban. It is not true. You do not understand, or do not want to understand the current situation. 3 good marches, and we will be in the city. God favors the brave. Risk is appropriate in a game of cards. Alexeyev interrupted and raised his balding head. His upset face wrinkled painfully, and his piercing eyes and gold glasses were stern, like floats on still water. I'm a supporter of calculation and plan. Forgive me for the liberty, but in war you have to rely more on the bayonet than on the saints. I would not exchange a good regiment commander for a saint. We put our hope in God. We lost the Japanese campaign, and the German one too. The forces are unequal, and this cannot be ignored. So, should I avoid meeting the Bolsheviks? Should I protect my people from the enemy's bullets? No. The fight must be continued with all determination. Every army, as is well known, rots from inaction. But, I repeat, the forces are unequal. Pull the troops back to the Salsk steppes, give the men and horses a rest, shorten the supply train, and there, believe me, we won't have to wait long for election. The Don is nearby, the Czechoslovak Corps is in the Ukraine. The Salsk steppes, Kornilov grinned maliciously, wasn't it I who insisted a month ago on going there? The entire general staff, Denikin, Markov, Bogievsky, Lukamsky, Borovsky, Ivan Pavlovich, and, finally, you, persuaded me to turn to Cuban. Now it's too late to think about the Salsk steppes. They're in the middle of nowhere, and our shells and cartridges are running out. Our food supplies are exhausted. The horse train is broken. There are 640 wounded in the supply train. The men are exhausted to the last degree. I will take the city at all costs. So honor, so duty, so conscience dictate. An adventure, Alexeyev said angrily, and without the slightest hesitation. It is unlikely that the city will be taken, and you are risking everything. Your duty to the motherland. I'm perfectly aware of my duties to Russia, Kornilov said with an arrogant smile and stood up. His flaring nostrils quivered, his lips trembled. Forgive me, General, but you do not understand the simple truth. Let there be defeat, but not disgrace. Romanovsky entered and reported, on Pokrovsky's orders, local residents suspected of sympathizing with the Bolsheviks are being hanged to music in the square. I have ordered the musicians to be driven out. Excellent, said Kornilov. At dawn we will march to Novodmitrovskaya. Send the Markovsky regiment as the vanguard, because its officers complained that I do not give them the opportunity to distinguish themselves. The cadets as the rear guard. The chief of staff bowed silently. A quick spring rain fell all night. It was still dark when the advance regiment set out along the sodden roads. The supply train, headquarters, and carts with the sick and wounded stretched out. The village of Novodmitrovskaya, spread out over a wide hillock, met the advancing troops with machine gun and battery fire. The army hesitated. The path to the village was blocked by a raging river, on which all the bridges and crossings had been destroyed. The horsemen sent out to search for fords returned empty-handed. By midday a cold wind blew, and wet flakes of snow fell. The people obediently got wet and shivered. The wind grew thicker, the blizzard moaned, darkness enveloped the snowfield. The disordered regiment stood knee-deep in the icy slush, and awaited orders from their superiors, who themselves did not know what to decide on. Returning to Kaluga and Penza was unprofitable and shameful. During the entire campaign the army had never retreated, and besides, it was impossible to avoid taking Novodmitrovskaya. Leading the regiments into a frontal attack by swimming across the river seemed unthinkable. Staying overnight in the open field was impossible. No one had had a single dry thread left on them for a long time, and ominous news was flying from the convoy. Such and such a man had frozen to death. Such and such a man had shot himself. Rumors, abundantly fed by panic, were crawling in the convoy. The trembling refugees, each of whom was a celebrity, listened to the frequent crackle of gunfire. Socialists of various stripes sat on suitcases and held endless arguments about the fate of the revolution. The chairman of the State Duma Rodzianko beat the bony backside of a lathered horse with a gnarled stick and shared his memories with the kind listeners. Ladies wrapped in furs chattered like magpies. Professors whiled away their leisure time in quiet conversations full of sorrowful reflections. Emaciated landowners sat over open chests of food, their chomping mouths clenched. Sensing with all their guts even greater misfortunes, they hurried to satiate themselves in reserve, so that in a difficult moment they would have something to remember their life with. The trusted servant of the heavenly king, woven with grey down, the Reverend Father Seraphim looked at everything that was happening like an owl in the sun. The very famous journalist Boris Suvarin did not waste time, and wrote down his travel impressions, overheard conversations, notes on Cossack life in his diary, and he abundantly garnished all of this with thoughts full of stormy grief. The hearts of the famous froze in fear for their own and Russia's fate. Nikolai Alexandrovich, I'm running out of patience. I should probably attack. I'll be lost anyway. Run, Eric. Warm yourself. Everyone is sick, and everyone is enduring it. The Kornilovites, having lined up their rifles in a row, and not paying attention to the high bursts of shrapnel, wrestled, beating each other on the sides. The cadet, without losing sight of his platoon, began to run from the boundary to some post and back. His frozen overcoat rattled on him like bast. His frozen fingers could barely hold the rifle, on the butt of which an icy crust had formed. The officer Markov regiment, taking advantage of the darkness, approached the very shore. Gentlemen, Markov agitated in a low voice, running along the chain, and slapping his boot with a whip. We will freeze to death here overnight, like gophers. There is nowhere to expect help from. We must decide. We will follow you through fire and water. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for your trust. The general tore off his papakha, which was covered with wet snow, and crossed himself. Well, with God. Follow me. And, raising his rifle above his head, he was the first to climb into the river. The village was taken. The army, having caught its breath, crossed the Kuban River near Elizavatinskaya, and surrounded the city from 3 sides. The battle thundered for the second day, but there was no victory. Kornilov summoned Nizhintsev to headquarters. Hello, dear. Nizhintsev began to report on the state of the regiment, but the commander interrupted him irritably. Stop it. There is no time for ceremony. Sit down and tell us. When will we be in the city? Unfortunately, Lava Georgievich, I have no good news. The regiment is melting away. Today we went on the attack twice, and did not advance a single step. I know. I have already ordered 200 mobilized Cossacks to be sent to reinforce the regiment. Do we have enough ammunition? What is the mood? When will we be in the city? Ammunition is being collected. The men are exhausted, falling asleep in the trenches. The mood is falling. An hour ago, when I ordered the attack to be resumed, the chains did not rise. What? The commander jumped up and ran to the corner of the room. The Kornilovites refused to go on the attack? Shame. Shame. The regiment commander lowered his head. So, things really are not important, said Kornilov and thought. There are less than half of the old regiment left, reinforcement, you know. I understand all this perfectly well and personally, Mitrofanus Sipovic, I do not blame you for anything. We need to raise the people's spirits and instill in them that the city must be taken at all costs. Yes, sir. Almost 2 months have passed since we left Rostov, and until yesterday the army honorably carried out all the orders of its commander. Is it possible that now, when one effort remains to be made, the ranks will falter? No. I would rather shoot myself than retreat from the city. Tell the regiment so. Lavra Georgievich. For every shot we fire, the Bolsheviks respond with a volley. They put up 10 against one of our fighters. We cannot hesitate, otherwise the troops will lose their hearts. Today, I will not detain you any longer. I wish you good luck. With God. Nizhentsev left and was killed in action that same day. The commander dictated to the chief of staff, Colonel Bartsevich. Romanovsky was already wounded. The following order to the troops of the Volunteer Army Cuban Farm March 29, 1918 Economic Society 12:45 am. Number 185. 1. The enemy occupies the northern outskirts of the city of Yekaterinodar. Horse artillery barracks at the western outskirts of the city, the Black Sea Railway station and a grove to the north of the city. There is an armored train on the Black Sea route that is hindering our advance to the station. 2. In view of the arrival of General Markov with units of the 1st Officer Regiment, resume the offensive on Yekaterinodar, delivering the main blow to the northwestern part of the city. General, Lieutenant Markov, 1st Brigade 1st Officer Regiment, 4 companies, 1st Cuban Rifle Regiment, 1 battalion, 2nd Separate Battery, 1st Engineering Company, take control of the horse artillery barracks and then advance along the northern outskirts, outflanking the enemy occupying the Black Sea station. And send part of the forces along the bank of the Cuban River to secure the right flank. B. Major General Bogievsky, 2nd Brigade. Without the 2nd Battery, 3rd Battery and the 2nd gun of the 1st Separate Battery, 1 battalion of the 1st Cuban Rifle Regiment and the 1st Combined Officer Company of the Kornilov Shock Regiment, advance to the left of General Markov, with the main objective of capturing the Black Sea Station. C. General Erdely, Separate Cavalry Brigade, without the Circassian Cavalry Regiment, to advance to the left of General Bogievsky, assisting in the execution of the latter's mission and securing his left flank, and damaging the railways to Tikhoretskaya and Kavkazskaya. 3. Begin the attack at 1700 hours today. 4. I will be at the farm of the Cuban Economic Society. General Kornilov. The city shook from the gunfire. The glow of fire spread across the night sky. Artillery barracks, tanneries, houses, and shops at the Senoy Bazaar were burning. Partisan detachments from all over Cuban rushed to the city, towards the fire and the roar. Carts with infantry raised dust along the steppe roads. Cavalry flew by, and trains from Tikhoretskaya, Kavkazskaya, Taman, and Novorossiysk rolled up to the station every now and then. Automobiles with their lights out were on duty at the entrance to the defense headquarters, and messengers held saddled horses at the ready. At the front door, Printer Astafiev was squatting behind a machine gun, smoking. People slept side by side on the stairs and in the corridors. The defense headquarters was in session without interruption. Before fleeing the city, Pokrovsky had smashed the left revolutionary organizations. Many ordinary Bolsheviks died in prison, and the captured leaders of the Bolshevik Temporary Executive Committee were taken away as hostages. The city public, with the hands and tongues of the socialist revolutionaries and Mensheviks, helped the Rada by collecting funds, organizing charity evenings, and putting together student squads. The Rada fled, and the political Vankov Stankus volunteered to serve the Soviets. The Bolsheviks did not have enough forces of their own. It happened that people who could barely sign their names were sent to the positions of directors and managers. Triumphant talkers were introduced into public organizations in the defense headquarters. There was good news from the front, and the work of the headquarters was in full swing. Pens squeaked, field telephones squealed, agitators ran away. After receiving their assignments, orderlies and foragers scurried about, commanders of arriving units received combat missions. But it was enough for a stray shell to explode somewhere nearby, or for an alarming rumor to rush through, and there was panic in the headquarters. Someone grabbed a briefcase, someone a suitcase, the secretary, crumpling, stuffed protocols into his pockets. Doors and desk drawers slammed in the suffocated silence. In the corner of the hall, on a sofa with a wet towel on his head, lay the young commander-in-chief of the Cuban Black Sea Republic Avtonomov. Get up, you blockhead. His assistant Sorokin, summoned to the headquarters for a meeting, pushed the commander-in-chief. Your job is to sleep on soft sofas and take parades, but you don't have to fight. Doctors. The drunken commander-in-chief moaned. I'm dying. Give you a good lash, you bastard. The civilians are trying to agree to surrender the city, and you're not even itching. Ivan Lukic, my dear fellow, one of the most influential members of the headquarters, approached Sorokin. You misunderstood me. No one is even thinking about retreating. I'm just suggesting that we move the headquarters to the station, onto wheels. After all, if the cadets break in, then we, the ideological ones, will be the first to be hanged, and the revolution, deprived of its leaders, will die out for a long time throughout the region. They'll kill us, hang us, we have to run, boomed another member of the headquarters from the corner. We'll let the whites into the city, like into a trap, and then we'll surround them and crush them. Sorokin flared up with anger. Civilian scum. Traitors. Take your umbrellas, galoshes, and go to hell. I'll be left without leaders, but with troops loyal to the revolution. I won't surrender the city. The Bolsheviks' pet Irisov, Froland the long-haired anarchist Afrikanov shouted at Sorokin in turn that they themselves did not agree with their comrades. But he no longer wanted to listen to anything, and, snatching his saber, rushed to the doors. To the front, friends, to the front. Duty calls. Following him, like dogs following their master, ran his bodyguards, the Cossacks Gachinets and Cherny. Scoundrel, shouted Sorokin already on the street, stopping the garrison commander's Zolotarev. A holy struggle is raging at the front, and murders and robberies do not stop in your rear. Drunken gangs roam the streets, undress their wounded, and cause panic among civilians. The sentries on duty smoke, talk, and do not observe the rules of the regulations at all. I like to drink myself, but I drink when there is no fighting. Zolotarev stretched and mumbled apologies. The commander grabbed him by the shoulders and began to bang his head against the fence. Scoundrel. You should sober up drunkards and thugs with all the measures of reason and conscience, but you yourself get drunk, rob and walk around with whores all night long. Forgive me. Well, go. Don't catch my eye drunk. I'll shoot you. I order you to immediately restore and maintain order in the city. Suppress all outrages by force of arms. The garrison commander saluted. A bracelet flashed from under the wide sleeve of his Circassian coat. Sorokin threatened him with his whip and, jumping on his stallion, galloped away. Subsequently, by order of the Revolutionary Committee, Zolotarev was shot. Avtonomov, who soon after the events described imagined himself to be Bonaparte, aimed the barrels of cannons at the Cuban Council of People's Commissars, for which he was deposed and disgraced. Sorokin was elected commander-in-chief after the removal of Avtonomov and Kalnin. Frol went out into the street. The iron roofs of the houses were pounded by fragments of shells exploding at great heights. The knocked down signs hung askew. Glass fell from the windows, splashing on the sidewalks. On the road, among the scattered stones, a tram rail twisted like a corkscrew stuck out. Troops were moving freely along all the streets from the station. From Dubinka and Pokrovka, the workers' settlements, people poured in thickly, as if to a rally. Old and young alike rose to their feet, under the rifle. No one was afraid of anything. They walked with all their might, chest to chest. Gun harnesses, Red Cross spring lines, and military wagons with numbered flags rolled along, rattling. Partisans, some in caps, some in trooks, some in straw hats. Torn sheepskin coats, great coats of various periods, rags, and patches. An artilleryman in an unbuttoned sable coat rode on a cavalry box. A sailor with spurs on his bare feet shook on an unsaddled horse and held a lace umbrella over his head. Along the sidewalks, overtaking the supply trains, the cavalry poured at a trot. A general sits, porridge in front of him. The poor shout, "All of Russia is ours." The street thundered from end to end. "Young officer, where are you stomping? You'll get caught in the paw. You'll swallow a bullet." "Here it is," thought Frol, shuddering joyfully. His throat was sore from delight. A precious tear glistened in his eye. He joined the ranks and fell into step with everyone else. "Little officer, officer, white shoulder strap, get away from Cuban while you're still in one piece." An old woman was groaning and wailing at the door of the laundry. "Poor things, don't they have fathers or mothers? They're going to their deaths." A healthy three-lipped girl was dragging her away. "Come on, Aunt Anna, the devil knows, don't stick your nose in. My daughter, am an orphan myself. I know what life is like without a father, without a mother. I spent 30 years, like one day, in Colonel Shablikin's service. I washed mountains of linen." She raised her fists, beaten to the bone. "The work has worn me out, the care has dried me out, and his mistress Agloshka has kicked me out into the world and my old age. That's enough, auntie." The girl did not calm down. "It's sickening to listen. I want to tear. Let's go. She kicked me out, and kicked me out. And where can I lay my grey head? Where can I get a piece of bread? Teach them a lesson, my lads, the smooth demons. Pour oak fat into their skins. Let them know what kind of grief lives in this world." The old woman crossed the passing companies with her red hand, eaten away by lie. Reinforcement kept coming. All the streets and courtyards adjacent to the Cuban bank, the Haymarket and the gardens were clogged with people and wagon trains. The battle had been raging for 4 days. The wounded were led from their positions by the arms and carried. Some trudged along on their own, dragging their injured legs, clutching their heart wounds. Others rested under the cover of houses and fences. A wounded boy crawled along the pavement. "The blood is freezing in me," he barely audibly said to the orderly who ran up and died, hugging a bollard. A saddled horse trotted along, bumping into people. Behind it, intestines spilling out of its torn side, dragged along the pavement. Behind the brick wall was a dressing station. Looking like a cattle prodigal, blood spattered up to his mustache. The paramedic ripped open trouser legs and sleeves with a razor, and pulled boots off his shot legs. Women, tearful and falling from fatigue, fussed around the wounded. "Ooh, ooh," one suddenly screamed, recognizing her husband, a lacerated wound on his chest, blood spurting out. The woman, beside herself, tore the scarf off her head and began to plug the wound with it. The orderlies barely tore her away from the stretcher. The wounded were surrounded, asked about the battles, treated to tobacco and bread. Vaska Galligan recounted quickly. "At dawn, some sucker in a torn overcoat flies up to our trenches and shouts, 'Brothers, there's treason.' Where, we ask, is the treason? All our commanders are fools after fools. They need to be beaten. Sorokin is giving the wrong signals. And all our shells are flying into the Cuban River. And who are you?" He replies, "am a demolition specialist from the Sapper Battalion. Beat the commanders. They have sold us out. Save yourselves, sailors. This is treason." We ask him, "Your documents?" He kicks and runs away. We follow him. He runs away from us. We catch up, knock him down, and start searching. They pull off one boot. There is a white flag under his foot wrap. Pull off the other. The shoulder straps fall out. "What are you, dragon, letting fog into our pants? Forgive me," he cries. "Little brothers, although I'm not a sapper, but a lieutenant, I'm a true Republican. I love the revolution and all the common people. We shout, love us, but why should we love your brother?" As soon as we had tumbled him down the slope, we heard, "Goo goo, goo goo, tra-ta-ta, tra-ta-ta." Their lines rose up along the entire front and attacked us. Well, my god, we've rolled up a mountain of them. Boom. A cannon fires from the alley and rolls back exhausted. Overshoot. The observer shouts from the roof. Boom. Got it. Boom. Got it. Cut quickly. The Slobodskoy shoemaker Vanir Gribov sat on the gun carriage of a damaged cannon and bent a beaten accordion over his knee. With each shot he twitched and laughed. Cut, Makishka. There is no god. Under the fence, with his arms outstretched, a guy in a scorched coat lay face down. The orderlies pulled him by the legs, intending to load him onto a cart with the dead. "What?" he growled and opened his grey eye. "Alive. Get out of here." The guy turned on his side and immediately began to snore. "What a devil." They were amazed around. Death is hovering over him, a cannon is rumbling in his ear, and he is sleeping, and that's not enough. Frol, bending over, ran across the open space and jumped into a trench full of people. Some were shooting, some were sleeping, hugging their guns. 2 old soldiers, snorting, drank tea they had gotten hold of by some unknown means. "Who are you afraid of, Petka?" "Oh, uncle, it was scary at night." Petka rolled his eyes under his forehead, loading the machine gun belt. "There's a roar all around. Fire, fire." The ground is shaking underfoot. Molten lead is pouring from red-hot machine guns. The wounded are groaning, and here in the darkness the Chinese are cackling. "Oh, it's scary." I ran away. I slept well at home, and at dawn, here again. Mother wouldn't let me, but I jumped out the window. Somewhere buglers' horns began to howl. A muffled cry, growing from the flanks, "Hooray, ah, ah," reached along the entire line. Everything in the trenches began to move. "They are climbing again," said the soldier, pushing aside the tin mug with unfinished tea, and, grabbing his rifle, stood up. Not far away, officers were crawling along the black plowed field of the vegetable garden. "Uncle, let me shoot," asked Petka. "I'll shoot you, you bastard," the old soldier hissed at him. "Sit still and don't stick your nose out." Frol didn't have time to fire even one belt before the machine gun failed. Unable to cope with the delay, he abandoned it and ran to the neighboring silent machine gun, behind which the Hungarian Franz was twitching and blowing pink foam through his fluffy mustache. The artillery, as if mad, opened a hurricane of fire. A howling shower of steel stopped the attackers. For a moment, the chains rolled back. Machine guns were still beating out confident drills when a silver orchestra thundered at the Black Sea station, and in full view of the enemy, surrounded by his retinue, Sorokin walked along the front, dancing the Lizhinka and firing 2 Morsas into the air. The partisans dragged the commander into the trenches by the fluttering hem of his crimson Circassian coat. The wounded were groaning near the wire fences in front of the trenches. Petka, with bottles of water around his neck, crawled toward them. A shell sent by a lucky hand struck down Kornilov. Denikin, who had taken command, lifted the siege, and the army fled, abandoning guns, supply trains, and hundreds of wounded comrades along the way. A sunny spring morning was shining. The battlefield presented a sad picture. Everywhere were scattered spent cartridges, empty tin cans, cartridge belts, steel fragments, dirty foot wraps, bloody rags and corpses. Dead fish were floating thickly along the river. Swinging and spinning, swollen horse carcasses floated. The air smelled of rottenness far away, but the living were thinking about the living. Infantry, to the carts. Cavalry, forward. The locomotive is making noise. 4 carriages. Akvitsky beyond Cuban tearing off shoulder straps. The music was tearing at hearts. The magpies advancing, smiling. The cadets are ticking, stumbling. The partisans, stepping on the heels of the enemy, again chased after them across the steppes. The first flowers were woven into the horses' manes, and gold and silver shoulder straps, blackened with dried blood, were tied to their tails. 1927 to 1928.